Howdy folks and welcome. I hope this finds you well. Today I present my complete retrospective work on the StarCraft universe. These are separate videos that I have compiled and edited after the fact to create an ultimate retrospective on a game franchise that deserves so much love. Just like the games, I progressed as well with sound design, editing, and script writing. I hope you enjoy the journey. Howdy folks and welcome. I hope this finds you well. Today, we'll be talking about one of the most interesting sci-fi stories in gaming, and one of the best real-time strategy games ever created. Welcome to StarCraft. If you're new to the channel, it wouldn't be a Dog Dad video without hearing your memories and experiences with these games that I cover. I would love to hear your stories on StarCraft, and I know there are millions of them. Please leave a comment down below about your favorite part of StarCraft as a kid growing up, or if you play today. Like any retrospective on my channel, we'll be playing through the whole base game, excluding Brood War. That'll be for a different video. We'll be looking at StarCraft's themes, motifs, narrative, gameplay, design, and how Blizzard created a truly vivid and terrifying science fiction game. If that sounds good to you, I hope you're in a comfy place, have something to relax with, and let's get started. StarCraft started development in 1995 and debuted in 1996 at the Electronic Entertainment Expo. This was also the catalyst for Blizzard Entertainment's film division, which catapulted Blizzard in the gaming scene to masters of storytelling and technological know-how. StarCraft released on March 31st, 1998, on Windows and on Mac in 1999. There was another port in 2000, but we're not going to get to it today. The game soon became the best-selling PC game of the year, and even though support in North America was strong, a surprising number of South Koreans had purchased the game. Having over 1 million units sold in Korea by November of 1999, StarCraft's world sales had soared past 4 million units by 2001. South Korea accounted for 50% of these. Those PC bangs. It just wasn't the players either that were enjoying the game. Countless awards and high scores later, StarCraft was touted as a generational hit and living up to the hype that it generated in development. I always find it interesting to read the reviews of old games because it gives you a little insight into what reviewers were thinking at the time. The only real gripes with the game that I found was that the unit pathing was pretty bad, and sadly the remaster doesn't address that. I'll briefly touch on the multiplayer as well before we get into the base game, because StarCraft's multiplayer was insane. I remember feeling logging into old Battle.net felt like I was hacking into Soviet computers in the 80s. I can still remember the fun that I had playing custom match games, some of my favorites being the tank defense or fast resources. Regular matches were always exhilarating but stressful. Matching up against anyone in the open ladder, you'd check people's profiles to see their win-loss ratios, and then quickly backing out when you saw that they had over 1,500 wins. Anyways, whatever you like to do, there was something there for you. But how does StarCraft hold up after all these years as a single-player game? Are the 3 campaigns as amazing as my nostalgia makes them out to be? Will the sound and design resonate like it did 20 plus years ago? Does the gameplay and mechanics still feel enjoyable? Those questions are answered and much, much more in this StarCraft retrospective. So, being the remaster, I guess you get the Brood War opening, which to be honest is just incredible and sets the tone a lot quicker. The opening also shows off one of Blizzard's best traits in their visual storytelling, how they pull off scale. I love that you see these Marines that are metal on their own, and then just seeing this battle cruiser lighting up the trenches had my jaw dropping, even today. Disclaimer, I'm not giving props to this Blizzard, I'm giving props to the hardworking people that spent years dedicated to this fantastic piece of art. I hope by articulating how good Blizzard was, maybe there would be some hope in the future for this type of storytelling. Profits be damned. This ending is something I will remember always. From the music to the visuals, and just thinking to myself at 9 years old, I'm glad I wasn't there.
Stand here. You need to see these.
I know all about the Zerg, Gerard. We've all seen the tapes 100.
You've seen nothing. Dissecting a dead Zerg in a lab is one thing. Unleashing them on men is another. You must go into these with both eyes open. Once started, there's no going back.
To go all the way, my good Admiral.
Good. Good. I knew I could count on you.
Admiral, the colonist base will be overrun in a matter of minutes. Shall we intervene?
Take us into orbit, Mr. Malmsteen. We've seen enough.
Oh, that music. Whoa. For menu music and the sound effects, this hits the nail on the head. I know I'm biased since I played this game more than I should have as a kid, but StarCraft just hits the sweet spot. We start off the game on Marasara colony. I'm glad to play this game as an adult because there is a story here. To be honest, the only thing I could understand back then was Raynor was good, Zerg bad, and the Protoss were super cool. And that's about it. I love that Raynor is just some cop in a barren wasteland. Considering where he goes from here, it's a space odyssey to say the least.
Howdy, boys. I'm Jim Raynor, Marshal of these parts.
Wow, that voice acting? But what did they do to his art style? I'm a fan of some of the reworked art styles, but Raynor's feels like a generic Marine number 101. You can switch back and forth between the old game and the remastered graphics, which was good on them for doing, and it works seamlessly. Some of the models look great, and some are like Raynor, and then you get the straight up bad, which is unfortunate because I feel like this was a great opportunity to expand the art style. After helping out a colony in need, we discovered this monstrosity.
Fire it up. You got it.
Anytime you're ready. It ain't natural. Burn it, boys.
What a line. With that and the music, plus the intense gunfire with these beautifully animated sprites, I was grooving harder than I expected. Was this game still one of the best?
Transmission.
Marshal Raynor, by destroying a vital Confederate installation, you and your men have violated standing colonial law. As of right now, you're all under arrest. I suggest you throw down your weapons and come peaceably.
Are you out of your mind? If we hadn't burned that damn factory, this entire colony could have been overrun. Maybe if you hadn't taken your sweet time in getting here.
Now, I asked you nice the first time, boy. I didn't come here to talk with you. Now throw down them weapons.
Guess you wouldn't be a Confederate if you weren't a complete pain in the ass.
Oh, so it is that Confederacy. Like, the Confederacy. It's really interesting the politics around these events. Duke works for the Confederacy, which I guess is mad that we destroyed a command center. I'm assuming they didn't know it was filled with Zerg, since the next cutscene shows us that it's not too typical to see them out in the wastes.
What's that? Hold on a minute a second. Steamroller! Looks like you mashed some poor fella's dog, Sarge.
It's a Zerglin, Lester. Smaller type of Zerg. They'd be out this far unless... Oh, shit.
I love you, Sarge.
I think these cutscenes did a great job not only of moving the story along and setting vivid smaller scenes in the grander scheme of the story, but bravo to these animations. If only Fallout 1 or 2 had this budget. Eek. So, we're outlaws at this point, and the whole world is getting overrun by Zerg. We might need a friend.
Avoid action against the Zerg. 3 stations have fallen to the Zerg already. We've been unable to locate any source of military relief except the extremist faction known as the Sons of Korhal. Their liaison is holding online.
Good day, Magistrate. My name is Arcturus Mansk, and I represent the Sons of Korhal. You're familiar with the Confederate propaganda surrounding my group, but your reputation suggests you'll see past it. It's never been our practice to operate in any one place for long, but these Zerg don't look like they're going to wait.
Another thing I didn't get as a kid is that Minsk is a terrorist? Like legit fringe group terrorist.
In evacuating any survivors, you know, of course, that my organization operates outside the bounds of Confederate law. That's why they spread their lies and misinformation. If you decide to accept our help, you'll be branded as an outlaw too. But it's a chance to save those people. Time to make a stand, Magistrate.
What a great actor, and it's kind of crazy who your friends can be. So we have to wait out 30 minutes before Menk's terrorist dropships get to us and the refugees off of this planet. That's one of the things that draws you in even 25 plus years later. This planet, no matter what you do, is about to get destroyed. And there are real people that want to survive just like you or I would. I love those little details in the shop that sells Space Marine armor or the abandoned shops near the minerals. I remember lots of parts, but this level is one of those iconic, I can't believe it's 30 minutes to bunker down sort of deals. For this playthrough, I knew I just had to upgrade my Marines, hunker down in the bunkers, and put on a podcast. Do bunkers up Marine range even with the Academy upgrade? I couldn't find anything, but it felt that way. Anyways, the Zerg assault goes into overdrive, and our less than ideal partners in crime show up.
Your tenure as Colonial Magistrate is suspended, pending an official investigation of your affiliation with the Sons of Korhal.
Well, I wasn't expecting a promotion. Mensk, after freeing Raynor, proposes that we infiltrate a Confederate science base. Story-wise, I love this type of espionage route, and the gameplay-wise, these levels, even though difficult, are a lot of fun, if you save a lot. We make our way through the labs and discover what looks like the Fallout FEV vats. We also find the plans and deliver them back to the base. We meet Kerrigan, who looks like a futuristic Sam Fisher. She tells us that another colony is ready for open revolt against the Confederacy, and we're here to stir up a little trouble to get that all going.
Sounds fun.
Captain Raynor, I finished scouting out the area and... You pig!
What? I haven't even said anything to you yet.
Yeah, but you were thinking it.
Oh, yeah. You're a telepath. Look, let's just get on with this, okay?
Oofta, as they say in Sweden. A bit weird on both sides trying to explain her psychic powers, but hey, it could have been worse. Playing as Kerrigan is so much fun, especially having the cloak ability. She is just such a badass. I love that switch when you take control of the command center. It's just cool to think about what's really happening. The revolution.
Be a pleasure. Thinking the same thing. I've taken care of business on this end, Commander.
After many attempts to land on the enemy side, we finally take the island. God, I lost so many Marines. I love the small cutscene. Seeing the battle cruiser falling is just iconic, and knowing it was a Confederate ship, all the better. Turns out the Confederacy is going crazy over these rebellions, plus an unruly Zerg. While talking, we pick up a signal from Duke, a Confederate military leader that was the one that crashed from the Zerg attack in the cutscene before. Mengsk is calculated, and getting a high-ranking Confederate on their side would be a great help. Really encountering the Zerg for the first time and seeing the creep and being shot by this green goo stuff, it all works so well. You have to take things slow, and I always researched upgrades, which made things so much nicer. There isn't a lot of RTS where I felt so much satisfaction as when I stimpack my Marines and destroy a whole line of workers. Anyways, we find Duke's ship and give him the ultimatum: die here or come join a terrorist organization. I shouldn't be surprised. I think humans in space will be more focused on surviving than ideological steadiness, but who knows. Obviously, people are not happy with us. Taking in Duke, we get some backstory about how ghosts are made, and to put it shortly, it's kind of like the Witcher trials. Turns out the Confederacy has developed some psi emitter that lures Zerg to it. Very odd R&D, but I'm not the treasurer. I like this line by Mengsk as well because he says the Confederacy made the Zerg probably to rile up support and vitriol towards them as an organization. But later on, we know that he's lying, right? I thought it was a nice touch, especially where he gets to later on, and he uses his own propaganda and lying to perpetuate his own evils and power grabbing. Alright, time to give the Confederacy a taste of their own medicine.
Just promise me we'll never do anything like this again.
We will do whatever it takes to save humanity. Our responsibility is too great to do any less.
Pretty messed up if you ask me, and if these tapes ever got out, oh boy, Nixon would look like a saint. We're going to use the psi emitter on the Confederacy, which Kerrigan agreeably thinks is atrocious. We're sorry, we won't do this again. I like these artwork slides. It was a neat little touch. So, the Zerg killed the Confederacy, and if there was any doubt, the Protoss ships destroys the whole planet. Duke is a quick turn and helps us identify a Confederate weakness on their home planet. I like how they teach you about the Terran buildings being able to fly and land, if you didn't know that already. This level was hard, and I almost ran out of resources. But in the end, oh, you gotta be kidding me. So, it is that Confederacy. What's the lore behind this? No wonder they're all messed up. I don't feel too bad now that we're destroying all their outposts and infrastructure, but Mengsk isn't any better. Now on the Confederate homeworld of Parsonus, Mengsk give orders that completely give me the crazy vibes, and Raynor agrees.
Direct course to the primary Zerg hive.
If they engage the Zerg, the Confederates may escape. Commander, send Lieutenant Kerrigan with a strike force to engage the Protoss. Captain Raynor and General Duke will stay behind with the command ship.
First you sell out every person on this world to the Zerg. Then you ask us to go up against the Protoss. And you're gonna send Kerrigan down there with no backup?
I have absolute confidence in Kerrigan's ability to hold off the Protoss.
This is bullshit. Kerrigan, are you reading this?
I heard. I'm going down there. Arcturus knows what he's doing. I can't back out on him now.
Funny. I never thought of you as anyone's martyr.
Kerrigan, literally having said she wouldn't do this again, does it again. She has this great speech to Raynor, and when hearing her side of the coin, I kind of agree with her. She's worked for Mensk a long time, and goes by her strong psychic abilities. Sadly, after taking care of the Protoss forces and protecting the Zerg, this is how she's repaid.
We've neutralized the Protoss.
Base is under
Wave of
attack.
Zerg advancing on this position. We need immediate evac.
Belay that order. We're moving out.
What? You're not just gonna leave her.
Base
All
is under
ships
attack.
prepare to move away from Tarsonis on my mark.
Boys? How about that evac?
Damn you, Arcturus. Don't do this.
It's done. Helmsman, signal the fleet and take us out of orbit. Now.
Base is under attack.
Jim? What the hell is going on up there?
This is such a strong visual and a strong moment in the game. Seeing this overwhelming Zerg forces, I couldn't help but say an expletive. Hearing Kerrigan's voice and knowing the events cannot be changed made me melancholy. They really do her dirty. Oh yeah, we get ourselves a fascist, genocidal maniac.
Not by you, or the Confederates, or the Protoss, or anyone. I will rule this sector, or see it burn to ashes around me. If you try to get
The fleet is prepped and ready, Commander. Awaiting orders.
The hell with him. We're gone.
It really is the sector he wants, though. Why do people like this exist? It's like seeing someone with an ice cream cone and getting angry that you don't have it, so you send Zerglings over to that kid and they murder him. Times that by 1 billion planets. That's Mensk. Remember that cannon we disabled? Well, if we want to leave, we'll have to destroy it. This level made me realize that Defense Matrix, or whatever the spell that stops battle cruisers from doing anything, is the bane of my existence and had me truly raging at this game. This was a tough one, but getting past all the BS made the ending so much better. With the ion gun taken down, we get the hell out of Dodge, which allows Mensk to change some things.
Fellow Terrans, I come to you in the wake of recent events to...
I can't believe ass is down minus 13 basis points in a time like this.
to issue a call to reason. Let no human deny the perils of our time. While we battle one another, divided by the petty strife of our common history, the tide of a greater conflict is turning against us, threatening to destroy all that we have accomplished. It is time for us as nations and as individuals to set aside our long-standing feuds and unite. The tides of an unwinnable war are upon us, and we must seek refuge upon higher ground lest we be swept away by the flood. The Confederacy is no more. Whatever semblance of unity and protection it once provided is a phantom, a memory. With our enemies left unchecked, who will you turn to for protection? The devastation wrought by the alien invaders is self-evident. We have seen our homes and communities destroyed by the calculated blows of the Protoss. We have seen firsthand our friends and loved ones consumed by the nightmarish Zerg. Unprecedented and unimaginable though they may be, these are the signs of our time. The time has come, my fellow Terrans, to rally to a new banner. In unity lies strength. Already many of the dissident factions have joined us. Out of the many, we shall forge an indivisible whole, capitulating only to a single throne. And from that throne, I shall watch over you.
This was a great cutscene, and a lot of things he says is true. Humans come together, the Zerg are scary, Protoss are more powerful, but Christ, he's gone full dictator. And with that, we start the Zerg campaign. I enjoyed how they ended the Terran campaign, and I remember there being more, but I guess it's through the other two campaigns that really the StarCraft story shines. The Zerg campaign starts off strong. You are a creature of the Overmind, and they need you to build a spawning pool to see if you're up to snuff to lead their legions into battle. We're also against another familiar foe. Just joking. What are you doing here, Executrix?
Strategist and overseer.
Thanks for stopping by. I love the backdrop for the Zerg missions, and their briefs. Everything about Zerg is just nastily awesome, except for the remaster's hatcheries. Good God, why did they make it like this? The Overmind claps in satisfaction seeing the decimation of the Terran forces, and we get the job. Yes, Ma, you wouldn't believe it. No, I didn't pick up the dry cleaning, but I did get the job with the Overmind. You know I'll be a good Cerebrit. Thanks, Mom. I'll bring you back a Protoss head. Overmind tells us we gotta warp out of here, and I won't even touch this. We get our cool Zerg special forces and accompany a young Chrysalis to the beacon. Cue Chrysalis.
Prepare yourself, Cerebrit. Your first jump through warp space could be unsettling.
Behold the power of that which is yet unborn. For the swirling images that flow forth from the chrysalis are only a shadow of the sleeper's true power.
We arrive at Char and send out a signal for some reason to alert our enemies, aka Mensk. We have to protect the chrysalis and kill off the humans, and whoa, I wonder what's in this chrysalis box? After wiping the Terran humans back, we get a great advertisement for visiting Char. Damn, Overmind, this place looks frickin' dreadful. Also, who would come here? Oh, she lures Jimmy in. Obviously, Kerrigan is starting her teenage phase early because the Cerebrits aren't too happy about another strike force of humans being so close, aka Raynor's group. We get access to the Queens this level too, which honestly are pretty cool in certain instances, like putting a parasite on a dropship to see the whole level. I was kind of astonished I hadn't done this before. I had to switch to the old school for this.
Sarah, is that really you?
To an extent. I'm far more than I once was, Jim. You shouldn't have come here.
But the dreams. I dreamed you were still alive, that somehow you were calling to me.
I was. While I was in the chrysalis, I instinctively reached out to you and Arcturus telepathically. Apparently, Arcturus sent Duke here to reclaim me. But that was then, Jim. I'm one of the Zerg now, and I like where I am. You can't imagine how this feels.
So, what? Are you gonna kill me now, darling?
It is certainly within my power, but you're not a threat to me, Jim. Be smart, leave here now, and never seek to confront the Zerg again.
Doesn't look like I have much choice.
Yo, Raynor, I've known people like this before. You better leave early than never at all. Anyways, Kerrigan is now out and about and wants dominion over all life. We're in her good favor since we quote-unquote looked out for her, so I'm guessing I'm switching division. Kerrigan now wants to know all about what the heck happened to her as a kid with the ghost trials, which the other Cerebrits aren't happy about. Zaz, and I think there's a deli named that near me, is furious that the Overmind is even considering letting Kerrigan go. For an all-seeing being like the Overmind, he is weirdly okay with just letting Kerrigan be free. Like, how do you not foresee she will gain her own path? Maybe he knew. We'll get there. We oblige Kerrigan and follow her into the science lab. God damn, Kerrigan is such a freaking badass. Another beautiful little detail is how special units' damage are always so much better than the base units. It just makes their unique sprite and effect so much more meaningful. I cannot tell you how cool whipping people with Kerrigan's wings or whatever she uses are, and seeing the new animation for Terran deaths was kind of staggering. What happened to Warcraft 3 Remastered? Why did they bungle that so badly? Anyways, we storm through the facility, laying waste to any stupid human. My cerebrate brain is just going haywire. I'm glad she remembers how to use a computer though. I always loved this cutscene back in the day and never realized that this was the science vessel we had just annihilated, and this was supposed to be a demo mission? I know I wasn't the smartest kid, but kind of funny how Kerrigan leaves some of her elite hunters just waiting for this to happen. I don't care how she knew, but I'll let you enjoy this ode to Alien.
Hey, are we really gonna blow this place?
Only if we see a Zerg.
Yeah, I got your Zerg right here.
We get back to Kerrigan trying out different lines about herself to a new threat, the Protoss. I like how Tassadar just disses her over and over again. It's interesting because he does really underestimate Kerrigan's power.
Since last we met.
Mayhap, O Queen. Or is it only that I need not flaunt my power in such an infantile test of will?
Foolish Templar. Prepare your defenses. I will come for you soon.
So the main Zerg forces warp their way to the Protoss homeworld. I swear I wasn't going to touch it, and Kerrigan is stuck on Char. The Overmind is sputtering some stuff about the greatest beings of creation and wants us to get some rock crystal that probably will get his membrane buzzing. After letting a drone harvest this gigantic crystal for what felt like an hour, we get back to the boys and celebrate.
You have done well, my Seraphet. The Protoss can do nothing but flee before the onslaught of the swarm. But now you must assault one final site before our conquest is assured. Behold, there is a temple not far from here that lies upon ground most hallowed. Though I have borne witness to the passing of countless millennia, the temple which you must assault is only by far. For it was constructed by my creators, the Zelnaga, and it marks the site where the Zelnaga first set foot upon Aiur. The temple must be cleared, and the Kedaran crystal set in its place. Only then shall the way be made ready, for it is upon that ground alone that I may be manifest.
We get the old knowledge and learn about the Zelnaga, the originator race, which you get to learn about more in StarCraft 2. Honestly, I forgot they were this heavily mentioned by the Overmind, which is kind of interesting that Blizzard had a ton of lore on hand for this game. We destroyed the temple and bring that large crystal over. Honestly, playing Zerg is so much fun, and upgrading your Zerglings so they go fast and have +3 attack kind of is a sensory soothing action for me. I do not know why. So, what I'm inferring from the Overmind speech is that the Xel'Naga are like the starter race that made the Zerg and Protoss but not the Terran, and that the Overmind wants to combine Zerg and Protoss to make a superior race. Oh Jesus, space Nazis. I guess the temple spot that we cleared out was also the spot for the Overmind wanted to plant himself in. Where did he even come from? If you know any of this, please leave a comment. So, crazy seeing this world just burning, and oh god, it's so disturbing. They did such an amazing job with these cinematics. And that's the Zerg campaign. And I instantly went to the Protoss one. So, obviously things are bad on Protoss front. Homeworld and chaos, not a lot of people left, and some weird sect of religion that practices quote-unquote dark magic or what have you. Why does it always have to be dark? Why not red magic? Anyways, it really messes with you since you were the commander causing all of what you're about to clean up in the Protoss campaign. And that's okay, because Protoss are awesome. I'm slightly biased. I did play Protoss both on StarCraft 1 and 2, and there was just something about them that I love. Maybe it was the voice lines, maybe it was the ability to construct buildings without a worker present, or maybe it was just the carriers. Whatever reason, the Protoss campaign is a lot of fun. We start out with meeting Phoenix and defend Antioch, while meeting Tassadar as well, a seemingly rogue Templar that doesn't like to get talked down to. He pretty much explains everything we already know in a huge exposition dump. I didn't say this game was perfect. After getting access to the rovers, which if you've ever had these god darn things in your mineral lines, you know what hell feels like. Unfortunately, Tassadar is wrong about taking down the Cerebrate, because nothing changes. It doesn't help that the council just thinks this is some betrayal, so he disappears while we're tasked with defending Sion while Phoenix stays in Antioch. Obviously, the Zerg never would have gone after Phoenix with us there, so seeing this cutscene after decimating the Zerg on our end was sad to say the least.
Executor, Antioch is under attack by overwhelming Zerg forces.
Praetor, you must hold your position for as long as possible. Fight on, brave Phoenix, and know that the gods watch over you. Entaro Adun.
Did we not pay our power bill? Phoenix is slain, supposedly, and we're told to find Tassadar on Char. Oh boy, it looks like a tavern here.
Aldaris, Executor, how is it that you've come here? I was about to abandon all hope of rescue.
I have come to arrest you and bring you home to Aya to stand trial.
Arrest me? Ire burns at the touch of the Zerg. You travel all this way to arrest me?
Don't let it get to you, man. This happened to me once.
Who is this human, Tassadar?
The name's Jim Raynor, pal, and I won't be talked down to by anybody. Not even a Protoss.
Tassadar and Raynor are surrounded by Zerg and are told about Zeratul, a Dark Templar that might have the ability to change the tide of war. After saving Jimmy and Tassie, we get told off, and honestly, I wouldn't employ myself at this point. We're a wild cannon and have no true allegiance. Tassadar does admit that his advice on the Cerebrate was not wise, but also acts like the Protoss were supposed to know that we should have used some sort of specific dark energy. It was a weird writing moment for me. We get this cutscene, which I guess just shows how freaking cool the Protoss are, and how they are the best out of the three factions. No bias, no bias.
Fire!
Tassadar, I guess, infiltrates this Terran base, which somehow imprisoned this Dark Templar. How did the Terran do this? Am I missing something? We get to Zeratul, and we pretty much get on our hands and knees trying to get him to lend himself to the cause. What a cool line.
Since our banishment long ago, we have failed in our responsibility to Io. Though it shall cause us great pain to see your homeland once more, we shall return with you, Tassadar. We will do what we can.
We get back to Ire and see an old friend. Phoenix is back as a Dragoon, which, oh boy, can we talk for a second about the unit design in this game? StarCraft blows this out of the water. I mean, every faction has their own distinct feeling and look. Beyond that, each of these units is so vital to a successful mission. I love deep sci-fi, and knowing that Dragoons are just fallen zealots and hearing that voice line, it still sends a shiver down my spine.
I have returned. Receiving.
Now with our Dark Templar friends, we're tasked with destroying the evil Council Conclave, whatever you want to call them. Tassadar pulls a martyr-type play and gives himself up in the end, which is nice and all, but we just bust him out and he goes, "I thought you would do that." Well, why did you give yourself up then? We just killed the same amount of people.
You will learn that the will of the Conclave is absolute. Make peace with Adun.
Stay thy hand, adjudicator. The stewards of Tassadar shall not fall while the Dark Templar live. Call off your guards and stand aside. You may yet live to see another rise.
I will not be addressed so by one so devoid of the Kala's light. You and your vile brethren shall die with these traitors.
Are you truly so blinded by your vaunted religion that you cannot see the fall ahead of you? You speak of knowledge, Judicator. You speak of experience. I have journeyed through the darkness between the most distant stars. I have beheld the births of negative sounds and borne witness to the entropy of entire realities. Unto my experience, Balderus, all that you have built here on Ior is but a fleeting dream. A dream from which your precious conclave shall awaken, finding themselves drowned in a greater nightmare.
Yeah, this speech is really neat. How do you not love this type of stuff? Now was our chance to take out the Cerebrits so that the Overmind would be open to the attack. We hatched the plan and execute it. There is some story stuff, but it's the same knowledge that we learned as Zerg. Using the cloaking unit and microing around all the overlords was fantastic and really made you play a different type of game. I think the campaign actually does a decent job of preparing you for online, if only for knowing the units and mechanics pretty well. But nothing can prepare you for your first Zergling rush. With the Cerebrits taken care of, we get our final mission in the base game and the destruction of the Overmind. This was kind of a wild mission in the fact that you get to play both Terran and Protoss together, having technically over 400 units on the field at the same time, which is bonkers in StarCraft terms. I enjoyed this final level so much, but it did feel kind of sit back and relax once you've established your bases. I did like I was able to create my aircraft farm, and I thought it was fitting to end the campaign like this.
Severe damage ourselves. I will steer the Gantrathor into a collision course with the Overmind. If I can channel enough of the Dark Templar's energy through the hull of the Gantrathor, I shall be able to bring swift death to the accursed abomination. Remember us, Executor. Remember what was done here today. May Adun watch over you.
Damn, dude, these Protoss guys love to sacrifice themselves. We get this epic cutscene and then... What? I guess he pretty much just charred. Get it? Charred? Okay, I need to stop writing this script. He killed, like, almost all of the Protoss in the process of taking down the Overmind. I don't know if it was all worth it, especially with Kerrigan now numero uno on the Swarm list to take the job. Honestly, this is such a great setup, and I eagerly anticipate playing Brood War, not only to continue the story, but also enjoying the fantastic gameplay StarCraft still has to offer after 25 years. I'm so happy that this game still holds up in every facet possible, and that the remaster is truly what remasters should be, par some horrible picture frame animations. Sorry, whoever worked on that, it's just my opinion. If you never have played StarCraft, play this game. If you have, but it's been a while, play this game. There are still people playing online, and even getting custom matches with AI or your friends is enjoyable. With hours of fun battles ahead, I cannot recommend this game enough. Blizzard's music for almost all of the 90s and 2000s games holds up so well and really had me jamming out. The story doesn't feel generic, even if there is some interesting choices at times with the writing, but overall the story with the lens of being an adult was well done and directed. I enjoyed all the small details that the game developers incorporated, from the special units dealing more damage than their counterparts, to the storytelling with scripted events in the game. Whatever it was, there was always something for the player to be doing. You never wanted to or could step away from your computer for too long, dare your resources get too high, your buildings get destroyed, or your precious workers get annihilated. I say StarCraft holds up because no matter what the graphics are in the remaster, the game itself is the same. From the amazing feelings to the bad pathing, it's all StarCraft, which is a great thing. I don't know if you've watched a certain YouTube short about a former Blizzard dev talking about how they made more money off of a WoW item than StarCraft. This makes me sad because not only did this person and countless others work on such a great game, but the disappointment in their voice when saying this stat made me horribly melancholy. These old games have meaning to us all, right? You wouldn't be here if they didn't, so what's changed? Why has this art seemingly been taken out of gaming now? Is it truly the profit margins in the arena of gaming as of today? I truly hope these big publishers like EA and Blizzard remember their roots, have enough money and funds to pay for these titles, and get a team that truly cares about making good stories and games. Hearing about the Dead Space remake getting canned had me thinking this will not go over well, but one can only hope. Anyways, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to watch the video. It truly means the world to me. If you haven't already, please leave that comment about your favorite memory of StarCraft, click that like button if you like the video, and subscribe if you haven't already. If you really enjoyed the video, check out my channel. There is something there for everyone. And as always, see you next time.
Boys, how about that evac?
Damn you, Arcturus. Don't do this.
It's done. Helmsman, signal the fleet and take us out of orbit. Now.
Base is under attack.
Jim, what the hell is going on up there?
Wow, what a game. And a pretty cool video if I do say so myself. Just joking. Let's get into Brood War. Howdy folks and welcome. I hope this finds you well. Today we'll be focusing on the classic expansion that brought so many people to the StarCraft universe. I hope you're comfy, have something to relax with, because we're about to start a Brood War. StarCraft Brood War came out in the distant past of 1998? Wow, that's 26 years ago. Brood War came out to a slew of critical acclaim for the expansion's attention to detail like balancing, additional units, and a whole lot more. Brood War was mostly looked at as the main catalyst for the expansion of StarCraft's online competitive scene. Already highly popular in Korea and even in the United States, Brood War supplanted the game as #1 in South Korea, with players like Slayer's Boxer having more than 500,000 people in their fan club. This was pre-Facebook. Brood War did something that we probably will never see again in gaming. It was almost a complete expansion of the base game mechanics without any community feedback or input. Now, before you say they had playtesters or the original StarCraft gang, I'm looking at it through a different lens, a more modern lens. Nowadays, betas go out for testing online, and I know plenty of people that like to play the public test realms for certain games. It gives good feedback to the developers, and depending on the community, can really influence the game. What Blizzard did in 1998 to make StarCraft an even more intensive, heart-pounding, and beautiful RTS is spectacular. It's spectacular because it didn't involve years of back and forth and patches. Blizzard just delivered. Brood War's mechanics are out of this world, and I don't know if it was just me, but after playing StarCraft 1 for that retrospective, link down below in the comments, Brood War was difficult, which was a good thing. With the addition of new units for the 3 factions, all being much more micro-heavy than I was ready for, Brood War is probably the closest I would ever come to giving a game a most competitive moniker. The knowledge base that you need, plus the actual inputs from the mouse and keyboard, it's kind of like a hyper chess without a timer or turns. You had your obvious counters and you had your not so obvious counters, but at the end of the day, each person started with the same finite materials and it was a match of skill and wit. Yet, what about the other half of the game? I get multiplayer was really popular, but there were some major cliffhangers from the end of the first one. Like, what happened to the Protoss? Did Raynor get his bike back from the Zerg? How did the Overmind mess up so badly? So, I was excited to see where Blizzard took the story since the base game had so many beautiful story elements and motifs. What the hell is this?
War on us.
Have faith, Zeratul.
Now, this is my opinion. If you have a different one about the game's story, please let me know in the comments. After having a couple of days to process and write the script after finishing Brood War, I honestly still think that either they used different writers, or they had the good ones chained up in the Zerg room. Brood War's campaign and subsequent story, at least for the first 2 chapters, the Protoss campaign and Terran, is bland. I'm not saying that the missions themselves are. On the contrary, Brood War's missions are some of the best and most complicated RTS gameplay I've experienced in years. I could not, however, shake off the feeling that the missions were more oriented in learning the mechanics rather than the story. Of course, there were some silver linings before the Zerg campaign. And that's why we're going to go over the whole story of StarCraft Brood War, by playing through each mission, looking at how the game utilizes its gameplay mechanics, sound, and visuals to bring the next part of this violent and dark universe to fruition. Off the bat, I love they changed the faction leaders, especially Kerrigan. We find ourselves right after Tacidar's sacrifice, where essentially the Protoss nuked their own planet for the destruction of the Zerg Overmind. The Protoss are still the embodiment of a decaying empire. Zeratul the Dark Templar thinks we need to leave to Shakoris, his homeworld, and we meet Artanis.
Executor, I am Artanis. Though I have only recently been appointed Praetor, you can trust that I will uphold the honor and traditions of the Templar.
We shall see.
Oh wow, Jimmy, how did you survive? Brood War does a great job at using its environments to tell a story, and especially how it introduces the new units or buildings. It's subtle, they don't just say destroy the Zerg teleporters, they go, to stop the Zerg reinforcements, we must. It feels lived in rather than a tutorial. I mean, how is this not epic? Not having a base to start off and knowing that our homeworld is pretty much kaput, it's a great way to start off the game. We finally make it to the Protoss War Gate, and now before you say something, the game kind of has horrible sound mixing. At least for the vocals compared to the music, I tried everything to go into the sound settings both on my computer and in game, but for some reason you can't just scroll through percentages. It's preset volumes, which doesn't help at all.
Worry about getting your people through the gate. Phoenix and I will hang back and protect our flank until everyone is done.
Having got through the portal to Shakuras, the Dark Templar world, we understand from Artanis that Phoenix and Raynor are still back on Aiur, and Zeratul tells us to set up an encampment. Somehow there are Zerg here?
Zeratul. Glad I am to see that you've returned home after these many decades. But the strange guests that have followed you here seem ill-tempered.
Well met, my brother. Indeed, these creatures known as the Zerg have no regard for the sanctity of life. Once we have secured this area, I shall tell you everything I know about them in council. I'm sure.
I love the introduction to the Dark Templar, especially since we get used to them in the mission. And let me tell you, Dark Templars mess up Zerg. We need to secure the warp gate from Shakuras' side, and with a lot of slashing, we eliminate the Zerg from our side, and get this radio message.
Executor, my crew and I will remain here on Aiur and shut the gate down on this side. It's the only way to make sure that the Zerg won't send more reinforcements to Shakuras.
You will be hopelessly outnumbered, and once the gate is shut down, there will be no one to save you should you be overrun.
Yeah, well, I'm a man of action. What can I say?
God, I love Jimmy. And you may also be asking yourself, how is this bland? You've had nothing but good things to say, and I'll answer that by saying, this is the last time you'll see Jim Raynor until Act 3, the only likable character in this whole series. We also go down this eugenics alien rabbit hole, so buckle up. And why the hell did Blizzard have an obsession with the word Naga? We meet the matriarch and the leader of the Dark Templar on Shakuras, who gives us the same spiel that the Conclave would, but for their ideology.
It is clear that fortune has reunited our people. We Dark Templar will never forget our banishment from Aiur, nor the Conclave's sins against us. But you and your companions are no longer of the Conclave, and when the light and dark sides of our energies are united, our power is undeniable.
She also doesn't seem too worried about the Zerg and more interested in the Xel'Naga Temple, apparently the progenitor race of all three factions, which she casually drops on us.
We remain here to study it. We discovered that the enormous structure is actually an ancient Xel'Naga temple, dedicated to the race that sired us all.
Even more, we can't use the temple until we have 2 crystals that somehow she knows about. Wait, how did Zerg Cerebrits get here? This is out of left field, right? Here's where the way they implement the story kind of goes off rails for myself. In comparison to the first game where you start out as a desert ranger and lead a rebellion all the way to toppling the Confederacy and human-alien transformation, somehow that all felt grounded. This level felt like filler, even tutorial-like. Unlike the base game, the gameplay and story didn't connect for me, especially when we get a visit from the Queen.
Well done, mighty Protoss. I'm glad to see that you all are as violent as ever.
Kerrigan, what mockery is this?
Relax, warriors. Despite what you may think, I haven't come here to fight you.
This is laughable. Do you truly expect us to believe that your intentions here are honorable? That these Zerg here are not under your sway?
Look, the Cerebrats you've killed were my enemies as well. If you let me explain, I'm sure you'll understand that—
You are the enemy of all who live, Kerrigan. What makes you think we would have anything to do with you?
Because, Zeratul, I bring news of an event that threatens us all. If you'd be so good as to escort me back to your citadel, I'll tell you everything I know.
Yeah, escorting Kerrigan, someone that's murdered thousands of Protoss, to hear her out, that is hubris. I guess I find it much more plausible that Raynor would join Mengsk or Duke in the first game, rather than the Protoss siding with Kerrigan or even hearing her out. Kerrigan informs us that there's a new Overmind on Char and that she is reformed. Yeah, I would leave the Zoom call too.
We believe anything you have to say.
Because, Zeratul, I'm no longer the mindless murderess whom you fought on Char.
She lies. She is infested to the core. I, for one, will not listen to any of this.
Silence, Judicator. Continue, Kerrigan.
She also plays the enemy of my enemy is my friend deal and offers to help us with the crystals. The matriarch again is more than willing to look over what Artanis describes as crimes against their race, which puts it lightly. Seriously, she murdered Zeratul's friends, toppled their government, and rained fear throughout the sector. Now, that's an entrance. So, looks like these pesky humans have the crystal and we cannot just talk with them. We get past their defenses, and this is what I mean by unbelievable.
The crystal's here, boys. Send in a probe to gather it up, and our work here is done.
You have done well, Kerrigan. There's more to you than it seems. Perhaps I have misjudged you.
Given our history, I can't say I blame you. Let's just get the job done.
Zeratul, bro, she literally helped you get one of the crystals and you say, perhaps may I have misjudged you. Let's see if this pans out, but at the moment, I was just audibly going, this is not how the story goes, right? I did play Brood War back in the day, but for some reason, I don't really remember the story, just little pieces. In contrast, I could probably go through mission by mission of the base game. I don't know what that says about Brood War. The introduction of the UAD is well done and a great concept. Zeratul is right to fear them.
Raynor spoke of the distant Terran homeworld called Earth. These humans have come a long way to make war on us.
Have faith, Zeratul. You almost sound as if you fear these humans.
Yes, Artanis, we did vanquish the Overmind, but we did so with the help of humans. Do not be so quick to underestimate them.
This was a great level mechanically. You feel more like a special force task force rather than your usual macro base building. You're clearing a path for your ships and getting each platform's power generator, which unlocks more units. It's a classic level designed from Blizzard and just feels great. It's a slow progression too, and losing units can be costly, since you'll only get reinforcements after each successful generator takedown. After 47 minutes and 6 generators destroyed, we return to Char.
It's probable that there'll be a number of broods protecting that area. It's risky, but if we can strike hard and fast, we might be able to fight our way through their defenses and escape with the crystal.
Comrades, I may have an alternative. Seeing as how the Overmind is still in its infant stages, I wonder if we might be able to disrupt its control over those broods. If we can do enough superficial damage to the creature, it might pacify the Zerg nearest to it, allowing us some time to retrieve the Callus.
A bold plan, young Artanis. Your courage rivals that of mighty Tazadar himself.
You give me too much credit, noble Zeratul.
I enjoyed this about Brood War's campaign design. They allow the player to choose which objective they want to go for, and usually it had a tangible effect on the story, or at least the path. For this level, you can either blow up the Overmind into submission, or try to grab the last crystal. It was also kind of interesting to have both Zerg and Protoss forces under my control so early on. As I said before, Blizzard's rebalancing and new units require a lot more macro than my old self is used to. It added another set of complexity to the levels themselves. Also, the playstyles of Zerg and Protoss are so completely antithetical to each other. One is fast-paced and expanding, and the other is just the turtle god. I chose the Crystal, and I wonder if I had fought the Overmind if the game would have been vastly different. Knowing what happens during the Terran campaign and beyond, if someone knows, please leave that comment.
However, we face a new threat within our own ranks. In your absence, Judicator Aldaris and an entire legion of Kali survivors from Ire have begun an open revolt against us.
By the gods, this is ill news indeed. Why would Aldaris betray us so?
Zeratul, if you have to ask that, then you're also blind. The Conclave was stupid, but aspiring with the self-proclaimed Queen of Blades seems to be more than enough reason to go, huh, I wonder if those guys that got exiled a long time ago for being evil are actually evil? We also have this, well, we have Archons at home type of deal, but these guys are kind of bad.
Against us. Fear not, comrades, for we have Archons of our own. Should the dire need arise, all Dark Templar may merge to become Dark Archons. Though we sacrifice our warriors in doing so, only the might of the Dark Archons can match the forces of Aldaris.
I love their look, and of course taking control of units is badass, but it takes their power so long to charge, they have no attack, it just makes them pretty useless once they run out of energy. We finally catch up to the traitor and...
It is finished, Judicator. Surrender your remaining forces and join us in eradicating the Zerg.
I would sooner die, Dark One, than tarnish the memory of Ire by joining with you. Your fate was sealed the moment your matriarch allied herself with the Queen of Blades. Longer afford to be so naive, Artanis. While you were securing the crystals, I discovered that your matriarch has been harboring a dark secret. She has been manipulated by
I have no time for this.
Wretched creature, this was a Protoss matter. You had no right to interfere. Be gone from this world. You are no longer welcome among us.
Aldaris is completely right, and this line just irks me. So yeah, let's start counting how many times Kerrigan double-crosses someone in this game.
This entire chain of events has been masterminded by Kerrigan, and we played right into her hands.
Duh. Does anyone else get what I mean by the story? Artanis feels like someone from Family Guy wrote his lines. The matriarch being bloodthirsty for self-described nomadic tribe leader raises one eyebrow from Zeratul and then nothing.
Shall be the first to fall before us.
Matriarch, I have served you for many millennia. I have always valued your wisdom and strength. Yet, lately, in your mind, I have sensed something that clouds your true spirit. Though Kerrigan has gone, I wonder if her treachery still remains.
Be at ease, Zeratul. I am still the same Rashagon you have always known.
It's been a while since I played StarCraft 2, but I'll be interested to see if this guy's learned anything. Anyways, we're tasked with bringing the yin-yang crystals to the temple, and luckily for us, Dragoon spam is a thing. I also love how half the map isn't discovered when you get to the temple. It makes the standoff feel a lot more scary, exactly how the Terran mission in the first game felt. Plus, being able to defend it Protoss style was another epic moment brought by gameplay and storytelling being intertwined. Oh, hell yeah. There aren't many cinematics as I hoped for, but the ones they added are fantastic. I really enjoyed the art direction, and it weirdly reminded me of World of Warcraft somehow. I also assumed that it was supposed to be on the nose that it looks like the Overmind, but more mechanical. Wow, the Protoss love their nukes. But I guess it works! And there concludes the Protoss campaign, which I was not over the moon about. I 100% can believe that Raynor would join Menks to destroy the Confederacy, that the enemy of my enemy makes sense. The Protoss, literally having to sacrifice one of their best in an attempt to destroy the Zerg, would join forces with Kerrigan and now defunct leader of said Zerg just because she cured a crystal for them? Come on. I was hoping that the Terran campaign could change my mind, about the direction that the story was going. Okay, the synopsis they give on who the UED is, plus the images are stellar. You can already feel the power these guys hold, especially knowing that the Protoss just talked about how long their journey was.
Adjutant online. Good morning, Captain. Our long voyage from Earth is over, and we are holding a stationary position near the borders of Dominion space. I trust that the effects from your long, cold sleep have worn off by now. If not, the Med Officer can provide you with additional cryostim supplements. Admiral Dugal has issued a proclamation to the entire fleet via Transmed. I'll patch it through to you now.
Attention, defenders of the United Earth Directorate. This is Admiral Dugal. You were all briefed before we left Earth, so you know that we have come here to conquer this sector in the name of humanity.
I love the Terran voice AI. She's great and a good exposition dumper. Dugal is an interesting character, but what I find more interesting is Blizzard just making this the faction that you play, not Jim Raynor. I kept scratching my head because they kept killing off people that I barely even knew. Jim was a constant, and I know, StarCraft 2, but at the time, a little bit weird. I did like Stukov a bit, but his and Dugal's relationship never got to the point where I truly cared. We do have a set of great missions though, and I love the fact that the Earth Directorate is just going all out and trying to take back the sector. I really enjoyed that world building because Earth is real, and it's probably more of a dictatorship than the Confederacy was. Even more so, they kind of do an excellent job at showing the logistics of what it takes to be a space empire. I don't know if it's just me, but I do wonder what the economy of this universe is, and when we get there in real life, what the equivalent of American Truck Simulator will be. Anyways, Stukov gives us orders to take out the Dominion resistance, and we oblige.
Stukov out.
Everything is going well until, why did they do this again?
I am Lieutenant Samir Duran of the Confederate Resistance Forces. I've been monitoring your attack against the Dominion, and I'd like to offer you my services and skills in return for amnesty.
So, you're telling me that Stukov, after the longest interstellar trip of his frickin' life, just happens to get on the first planet and sign up with a random human who could be anyone? I swear, I'm pulling out my hair. It's like they couldn't think of how to set up double crosses in such a short time period. Even with Duran having knowledge of the land, the UED just signing up with these guys felt like bad writing. We get back to base and Duran is already in our secret communication briefings. Great. I do enjoy how they put into perspective what the UED deem as important strategic targets. This makes sense to go for Mengsk's data links, but also crippling the Dominion's battlecruisers.
However useful he may prove to be, Alexei, he will always be a traitor in my eyes. And you know that I cannot abide a traitor.
Only too well, Gerard.
Oh wait, Dugal, say that to yourself in 2 levels. I enjoyed this level a lot getting the pilots to the battlecruisers, and it made it a true effort to get every single one in. Also, having medics for Terrans is the icing on the cake for Marine builds. Like, they do not die. After getting a large armada, we see a familiar face.
I don't know which militia y'all are from, but I advise you to back down, now. I'm General Edmund Duke of the Dominion Armada, and in the name of Emperor Mengsk, I order you to surrender your forces immediately and unconditionally.
Ah, General Duke. I expected your forces to arrive sooner. You should know that we represent not one of your ragtag peasant militias, but the combined might of the United Earth Directorate.
Earth Directorate? You mean to tell me you've come all the way out here from Earth?
I love that reaction. Oh, Dugal, I get trying to control the Overmind, but you know you don't have to turn on the switch. Bring it back to Earth or somewhere safe. Like, why destroy it?
It appears that this Psi Disruptor is the machine he was looking for. I must humbly suggest to you, Admiral, that the Disruptor be destroyed as quickly as possible. If it should fall into the hands of the Dominion, we could face some very serious problems.
A prudent call, Lieutenant. I am inclined to agree.
It's a side disruptor. You turn it off and on. I also like going back and forth to the old graphics sometimes. Just shows you how far we've come and how awesome the design was back then.
Captain, we've located the side disruptor. Shall we plant the explosives on it?
Lieutenant Duran, we're here to relieve you. We've come with orders from Admiral Stukov himself to facilitate the disruptor's disassembly.
Very well. Take it away. Captain, I'll be returning to the command ship presently.
With the side disruptor in our hands, we plan our assault on Core Hall.
Core Hall was a hotbed of anti-Confederate sentiment for years. The Confederacy hoped to contain Core Hall's civil unrest by decimating it and its population with a massive nuclear barrage. Though the radiation levels on the planet are at an all-time low, its surface is now nothing more than a smoldering desert.
Jesus Christ, that's messed up. But also, why is this their home world if it's nuked to oblivion? Again, I love the choice the game gives the player, and I don't want to get nuked. The art direction in this game is stellar, and plus the destroying of the nuclear silos, it's a perfect mix of story and gameplay.
Your forces are under attack.
We won't need to worry about nukes when we siege Mengsk's pass.
With the nukes dealt with, we're going full assault on Mengsk's base. This was a slog and took many Marines' lives. And of course the music is so loud you can't hear the voice actors. What is this? I'm kind of appalled. Since so many people played through the game, you miss like half of the epic lines. How did no one catch this, or am I missing something?
Ship NORAD 3 in low orbit. Emperor Mengsk may be attempting an escape. Receiving incoming transmission.
This is Emperor Mengsk of the Terran Dominion. I wish to parley with your executive officer at once.
So, the elusive Arcturus Mengsk at last. I was hoping to speak with you before we finished our business here.
So, Raynor shows up to save Mengsk for some reason that hasn't been revealed, and we contemplate how to get revenge.
Captain, we have tracked the fugitives Mengsk and Raynor to the devastated Protoss homeworld of Ire. Apparently, these two have taken shelter within a fortified Protoss encampment that lies at the base of a fully functional warp gate.
I don't understand this. Why would the Protoss harbor these men?
Valkyrie prepared.
They know how to introduce a new unit. We're trying to get Raynor and Mengsk before they escape again, but once we get to the Protoss portal, the second most easily spotted betrayal in this game happened.
Zerg signals coming in from the northeast. That's Duran's position, but he seems to have moved his forces out of place. Lieutenant Duran, this is Stukov. Come in. I'm tracking a massive Zerg swarm in your quadrant. Respond, damn it!
That is strange, Vice Admiral. My scanners don't show any Zerg at all. Maybe you have a technical problem with your equipment.
Lieutenant, if these Zerg get through, we'll never be able to capture Mengsk. I'm giving you a direct order to return to your position and reinforce my troops.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but it seems your signal's fading out. I couldn't make out that last part. I'll try to re-establish contact later.
Did he just do the losing you in a tunnel bit? Damn, that's ice cold, Duran.
Stukov took control of a large contingent of troops and came here to the planet Braxis.
Why would he abandon the battle on Ire? Why has he come back to Braxis?
I mean no offense, Admiral, but perhaps Stukov's loyalties are not as strong as you once believed.
Because you are young and foolish, Lieutenant, I will pardon that insult. Alexei and I have been friends since long before you were born. However, he must be found. If Stukov is here, he will account for his actions.
Okay, I get Duran uses Admiral now, but De Gaulle getting mad and then doing nothing about it? And remember how he didn't like a turncoat? De Gaulle even says Duran has been right all along, literally 2 minutes after saying how insufferable Duran is for not understanding his relationship with Stukov. Like, what? There had to have been a better way to advance the plot, right? Finding Stukov is another micro-intensive level, which I love. Especially downsizing to corridors instead of planets, there's something there. This level also has some of the greatest one-liners from Marines.
How do you work this damn thing? Computer, locate Admiral Stukov.
Access code denied.
We finally catch up to Stukov and get a dying exposition dump. Looking at it now, no matter how stupid the UAD was to believe Duran or even bring him in on this thing, the dude really knows how to scorch the earth.
Surprised. We both know exactly what it is that you're here to terminate. Get on with it.
Say goodnight, Stukov.
To hell with you. As well. Use the disruptor to finish our operation. Let my death have at least some meaning.
Alexei! Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Computer, where the hell is Lieutenant Duran?
We fight through a ton of hallways and shut down the destruction of the facility, which also means that De Gaulle will protect the side disruptor, which I believe comes back heavily in StarCraft 2. Now, with literally the item that should never have been even considered to be a danger to the UED, the capture of the Overmind is at hand.
Time is upon us, Captain, to do what we came here for. We will claim the Overmind in the name of humanity.
Be advised, Captain. Our sensors have identified 3 Cerebrates who constitute the core of the Overmind's defenses. Proceed with extreme caution.
Launch your forces, and let not a Zerg survive.
This is like wild, and I don't quite understand how the UED thought they could tame the Overmind or even study it. Like, was it their hubris being so far away? Apparently, it only takes 4 medics and some really powerful medicinal drugs. Rasta Overmind. It started as a Jamaican accent and went into Russian. Anyways, before we can get to the Overmind, there are 3 more Cerebrates just chilling. Like, how many of these things did the Zerg have? Was I just hired because they needed to fill a quota? It was also hard since half of the buildings were invincible towards your attacks before you took out the Cerebrate. Another great detail was the Ultralisk. Whole lot of pepper. I have to say, Brood War does not disappoint with the scale of the missions. I don't know if it was just an afterthought, but the maps in Brood War are like bigger than the base game. It feels like that.
Administering the neurostim treatments to the Overmind.
Excuse me, Admiral, but I'd like to introduce someone to you.
Duran! You son of a bitch. What's the meaning of this?
Admiral de Gaulle, I've heard a lot about you.
What the hell are you?
Finally, we bring the med team in, and of course, it's Kerrigan.
You may find that difficult, you abomination. Seeing as how I possess the means to disrupt your control of the Zerg.
It's a great line. Our second cinematic, and again, space fascism has always been in, right? I kind of love the style from the voice to the video. It brings a World War II-esque news brief, and if you think about it, information probably does take a while to travel, and the propaganda machine needs to continue.
Of the planet Char, long since rumored to cradle the malevolent Overmind of the Zerg. The Overmind itself, an enormous living brain-like entity, dictates control of all the myriad Zerg forces, and it was believed to be planning an invasion of the Earth itself. Once on the offensive, our highly trained Directorate forces were more than a match for the beast-like Zerg. Even their fiercest warrior breed could not defeat the greatest military technology in the galaxy. The Zerg forces on Char were completely decimated and their losses were tallied in the millions. But all wars have casualties, and while Directorate losses were minimal, the fleet's Vice Admiral Stukov gave his life.
Damn, what a visual. Like, I love how big the Overmind is and just how bonkers it is that we think we could have subdued it.
Even now, Directorate psychics and powerful drugs are keeping the creature pacified. The Overmind will undergo extensive research to ensure the continued safety of the United Earth Directorate and of all mankind.
And that's the Terran campaign. Again, great missions, but holy hell, why do these people trust anyone new?
You both on Ire. I told you about the new Overmind and about the UED that seeks to control it. Well, the UED has done it. They've tamed the Overmind and now control most of the Zerg broods in this sector. That's why I've asked for your help.
You want us to help you defeat the UED so that you alone will rule the Zerg.
Wrong, Phoenix. I want to defeat them because if we don't, they'll clamp down on this sector and enslave us all. You know I'm right, Jim. You've studied the history of Earth. You know what the UED's agenda is. Taking control of the Zerg is only the beginning for them.
Maybe. I don't know.
The Zerg campaign starts off with Kerrigan realizing that she'll need to regain control over the broods after the Overmind's conquering, and that the side disruptor reaches all the way to Tarsonis. For some reason, Phoenix and Raynor keep listening to Kerrigan, which I'm like, what? He even gives us a spiel about the two lesser evils, but my guy, Phoenix, was this not you last game? We had a cinematic dedicated to you getting acid in the face by a freaking Hydralisk. We get details on the side disruptor, and Kerrigan wants to go full sicko mode on the planet. Disrupt this.
Kerrigan has regained control of her minions. I fear that she will forget our pact and turn on us.
Oh, you think, Phoenix? I enjoyed this level a lot, trying to get to 10,000 minerals and infesting the Terran command center. It was a great balance of trying to hit the objective while also balancing unit production and the economy. When we get to 10,000 minerals, which carries over to the next level, I thought that was a great feeling. And we'll need them too. I do love the way Zerg expands, and the game really shows you visually and just necessity-wise that that's important to do. A lot of the Zerg missions is about establishing a lot of bases, which if you don't get by the third mission, well, you can't get back 3 hours using one hive for units. You also need Vespian gas, which might not seem like a big ask, but my god, your workers no matter what faction farm gas so slowly that you'll be waiting for periods of time just for it. Even expanding to 3 bases will not cover most upgrades without time, and it's one of those things that I noticed playing StarCraft is that this game takes time. You're essentially rebuilding your base every time, your economy every time, and sometimes with really cool or annoying stipulations. It's interesting to me since people ask about the decline of RTS, might point to the theme of rebuilding and think, well, nothing carries over, so there's no progression. It's something they addressed in StarCraft 2, the progression, even if it's not the most in-depth system. Blizzard at least realized that people like that. And games like Dota and Valorant that rebuild each time, but playing single player you kind of lose that competitive edge. Plus the micro needed to have a stable economy. I hate to use the word pacing, but it's gameplay that kind of took me out of the pacing of the game. At least in 2024. I don't know how to feel about this and I wonder what you think. But I wouldn't be opposed to at least having starting bases when applicable SCVs or workers are already working. It could even be story-based, seeing as each campaign seems to follow the growing strength of each faction. Anyways, we give Mengsk his nuked planet back.
What of your allies here on Korhal, my queen? What would you have done with them?
They are of no further use to me. Though they have proven themselves useful, it might be dangerous to allow them to live.
The second I saw the objective, I just sighed. Great opening, though.
y'all doing?
Yeah, Kerrigan wants these guys dead, and we just have a 6-minute window to knock out one of their bases. I love this little adaptation they give, and it really makes you think about which side you don't want to face. I just use it as an excuse to build more bases. We find Duke and...
Kerrigan, you murdering bitch. We had a deal.
Oh, come on, Arcturus. Did you really think I'd allow you to come into power again?
But you said revenge was secondary to defeating the UED.
I lied.
Oh yeah. I'm scratching my head going, of course she lied.
Most foul, Kerrigan. We were fools to have gone along with this charade.
You're right, Phoenix. I used you to get the job done. And you played along just like I knew you would. You Protoss are also headstrong and predictable.
More people need to die before you realize what you've become.
You don't even know what you're talking about, Jim.
Don't I? I'll see you dead for this, Kerrigan. For Phoenix, and all the others who got caught between you and your mad quest for power.
Tough talk, Jimmy. But I don't think you have what it takes to be a killer.
It may not be tomorrow, darling. It may not even happen with an army in my back. But rest assured, I'm the man who's gonna kill you someday. I'll be seeing you.
And what are you talking about, Kerrigan? Jim Rader is like a rebel desert marshal that joined the Dominion. I'm pretty sure he killed over 10,000 people so far. 2 days later on Tarsonis, we get an alert that a ton of renegade Zerg are descending on us, and lo and behold, it's the UED scum.
Landing zone. There appears to be a number of UED scientists working within the compound, but we are unable to determine the purpose of their presence.
I know what they're up to. I suspected that the UED's control of the Overmind was tenuous. Tarsonis is too remote for them to maintain direct control over the swarms, so they've sent these scientists to coordinate their attack.
I love the objective just to murder their scientists. Very fitting for Kerrigan. With the contingent of the UED taken care of, Kerrigan wants us to go back to Shakoris, the Dark Templar homeworld.
In mind, Duran.
The Protoss outpost of Telematros is built upon a large mesa and is essentially impregnable to ground attacks. However, Telematros is fueled and supported by a number of adjacent pylon clusters. I believe that if we can cause a surge within those pylon clusters, we can cause Telematros power grids to overload. The resulting explosion would be the perfect cover for retrieving the matriarch.
Clean, simple, devious. I like it.
Wait, how the hell do you know that, Duran? Like, no one is going to question this entity that literally knows everything about each race? We get Duran to each station to set up the charges, and boom goes the dynamite.
Our forces are under attack.
So, all of this matriarch stuff was a play to get Zeratul to help us take out the Overmind, since Dark Templar energy is the only way to kill it. At this point, with the matriarch literally advocating to kill an all-knowing being that is controlled by humans, and the chance that if destroyed, Kerrigan will just leave and the swarms go away, is laughable and the biggest red flag. Compared to how I felt at the end of the Protoss campaign in the base game, this ending was not bringing me back. Again, the missions in Brood War are some of the best I've ever played. The mechanics are interesting and engaging, but the story is like, what is going on? Is it futile to argue for a good story in an RTS? No, the first game had it.
Nor do I ask it on Kerrigan's behalf. I ask you to do this for our people, Zeratul. Obey me as you always have. Trust in my judgment.
Very well, Matriarch. The Overmind will die this day.
Ah, that makes so much more sense, but as for good of a plan as Kerrigan is saying it is, it all hinges on everyone believing her, which I for one obviously did not.
As you wished. Now, I demand that you release the Matriarch at once.
Of course. Rashagal, do you wish to return to your tribe?
No, my queen. I wish only to serve you and remain at your side.
What treachery is this, Kerrigan? This pathetic creature cannot possibly be Rashagal.
I promised that I'd allow her to return to you, Zeratul, but it looks to me like she doesn't want to go.
Sadly, Zeratul and the matriarch teleport away, and what a line.
Overmind. And as you can see, your leader belongs to me now. Not bad, huh?
We hunt them down and, yeah, no shit we killed her, Kerrigan. You even said in our press briefing before that Zeratul won't like it that she can't be saved.
I can hardly believe this. You've killed your own matriarch.
Better that I kill her than let her live as your slave, Kerrigan.
Well, I have misjudged you, warrior. You are worthy indeed. You are free to go.
What?
I said you were free to go.
So the best thing was to kill her, and Kerrigan is like, oh, this is your punishment because you'll be tortured, when in reality, Zeratul won't even bat an eye at this. And here we have Kerrigan's hubris. She just lets Zeratul go? For what? Having the ability to laugh at him? I wasn't expecting this bonus level. I guess this set up almost everything for StarCraft 2, even though it took them more than 10 years to create.
Seen a creature like this before.
Test subject 29 classified. Protoss Zerg hybrid, imperfect cryohibernation. Psionic emanations minimal.
No.
Magnificent, isn't it?
What? Who are you?
I've had many names throughout the millennia, young prodigal. You would know me best as Samir Quran.
Kerrigan's consort. Is this part of her twisted schemes?
No. Young Kerrigan could not have engineered this grand experiment. Although her rebirth into this Zerg swarm has sped up my progress, I can assure you that this endeavor is quite beyond her narrow understanding.
Essentially, we're finding the splicing of genes, and what I assume is everyone trying to replicate the Xel'Naga race, or at least merge everyone into a superior race. It's been 14 years since I played StarCraft 2, so give me some slack.
Creature within that cell.
Have you any conception of what you've created here? Do you have any idea what this hybrid is capable of?
Of course I do. This creature is the completion of a cycle. Its role in the cosmic order was preordained when the stars were young. Behold the culmination of your history.
All I behold is an abomination.
This part blew my mind, because not only was this good writing, but the gameplay leading up to it accompanied the story. Also, Duran being something other than Zerg was a great twist. Plus, this guy is set up like an evil mastermind, having all these hybrids around the galaxy. We come back to reality, and Kerrigan is realizing that she is facing a three-front war, and oh boy, she bathes in it.
Gee, that's a tough one, Admiral. You'll have to let me think for a minute. You know, Admiral, I think I'll just massacre your remaining troops now and watch you die in agony. How would that be?
You vastly underestimate me, my dear.
I don't think so, Admiral. You see, at this point, I'm pretty much the queen bitch of the universe.
Having to defend four fronts was honestly a lot of fun, and felt like a great culmination to the game. We pretty much supplant ourselves as Queen Bee by legitimately destroying every institution of every single faction that's near us. Wow, I really enjoyed that Kerrigan really learned how to start talking trash, especially hearing her response to DeGaulle.
Kerrigan, I am prepared to offer terms of surrender. It is my wish that you allow my men to live.
You're not in a position to offer me anything, Admiral. And I don't take prisoners. I'll tell you what. Turn your remaining ships around and start heading back towards the Earth. I'll even let you have a head start before I send the swarms after you. It'll be interesting sport to see how far you get before you die.
And like that, sort of on a cliffhanger, that's the end of Brood War's story. Crazy to think about not knowing what happened to Raynor, Zeratul, if Karrakin actually reached Earth. And what is Duran? A Xel'Naga, a hybrid himself? Honestly, it felt like the setup to all of that.
The Earthborn Directorate has been destroyed, and the Overmind lies dead and trampled beneath the ashes of Char. As for my unlikely allies, I think that I shall allow them a reprieve. For in time I will seek to test their resolve and their strengths. They will all be mine in the end. For I am the Queen of Blades. None shall ever dispute my rule again.
I forget if these photographs synopsis were in the original game or added to the remaster. Regardless, Brood War's story went from bland to what in the cosmic horror eugenics power vacuum tarnation is this? It really makes me wonder about StarCraft 2's story, but that will be for a later time. So, Brood War as an expansion, amazing. Truly fantastic, and they were able to make such a well-crafted game and really hone in on the mechanics and units that felt genuinely useful to the war effort. On that front, it's a true masterpiece. Brood War had something missing compared to the base game throughout its whole entire experience. Plausibility. And I know you might be shouting, it's sci-fi. What do you mean by plausibility? It's what I've mentioned throughout the video, the plausibility of the relationships that we see on screen. I understood, even sided with the gray areas from the first game. Kerrigan listening to Mensk because she felt wronged by the ghost experiments? Plausible. Raynor joining the Dominion? Plausible. The list goes on and on. At no point was I thinking to myself, the choices these characters make is laughable. Yet in Brood War, what we saw today, there were moments that had me scratching my head feeling this was forced. I really want to hear what you think about this. Obviously, this is an expansion, and the story probably took a back seat. However, StarCraft 1's story really resonated with me, and knowing how they set up StarCraft 2, I'm really interested to see how that comes to fruition. What were your thoughts on the story? Let me know in the comments below. And a huge thank you to some familiar names. Nobody EXE50. My friend, thank you so much for being one of the first people to comment, and your consistency whenever I see a comment from you, it just makes me smile, and it means the world, so thank you. And with that, if you enjoyed the video, please click that like button. Let me know how you like the story of Brood War. If you really enjoyed the video, check out my channel. I make things for everyone. I make sure of it. And as always, see you next time. Howdy folks, and welcome. I hope this finds you well. Wow, it's good to be back. Today, I'm excited to go through the main story of StarCraft 2, analyzing not only the gameplay, visuals, audio, and story, but how it all holds up now, retrospectively. If you haven't watched my StarCraft 1 retrospectives or need a bit of a refresher into the universe, links to those videos and more will be down below. For returning subscribers, you know I have a passion for the characters in StarCraft, the setting in which they find themselves in, and the overall spectacle Blizzard was able to pull off all the way back in the 90s. Reading the comments from my StarCraft 1 videos, it seemed like the consensus was that StarCraft 2 was a miss, some calling it cartoonish or childish, noting the lack of depth in characters and storyline. I was a little taken aback at that, since that's not how I remembered the game. And oh boy, I haven't been this excited to show off that I was nerdy literally 14 years ago, but I have my credentials to boot. Yep, read 'em and weep. I played the absolute you-know-what out of this game when it first came out, and for a good amount of time after that. Not only did I finish the campaign on brutal difficulty, I was an avid multiplayer user, and mostly went Marines. Sorry. For this retrospective, I will not be subjugating myself to the hurt and pain that the brutal campaign would cause, even though there will be times where my trauma will flare up on a certain mission or two, and I will be flashing back to the strategies that I had to memorize for the game. Anyways, this is a long-winded way of saying that I think StarCraft 2 got a bad rap on release, has a bad rap now, and for no reason. Okay, there might be some small things, but overall, StarCraft 2 not only met my expectations 14 years later, it blew them away. Blizzard could not have made StarCraft 2 as a carbon copy of the original classic. It would not have worked in 2010, but they couldn't revolutionize their product, fearing backlash from their ultra-dedicated fanbase. In my opinion, I don't think they could have won over everyone, but what they do implement in terms of storytelling, that being this 2D adventure click homage during beautifully animated menus, and rich environmental storytelling, resonated with me strongly. I was really blown away by it, since I do remember being on the bandwagon of StarCraft 2 characters are bland, yada yada. What I found was so much more depth in the characters, and the progressions they go through during this space epic. If you take the time and go through your dialogue options after each mission, listen to the briefings focusing on which planet you'll choose, hint, there are a lot of familiar names, or watch the hilariously too real news network, what you'll come to find is the beloved universe that has been expanded upon in so many beautiful and interesting ways. Regardless of the many campy moments or the straight up weird sexism from some of the people you meet along the way, StarCraft 2 delivers so many great unique moments that I really think it needs to be revisited as one of the better games in the 2010s. But you know I can't just say that without any evidence, and there's a lot of it, at least in my opinion. So, let's get this retrospective started.
You got my attention.
Quick recap of StarCraft 1's ending: Kerrigan betrays her allies and slips away into the depths of space. 13 years later, we start off the game with this iconic opening cinematic, and Blizzard always delivers in this department.
You'll carry your prison with you. That armor will be your new cell. Make no mistake. War is coming. With all its glory. And all its horror. Mr. Findley, your freedom awaits.
Hell, it's about time.
The second the voice starts, anyone that played the first game will immediately know who's speaking. That's Arturas Mengsk. It's a great way to signify to the player that this will be a continuation of the story from the first one, and if you're new, well, it's just a pretty badass voice. Now, there are a lot of details in the first cutscene, like what's on the terminal giving information. It's also awe-inspiring to see the creation of the Marine. Much like Ghost in a Shell, and this won't be the last time I mention that, there's something magical and harrowing seeing this person fitted into a suit, which is pretty much a mini prison on its own. If you're not hyped after this, look, I don't know what floats your boat. Playing through this time, I definitely forgot how much story Blizzard wanted to put into the game, and it shows with the next scene. They have to set up the world somehow, and I think they do a decent job at balancing straightforward storytelling with player-initiated choice storytelling, something I'm a big fan of. In essence, having a base story that everyone can follow while also adding the ability for the player to dive deeper into the narrative on their own accord gave StarCraft 2 a special feeling compared to the original. Now, I'm not saying it's better because I do love the Zoom chat rooms from the first game. And I think we need to hand it to Blizzard on how they went about telling this story, especially with the use of the TV news, which adds on greatly to the universe. Anyways, not much has changed since we last saw Raynor, other than he shoots TVs. Jokes aside, Raynor is now more of an outlaw than he once was, I guess. Mengsk is still ruling the Dominion, and we have a sweet-ass laptop. Our first mission is Backwater on Mara Sara, a planet we know well. We'll come to see later on how progression affects the game and is balanced within the plot as well, more so than other RTS games I've played. This first mission, Raynor is a small outlaw that, yes, is still talked about by the Dominion as a terrorist, but in reality, he doesn't have that much power at first. You can see the amazing visual details Blizzard put in, and this is the first thing that really struck me as an upgrade from the first game. I really love the missions on Terran worlds in the first game because you could see the low-res shops and it gave me an old Fallout feel. In StarCraft 2, the use of higher detailed advertisements, structures, environment, and more lends itself heavily into the feeling the player gets while going through the mission. Each world feels unique, and I love the political revolt you see brewing. StarCraft 2 is also more cinematic than its predecessor, which I think threw people off on release. However, in retrospect, I enjoyed the direction that was given, even if half the time it was kind of corny.
Be given a meal when you reach the dig site.
My brother went off to the mine last week. He disappeared.
We got a runner.
They're shooting civilians. Move in.
Our mission is to destroy the Dominion's logistic headquarters, and if possible, destroy the hollow boards, as they're called. Another thing StarCraft 2 does well is side objectives. It always gave me something to do during each mission, and they're not just there for the sake of being there. Usually they will give you upgrades for your research or troops for battle within the mission, both advantageous. Oh Jimmy, you're such a badass. I love that outro music.
Now you've got the weapons and the resources to do it. Remember, Mengsk can only control you if you let him.
We're greeted by another cutscene, and I hope you're ready for a lot of them, because this game is half cutscenes, it feels like. No worries on my end, but we're probably going to skirt 2 hours here, so I hope you're comfy.
For the most wanted man in the sector, you ain't that hard to find. I had to see it for myself.
Little Jimmy Raynor, the people's hero.
I love the way Jimmy eyes his pistol, and we meet one of the best characters in the game, Tychus. Tychus informs Jimmy that Mengsk is trying to locate ancient alien artifacts, and that Tychus has been tasked with recruiting Jimmy to take on the Dominion. Tychus and Jimmy apparently go way back and were partners before, so it's not horribly implausible that Raynor goes in on this deal, plus the side bit of screwing over Mengsk. But that's the theme throughout this game, and one that I question myself. Tychus is obviously evil, right?
I guess I can hardly pass that up now, can I, Tychus?
Partners then. 60-40.
70-30. My way. Feels like old times already.
Old times.
From the first cutscene, we kind of get that his freedom is for a price, one we don't know. I had to think about this a lot, and in the end came to my conclusion that Raynor knows that in this moment, Tychus isn't fully to be trusted. But you only live once, and the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Also, again, with the visuals and storytelling, this won't be the last time you see Raynor drinking away. Anyways, we get our first look at the way Blizzard restructured how you go about picking missions and finding lore. This 2D adventure click foundation for storytelling and menu design is by far one of the most innovative and impressive UI managements in my 30 years of playing video games. Not only does it make the world feel tangible, but you get to decide if you want to discover certain things. It's not getting spoon-fed, it's being displayed, which at least for me, made the choice enticing. For starters, you have a picture of Kerrigan, you can talk to Tychus, watch the news, or start your next mission. Hearing Raynor's voice talk about Kerrigan is sad, since it's obvious he isn't over her transformation.
Sarah. Sometimes I think it would have been better if you just died that day.
The news crew with Donnie Vermillion is just perfect and absolutely plays to the fascist press, but always over the top, so it's never really depressing. You also get one of my favorite little details in the game, and yes, we're going to tiny details this time around. It's the banner underneath each newsreel. Someone went to great lengths to make up these, even if some repeat, and you'll get some great insights into the world of the Dominion. There was one particular story about some movie star that went missing and had a whole entire arc to it that spanned 10 missions. I might sound like an old curmudgeon, but I wish developers went to these lengths still. It feels like detail-oriented approach is few and far between nowadays. I also wonder if we'll see how ASS is doing, or ASS, that's the ticker on the stock market.
I come to you in the wake of recent events to...
I can't believe ASS is down minus 13 basis points in a time like this.
Sick reference though, bro. Oh, thanks, bud. Dude, your references are out of control. Everyone knows that.
I hope it recovered after Brood War. We can also ask Tychus how he got out of prison, and their banter throughout the whole game is top-notch. It felt like they had a relationship prior to the game, and both are strong men with a good brain.
Call me curious, but how'd you get out?
Well, I busted out of my cryo freezer while they were transporting me to New Folsom. Oh, I must have killed at least a dozen guards with my bare hands.
Yeah, I've heard this one before. But you left out the part where you walked on water and made off with the warden's daughter.
Don't you get uppity with me, boy.
Even if Tychus likes to hide it most of the time. The conversation even goes further, and this is where I truly applaud the writers working with the director on this, that leading a revolution is heavy business. StarCraft 2 makes the cost of war a lot more apparent with their usage of all the things we just discussed in the menus. I also love the AI animations. They did a wonderful job with the facial ones, and this was 2010. Compared to other games now, honestly, it's kind of sad some of the stuff that releases nowadays. Our next mission is to take out the Dominion base and steal our first ancient alien artifact. It might be on the nose why you're trying to steal artifacts, but what I've come to realize is that they've implemented that for players not choosing all the dialogue options, which is smart. The mission cutscene briefings are another great addition to the game and let the environment play into the narrative. During this mission, we have another side objective to save citizens while trying to attack the Dominion base. You can really tell that Raynor cares about humans in general, but also kills a lot of humans along the way. I don't know if the ends justify the means, and we'll get to that much later on in the game, but if you had any idea who this guy was, you could probably sense his character.
Just tell us where you want us. Welcome aboard, boys.
It's Raynor's boys.
We take out the Dominion base easily and grab the crane controls. God damn, this music, Tychus's voice. Yeah, we're in for a treat.
Beautiful. Now let's reel that sucker in and get out of here.
We get back to the bar and can have an interesting back and forth with Tychus about the Zerg. It tells the player that Tychus was nowhere near the events of the first game, or he would have encountered Zerg. There is this flyer, and I know I'm harping on these details a lot right now, but I think it's important to my hypothesis that this game is actually good, lore and gameplay wise. At least for myself as a reviewer and a gamer for almost 25 years, moments like these make me more invested in the game. Plus, knowing that I would be talking about StarCraft Lore more in the future makes me excited to start. Honestly, we could be stuck here dissecting each option, but I fear that wouldn't be conducive to anything, so if I don't include a part that you find important, please let me know in the comments below. The next mission is 0 Hour, and this is a beautiful homage to the original mission Desperate Alliance in StarCraft 1.
Of Zerg biosignatures landing at the abandoned dig site.
I should have known it. Damn you, Tychus.
I swear, man, I didn't know nothing about no Zerg.
Given their current course, the Zerg will overrun this location within the hour.
It also solidifies that each mission will give you a new unit or building, which made advancing in the campaign structure fun and rewarding. Blizzard sort of addressed with this one of my biggest gripes with the original game, that being restarting your economy every single mission. But StarCraft 2 sort of band-aids that issue by leaving it to upgrading units outside of the mission. The early missions in StarCraft 2 can feel a bit repetitive economy-wise since you don't have the automatic reactors or that many minerals. Once you do this 4 to 7 times in a row, it can feel a bit tedious. Anyways, nothing special about this mission other than the fact that I keep thinking about when I was 7, playing through Desperate Alliances and adding on a bunker system that I granted the name the Great Wall of Death. Yeah, I was pretty cool back then. One downside to StarCraft 2, or at least observation and possible nostalgia, is that Marines are very overpowered. Again, I did play the campaign on normal, since this is more about the story than me showing off my sweet APM skills. However, almost half of the starting missions could be completely steamrolled by upgraded Marines. Add on to them the stim packs and the upgraded health, there was a reason why I played Terran on ladder. Double barracks, baby! So if you see the map cleaned up by the time we leave a mission, well, you know what I was up to. We finally get evacuated from the Zerg swarms, and oh man, this is pretty cool.
Cavalry's arrived. Anyone still alive down there?
Good to see you, Matt. Welcome to the party.
Glad we made it in time, sir. Now let's get you boys out of there.
Damn, Jimmy. You've been holding out on me.
Cutting it pretty close there, Matt.
Never left you hanging before, sir.
Fair enough. Just get us the hell out of here.
All batteries, concentrate forward firepower. Spin up drives 2 and 6. All hands brace for warp jump on my mark. Mark.
What the hell happened? We ain't seen the Zerg in years. Why attack Marsara now?
It's not just Marsara. You need to see this.
Zerg Swarm launched a full-scale attack.
Devastation spread throughout all Outer Rim planets.
Sustained heavy losses.
Casualties in the billions.
Minutes ago, the Zerg attacked a Dominion military research facility.
Now, I say cool because I truly thought this was an amazing scene, even if it had some teenage drama written all over it. And that's StarCraft 2 to the point, right? The direction for gritty sci-fi space war is there, but there's a lot more one-liners and tonal changes from characters that I can understand them not fitting into the genre. It would be like playing Space Marine and randomly after crushing a Tyranid's head go, "Can't bite the hand that feeds you." Okay, that's pretty cool, but also I think I had fantasies like this back in high school. Anyways, I do love this scene. We're told that the Zerg not only have invaded Marsara after years of being MIA, but have started a full sector invasion. Side note, love this callback to the Brood War cinematic using the arrows. Great touch.
Of all the myriad Zerg forces, and it was believed to be planning an invasion of the Earth itself.
And we see a familiar face.
Sweet mother of mercy.
Exclusive video footage confirms the Queen of Blades is in fact leading the swarm.
Again, this is such a neat and effective way of telling a story, plus the gladiator music. We're in for a real treat.
We always knew she'd be back, but what's she after?
She's come to finish the job.
We also get this pretty great line from Raynor after Horner asks if Tychus is staying on the ship. Just goes to show Raynor has a good head on his shoulders, but also is never letting his guard down.
He helped me out of a real bind a few years back. I owe him.
Well, your friend has a criminal record as long as...
Mine? Believe me, if Tychus Finley wanted me dead,
I'd be dead already.
Understood, sir.
Always thinking about possibilities, at least for now. If the bar menu was something to be ecstatic about, I applauded when we got to the ship's menu. Not only are all the details unique, adding onto the story and universe the player finds themselves in, it also shows the scale on which the universe relies on. What I mean by that is being able to quote-unquote walk around the battle cruiser goes to show how big of a ship it is, how many humans it takes to function as a whole, and it made me feel bad about losing so many later on. The side characters we can talk with aren't Oscar winning, but Swan, the Doctor, Horner, and people we meet along the way do a fine job at their roles, and it makes it feel more like a community than random NPCs that just work in the same space. Swan informs us that we can upgrade our units, and this is one of the best departures from the original games. Having the ability to upgrade units after completing missions with credits incentivizes the player not only to try in more story missions, but resource manage at home. Also, Raynor exclaims when they can get new weapons or tech, which again works not only in a narrative element, but also gameplay wise. You're a rebel still, even with one battle cruiser. Raynor won't have everything at his disposal starting off, and unlocking units and mercenaries always felt rewarding. I feel like a lot of people that talk shit about this game's underlying story didn't talk with many of the side characters that reveal a lot of the backstory. I always wondered how Raynor got the ship, but if you talk with Tychus, you'll get your answer. It's moments like these where I think to myself, how much did I miss when I first played? Turns out Raynor and Horner stole the ship from Mengsk himself. Yet, it's not just about the ship that's talked about. We also get the inquiry into why Tychus hasn't taken off his marine armor yet. This is super important to integrity of the story, since Raynor and Horner definitely have their apprehensions about Tychus, especially since his story keeps changing. But there are bigger threats to deal with, like the Zerg.
Incoming transmission.
Thank you so much for responding to our distress call, Commander. I'm Dr. Ariel Hansen, and I represent the people of the Agria colony.
Pleasure to meet you, Doc. You can call me Jim. What's the situation?
Raynor needs all the help he can get. I think I like StarCraft 2's story a little bit more now as an adult, because Raynor does not have an easy choice, ever it seems. Jimmy is constantly trying to balance all sides, even though we don't really know why at this point. The enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of deal. There are bigger fish to fry, but you also don't want to get stabbed in the back, so it'll be interesting to see how he balances it all out. We get to our next mission select, and even though I do like the appearance of choice, you are able to complete almost every mission your first time playing, apart from I think 2 deviating choices. Now for brutal difficulty campaign, I'm pretty sure there is a right order to go, since missions unlock certain units, and certain units are necessary for certain missions. Luckily, we just click on the Science Woman. Again, the sense of scale and visualization of what you're tasked with is such a monumental leap from StarCraft 1, for this alone, I give it an award. The highway mission isn't too hard, and nothing out of left field. The biggest thing that could get the player is how quickly the first couple of convoys go out. Not only did I like the concept of this level, that being building up a quick force and protecting the civilian convoys as they slowly march along, but building out my defenses along the road was epic, and really added a great visual. Now, this might be a symptom of either playing the game before or playing while recording, but some of these timed levels take a while. I think I could have done a bit of cutting when it came to time constraints with many of these levels, and you'll see what I mean later on. For now, we load up the last of the colonists safely and get the hell out of Dodge. Well, at least some people.
We've lost the colony, but my people got out alive, thanks to you, Commander.
We come back to the ship and Dr. Hansen agrees to join our ragtag crew. We also meet the mercenary specialist, who's pretty cool I guess, even though I rarely use mercs until the end. We get a quick news brief from Mengsk picking a supreme commander for the defense against the Zerg onslaught, but I'm always reading the little banner below, since whoever wrote it deserves a raise for their humor.
By the hero of Taurus himself, General Horace Warfield.
Yes, austerity measures for me are funny. I immediately think of Europe in the early 2010s, and maybe that's why they reference it. I also want to focus on how the news uses propaganda against Raynor. I really like this mode of storytelling because it's truly insidious. This news channel is broadcast to all of the Dominion worlds, influencing billions of humans. We'll see what language they use to try to tarnish Raynor's reputation and establish their own narrative.
Up next, Raynor ups his campaign of terror just as the Zerg reappear. Coincidence? You decide after these messages.
Yet, on to our next mission, Smash and Grab, which had two names that I was very familiar with, and if you played the original game should spark some interest. First, Mobius, the shady tech company that freed Tychus, has asked us again to grab an ancient artifact, yet this time it's described as a Xel'Naga artifact, the progenitor race who created both Protoss and Zerg. On top of that, the Tal'Darim are mentioned guarding the damn thing, and if you've watched my lore videos, well, you know what choice they made long ago. Anyways, we chose smashing, and again, this is a great use of adding a mechanic to a mission so it doesn't feel stale. Another great change from the original. Constantly having to look at the Zerg progression while also fighting into the Protoss was a great duality and made for intense gameplay. And yes, this destroyed me as a kid.
What the?
By the numbers, this better be good.
I got a crew coming down to pick up the artifact.
We got what we came for. Let's hightail it out of here.
I forgot how resourceful you were, Jim. I won't make that mistake twice.
Kerrigan.
Oh my god, yeah, Kerrigan's voice in this game is top notch, and that sent a shiver down my spine. Like this next cutscene. Just imagine being in first person during a Zerg invasion with the Queen of Blades. Blizzard, come on, give us this. So, Horner catches Tychus looking at the footage. Tychus makes an interesting comment about Kerrigan not looking tough, so obviously he has no idea her capabilities from the previous game. Also, Tychus's response to Horner subtly telling him that Raynor and Kerrigan used to be close is priceless.
They were close once.
Wait a minute. You're telling me they were shacked up?
Even though the closest Jimmy got to her was the first mission they meet. We also get access to our research lab and meet Stetman. This was another part of the world building that I absolutely loved, and Blizzard again knocks the visuals out of the park. We also get our research program, which again is a great way to reward the player for going above and beyond the normal mission parameters. Also, it was kind of high fantasy in StarCraft universe for some of these, like who smoked weed and thought of an auto refinery? If those blueprints got out, every SCV from the Kalmorian mining company to the Dominion would be making them. And the last research choice for Zerg, you can make a fucking psi emitter from the first game. Yeah, the one that the player destroyed, then found again, and then destroyed. Yeah, it's a great touch. Hansen asks Raynor about Kerrigan, but Jimmy likes to drink more than talk. Please don't be like Jimmy in this regard.
What happened to her?
She was a casualty of war. No offense, Doc, but I really don't like to talk about it.
What's it matter anyway? Putting that bitch down would be doing everyone a favor.
I thought it was just about the money with you, Tychus.
Speaking of drinking, Raynor goes back to the bar and confronts Tychus about why the Queen of Blades is after the same artifacts that they are, which Tychus of course deflects. Raynor and Horner both know what seeing the Queen of Blades means for them, especially now with how she's after the same treasure.
And after all these years,
we've got to stop her, Matt. No matter what she's after.
Well, we gave her a setback today. The artifacts are obviously important to her. I just wish we knew why.
Our next mission finds us in Redstone, a volcanic planet. Volcanic planets are the snakes to Indiana Jones of Raynor's life. Nothing good happens on these planets for him. I enjoyed this mission a lot back in the day and now. It was great practice to get your APM up and alertness when SCVs were in danger. Having hotkeys to quickly swap between buildings or units was essential, since one false move and all your SCVs would be gone and mission over. Yes, mission over. You can fail if you spend too many resources as well. We also learn about Tosh, a renegade ghost, who again, you might question why even allow them on board, but the old adage of an enemy is a friend rings true here. Again, at least for now. You can talk to Tychus about Tosh and get a really cool little tidbit.
Ghost program that produced some real scary badasses. Word was, Tosh snapped and went rogue. I'd play it real cool with that kind. He'd cut your throat soon as look at you.
I've dealt with rogue ghosts before. It's the one still working for Mengsk I got a problem with.
Another great world-building aspect is the unit descriptions in the cargo bay. Not only are these well written and give insight into each new unit you unlock, but there is that quintessential dark, dry humor Blizzard is known for. Tosh joins the ship and offers us another job. Jimmy will consider the option, but for now, we choose Mission Outbreak.
So what are we looking at, Doc?
Our readings indicate some kind of bio-infestation is spreading through the refugee camps. Even the buildings are being covered by it.
I've seen this kind of thing before. It's a Zerg virus. All we can do is burn it out.
We're tasked with destroying the infested structures throughout the colony, but there is a catch. We can only safely attack the infested buildings during the daytime because at nighttime, it's bad. You'll have to defend wave after wave during the 5-minute nighttime, and even though I had some good upgrades with bunkers and marines, it was still spooky seeing all the infested civilians that we just saved crawling towards us wanting to eat our brains. I liked the back and forth of this level. It felt rewarding to clear out the infestations one by one, plus seeing all the defenses upgraded by the end was a small spectacle.
You did it, Jim. I knew you wouldn't let us down. Now I've got to get my people somewhere safe.
Ain't gonna be so easy, darling. This whole sector's crawling with Zerg.
There's got to be somewhere out there the aliens haven't touched. Some undiscovered paradise waiting just for us.
Thanks for joining us. Our own Kate Lockwell is reporting live from the refugee ship Skinnerd 2 in orbit around the planet Meinhof.
Donnie, the death toll out here is soaring. Massive refugee fleets like this one are struggling to reach the safety of the core worlds. Many of them won't. They're short on food, water, and
Kate,
hope.
we'll discuss how the Dominion will rescue those worlds when we get there.
There's a lot of talk about rescue among the refugees, but they're pinning their hopes on paramilitary and rebel groups such as Rainer's...
Great report, Kate. Live from a refugee ship over Meinhof, where everyone eagerly awaits the Dominion's return.
The news added again. We talk with the doc, and she's convinced that the infestation is done with and has found a new world for her people. Haven. I almost spit out my coffee. Come on, Blizzard. I do enjoy, or quote-unquote enjoy, the news giving us the bigger picture of these refugee ships and thinking about battlecruisers like ours filled with people fleeing the literal hell of the Zerg swarm. That's pretty intense. It's also intense when Raynor and Horner are talking about the infestation. I don't think we give enough credit on how messed up infested Terrans are. The Zerg virus changes their DNA, splitting it and reshaping it like the Zerg did on their homeworld millions of years ago, except it's rapid time for humans, and oh boy, they blow up. Or they used to. We get another mission and another familiar name. Tarsonis. Whoa, Blizzard bringing in all the nostalgia they can. And it's working. This is like World War II vet going back to Normandy to fight 10 years later. Horner wants to disrupt the Dominion train lines, which are carrying valuable assets for Raynor and the boys. I think at this point, I assume that each mission will have some sort of catch or gotcha moment, which I absolutely love. It keeps the player on their toes. For this mission in particular, the way the player explores the map and figures out what's around them is fantastic, and some great game design. You start in the middle, with no sight of anything around you, which automatically made me wary. You are tasked with finding these hover tanks called Diamondbacks, which only serve the purpose, I guess, in this mission, at least for me. It was a great incentive for the player to explore before the first train illuminates its path. I bet you more than half the people thought it was only 2 tracks, at least I distinctly remember I did when I first played. That feeling like a pit dropping in your stomach when the third line was revealed was ingenious, and honestly such a great little moment that I wrote it down on a post-it note to add to the script.
A train is exiting the southern tunnel.
After establishing marine circles all over the tracks, the mission was pretty simple. We take out the last train and find something special.
Sir, we're detecting electrical activity in the wreckage.
Now let's see what they were so fired up to get their hands on.
Adjutant 23-46 online. System recording. New Gettysburg Defense Initiative. Submit access codes.
Well, I'll be. So, Confederate adjutant. What intel's so important they'd go and dig her up to recover it?
Another check for world building, am I right, fellas? Picking up an adjunct, the literal AI that controls command centers and mission briefings, this was like a Ghost in a Shell movie, but she's a legitimate shell. Raynor wants the information that the Dominion wanted within the AI, but it identifies him, rightly so, as a quote-unquote terrorist, but not as a current one. See, this AI is from the past and still thinks he is in the Sons of Korhal, which is pretty ironic and funny since that is how Jimmy's story starts. Talking to Tychus after the train robbery gives us a bit of insight onto how Raynor and him know each other. I also love the reference to Jimmy's vulture. On to the next mission. So the AI's defenses are a bit too much for Stepman and the boys to figure out, so Horner has found someone with Confederate level knowledge of how to hack into the machine. Unfortunately, they reside in a very undesirable place called Dead Man's Port. I truly love how you get to go to so many worlds during this campaign, and even seeing them from afar during the mission select screen somehow brings me closer into the story. Before we land on the planet, we get a message from a random psycho, Mira, that tells us that our hacker wants to sell the information from the AI to the Dominion of all people, and that he's paid Mira to protect him until the Dominion come. I guess Mira and Raynor have some sort of encounters in the past because she tells Raynor all of this, and if he can come up with the money, then she'll work for him. An enemy of an enemy? Alright, I'll stop. Sorry. Another mission, sort of like the volcano one, but this time it's a contest. I really enjoyed this level. It was a great balancing of what you needed to build with how much you wanted to save up. Exploring was key, finding resources scattered throughout the map. With the hacker dealt with and our AI back in one piece with information at hand, there was a pretty good win for Jimmy and crew.
Well, little girl, we dug you up on Tarsonis. Were you online during the Zerg attack? Do you remember anything about Arcturus Menks being involved?
Menks, Arcturus, ex-Confederate officer, civilian prospector, founder and leader of the Sons of Korhal terrorist group. Status, criminal. Accessing intercepted transmission 0081 to 0086 Alpha.
This is Duke. The emitters are secured and online.
Who authorized the use of psi emitters?
I did, Lieutenant.
What? The Confederates on Antigua were bad enough, but now you're gonna use the Zerg against an entire planet? This is insane!
She's right, man. Think this through.
I have thought it through. Believe me. You all have your orders. Carry them out. I will not be stopped. Not by you, or the Confederates, or the Protoss, or anyone. I will rule this sector, or see it burn to ashes around me.
Uh-oh, Minsk, you're about to be cancelled. But for real, this is a great bringing back of the story of the original game and starts the second transition for Raynor. I think Raynor's character is really underrated, even if he can have some gaffes along his 30-year journey. Raynor, I think, after hearing Menks' audio tape, switches to the good of everyone into I'm going to defeat him at all costs. Dr. Hansen even exclaims that there will be riots if we broadcast this to the full sector, and she's exactly right. Raynor does want that now. There is no stopping this train whether you are morally correct or not, especially now that Raynor has hired some sketchy people to say the least. And, remember the power of and is Mensk any better? Is the Dominion any better? Do the people not have the right to know Mensk committed actual genocide of his fellow humans? It's really a heavy plot point, especially from Raynor's perspective, that I feel like gets glossed over. Time is not always the greatest equalizer, and Raynor is definitely feeling the scars of yesteryear. Plus, I'm sure it boils Jimmy's blood seeing all the news clips vindicating Mengsk. We pick our next mission, and lo and behold, the Protoss are not too happy about Terrans colonizing their fringe border worlds.
Intaro Tassadar, James Raynor. I am Executor Celendis. Your bravery and service to Ire are known to us.
Intaro Tassadar, Celendis. Listen, with all due respect, your fleet needs to pull back. The people on Haven are no threat to you.
Our observers detected Zerg hive spores infesting the colonists. They must be purified.
Especially since they're running from an infestation, and you know how Protoss hate their infestations. They literally blow up planets. After talking with the Protoss fleet over Haven Colony, you have the choice on whether to protect the colony or purify it, as the Protoss say. I picked saving the colony because I really want to roleplay Jimmy as a person with horrible choice making when it comes to women. This was another fun mission where there are multiple objectives to be going after. This mission also showed the player how balancing air units and ground units can be advantageous, especially when the map is not so ground friendly. There wasn't anything too special about the gameplay, but it was always horrifying or cool to see the mothership vortexing my troops.
Purifier sent our units into a dimensional warp field. The effect should only be temporary, though.
You've done it!
You are as cunning as the stories say, James Raynor. I hope your belief in these colonists will be vindicated.
So I guess this is goodbye, Doc. Well, you've got a lot of cleaning up to do out there.
We'll manage somehow. I just hope you boys stay out of trouble. Those Protoss are bound to be upset.
Well, me and the Protoss go way back. I've helped them out a few times. Figure they might cut me some slack.
You know, you could always stay here. Settle down, make a new start.
Brought to you by Marlboro, seriously?
Guys like me don't get second chances, darling. We just gotta finish what we begun.
You're a good man, Jim Raynor.
I ain't that good.
What year did this game come out in? We get another artifact mission where we unlock the beautiful siege tank. Seriously, siege tanks and automatic supply depots make this campaign a pure joy. We break through the vault, secure the artifact, and return to the ship, only to be surprised by a familiar face.
James Raynor. I bring tidings of doom.
Zeratul.
I have pierced the veil of the future and beheld only oblivion. Yet one spark of hope remains. You will hold her life in your hands. And though justice demands that she die for her crimes, only she can save us.
Wait a second. You're talking about Kerrigan. It's been 4 years. You show up out of nowhere.
Time is short. You must understand. The answers you seek lie within. Study it well. The fate of creation hangs in the balance.
Nice to see you too.
Zeratul being able to astrally project himself anywhere in the universe seems really cool and underutilized method from him. He can also bring objects? I guess this little thing he hands Jimmy is a memory flask of some sort. It's a great little way of introducing the Protoss into the campaign, even for a limited time. And speaking about time and its limitedness, I will not be showing the full cinematic of Zeratul facing off Kerrigan for the prophecy runes, but you can look it up. And we'll get to those Zeratul missions later, but at first it was kind of weird that someone could just not play those missions, I think. Honestly, I didn't want to go straight into them either, and I almost forgot the damn thing because it was stuck in the medical bay. Anyways, this is probably one of the points where fans of the original are puking their brains out over this anime character and the idea of Manx conceiving a child. Sorry, but it does introduce Manx's son.
Your life right now?
Truth be told, Kate, I've had a crush on you for many years.
Stop.
But in all seriousness, with the Zerg invasion, there's little time for such things.
Our next mission, Engine of Destruction, brings us to hijacking the Odin, a super mech that can help us breach the Dominion's broadcasting network so we can send the audio tape to every person, Protoss, or Zerg in the sector. This mission had a lot of chutzpah to it. Tychus has his radio still transponding, so he can't hear anything Raynor or Horner have to say, which for the future, it's an interesting problem to have. Anyways, you're tasked with helping Tychus the Destroyer out with taking down each of the Dominion's defensive bases. Nothing new or very interesting to see other than wishing Tychus was a little bit faster in that suit. God, I do love Tychus's voice actor. This is pure enjoyment.
Hello there. How'd I miss this button with a skull on it?
And now to the main event.
Even been reported yet. The Dominion have no idea we stole the Odin. I had to call in every favor I had, but I got the Odin on the surface with Tychus inside.
Matt, you're a miracle worker. Must have been a complicated operation.
You don't even want to know, sir. I'm not gonna let anything keep us from exposing Minsk.
So they're still expecting to film it at the UNN studios later today?
That's right. And we won't disappoint them. Seeing as he's the only one with experience, Tychus will pilot the Odin and hit the studio guards with a surprise attack.
I love the setup to this part, and honestly, all the missions that led up to this mean so much more seeing the progression of the narrative. It was a really rewarding moment. Damn, hearing the people go from applauding to running away in horror is pretty staggering.
Let's see what this baby's got.
Odin has gone rogue. Repeat, Odin has gone rogue. Bring it down!
I also loved hearing Arcturus's recorded voice in the background praising the Odin and the Dominion design, all while it destroys unsuspecting Dominion forces. It was a really well written moment too.
The Dominion's newest weapon of war, the Odin.
It was great for 4 minutes to have almost no opposition. I forgot the meta for this mission in Brutal, but I felt like it still posed a challenge on any difficulty. At least we got to build an accompanying army. With all 3 broadcast towers under control, we spread the good word.
These shocking revelations, veritable firestorm of anti-Mengsk sentiment.
The Emperor held a news conference earlier today.
How do you respond to these allegations of genocide? Of using aliens to...
I assure you, these slanderous attacks against the throne are baseless and irresponsible.
Sir, do you still stand by the sentiment that selfless devotion to the people is the basis of your rule?
Well, of course. I was called upon to serve the greater interest of humanity. Personal power was never my goal.
Then how would you characterize this statement?
I will not be stopped. Not by you or the Confederates or the Protoss or anyone. I will rule this sector or see it burnt to ashes around me.
I won't stand for this. You jackals think you can come in here and question me? This interview is over.
I mean, it's kind of funny that they didn't think of AI voices being able to copy humans, but Arcturus loses his cool, and the Dominion is about to crumble. Yeah, that's not great.
One broadcast, and won us a bigger victory than 100 battles.
I guess you're right. Well, it's what we started this revolution for in the first place. We've got a long way to go. But maybe we started something here.
Hearts and minds, man. Just like you always said.
You know, Matt, someday you're gonna wind up leading this bunch of misfits.
Oh no. That's what I keep you around for, sir.
With all the chaos, the Queen of Blades is back, and she's at Mobius headquarters. I feel like I gave them the benefit of the doubt earlier on, and it's probably just me, but when a white-haired old German doctor that works for a shady biotech firm that wants to destroy cores of information pertaining to what he says is only about the artifacts, well, my bullshit meter goes off.
I'm giving you control of our medevacs, Commander. You can use them to transport your men around the city and avoid most of the Zerg.
Sadly, there are no choices for this mission. I don't even know what they would have been. Maybe just leave the Doctor to his own devices? It was a really cool level and makes the use of air-to-ground tactics engaging. Another addition is Kerrigan going along a path, even though I kind of wished it was not so in your face. We do get this piece of information after completing the mission about why Kerrigan wants the artifacts.
Alright, Doctor. You want to tell me why the Queen of Blades wants these artifacts so damn bad?
She fears their power, just as she fears the Xel'Naga who created them. The Xel'Naga created both the Protoss and the Zerg, Commander. They were the gods of their time.
This is probably one of Blizzard's best cinematics and shows Kerrigan being left by Manx during the first game. I won't show all of it since you can look it up for yourself, but I have to say this makes me yearn for a StarCraft movie, and a good one, not some brain-dead fart. But I digress. Turns out that this was all in Jimmy's head, and the nightmares are starting to reappear more now that Kerrigan is back in his vicinity. Jimmy also isn't doing well, it seems, as Horner has to address cleaning up after Jimmy, which if you ever looked up to someone and then had them go on a bender, you can see the sadness in Horner's eyes. Especially now that they were just celebrating making a true change, however violent and chaotic, seeing Jimmy drinking away the pain of losing Kerrigan is no laughing matter, and goes to show how much he cared for her, even if, again, someone tell me if I'm wrong, they only had like 4 missions together.
Captain Raynor, I finished scouting out the area and... you pig!
What? I haven't even said anything to you yet.
Yeah, but you were thinking it.
The next mission we have is Bel Shear. I guess Tosh just loves some special resources because he tasked Jimmy with taking Terrazine from Tal'Darim. And honestly, at this point, I would be pissed too if I was the Protoss. Like, Raynor's line about the Protoss knowing him and all that jazz doesn't hold up if you do them dirty more than 3 times. Anyways, we arrive on the planet and begin our mining project. This mission on brutal difficulty was honestly brutal. And I remember having a very tough time managing to get the 7 Terrazine files. Luckily this time around it was a bit easier. With the vials secured, we make it back to the ship and have this super awkward conversation.
Sir, I received an encrypted transmission from an untraceable source. It claims that Tosh here was part of a classified operation called Project Shadowblade. They used Jorium and Terrazine to enhance ghost powers.
It's true. We are called Spectres, next generation ghosts.
And you were gonna tell me all this when?
We all have our secrets, Mr. Rena. Doesn't mean I'm any threat to you.
Maybe not. But whoever sent this message could be. Matt, any way to verify the transmission?
No, sir. But it does end with, I'll be in touch soon.
So obviously Tosh has lots of stuff from his past, but at this point, who the hell doesn't?
I repeat, death toll is in the thousands. A Dominion weapons plant exploded hours ago, causing a chain reaction that has taken out
did Tosh just do that? Why else cut to him in this news brief? So literally during the next mission select, we find out who sent the encrypted message. Nova. Nova is one of Arcturus' ghosts, and I'm starting to see a pattern here, you crotchety old bastard that you are, Mengsk. Nova informs Raynor that every Spectre has gone on some major killing spree, and the ones that Tosh wants to release are tyrants at best. This was a hard choice, and even though most of the armies in this game are psychotic killers and criminals, I love the sniping sound and effect, so I went with Nova.
It don't matter how much you hate Mengsk, Tosh. If you and your Spectres are as bloodthirsty as it sounds, you're as much of a threat as he ever was. I'll be seeing you real soon.
You'll regret this, brother.
This was an APM intensive map, utilizing the ghost skill snipe at every possible moment. I also enjoyed how the map was split into multiple mini-maps that felt huge. It was a great addition to the standard large map, and it was used in missions later on. Ghost killing off even more mutated ghosts with snipes and nukes seriously was an awesome spectacle and a mission that I didn't remember well, but I will now.
You're right, Raynor. A well-placed nuke would wreak some serious havoc on those defenses.
This ain't the end. I'll be seeing you again real soon.
I'm really interested in this cutscene that Tosh is using one of the voodoo dolls to try to hurt Jimmy. The director plays it off like a joke, since Tychus gets the knife to the butt. However, there still is a pin in the head of the doll that's supposed to represent Jimmy. I don't know, that's an interesting way of maybe thinking that Jimmy's drinking or what's going on in his head is not just him.
You're a scumbag, Tosh.
I've spent my whole life fighting men like you.
You and me, we're just the same. We'd both do anything to get the job done.
No, you don't get it at all. And now, you never will.
What you gonna do, man? I'm 6 light years away.
Not me.
Cold and efficient.
Reminds me of someone I used to know. Glad you're not after me.
Not today, anyway. I'll see you around, Jim.
Don't you ever meet any normal girls?
Anyways, our next mission is Supernova, and oh lord, this level has a wall of lava, or fire, whatever. We're here for another artifact and have a very hot time limit. Again, interesting small mechanic, it makes you move your base multiple times, which as a Terran player, you might encounter on ladder. We end the mission obtaining the artifact to get presented with a nice looking cutscene. I mean, Blizzard top shelf cutscene? I'm instantly intrigued what would happen during this rendezvous with the unknown Mobius organization.
Sir, we've reached the rendezvous coordinates. No contacts. Looks like the Mobius ship hasn't arrived yet.
That's strange. It ain't like them to be late.
Sir, Dominion ships warping in.
Turn around, Arcturus. I want you to see this coming.
You won't find my father here, Commander. I am Valerian Mengsk, and I own the Mobius Foundation. Through them, I own you as well.
Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now.
Because I can offer you what you've always wanted. A chance to rescue Sarah Kerrigan.
We finally meet Valerian Mengsk, Mengsk's son, who apparently is the Mobius Foundation, and he has a proposal for Raynor. Yeah, this is pretty monumental, and on a whole story scale, it hits the spot. Love the son being a traitor, but we don't know if he's all legit or just using Jimmy, and for Raynor, being able to right a perceived wrong of his has him on a one-way path to his destiny. Obviously, assaulting Char is not the neatest idea to the whole entire crew, and Char, for people that don't know, is a hell planet, the origin of Raynor's trauma of volcanic planets. So yeah, Jimmy wants to save Kerrigan and will do anything at his disposal to do so. he isn't afraid to burn some bridges.
You'd be putting all our lives on the line just to get your girlfriend back.
This is bigger than all of us, Matt. It ain't about me. This is the only real chance we're ever gonna get, and I'm taking it.
So which is it gonna be, Jimmy? We bringing Kerrigan back, or putting her in the ground?
That's for me to decide. You both got a lot of prep work to do. Get to it.
Valerian has a wild concept of what de-Zerging Kerrigan will do to his reputation, and I think Raynor would team up with Space Stalin if he needed to at this point. However, this is when I remembered that the Zeratul missions were there, and oh boy, they were pretty cool.
My quest to decipher the prophecy took me to the forbidden archive world of Zakul. Here, 3 immortal preservers guarded ancient knowledge. Only they could transcribe the prophetic fragments. I needed to seek them out quickly.
So, Raynor takes on the Shard memories, which are Zeratul's and some others, which we'll find out soon. There's some wild lore in here. So for the sake of time and the fact that as cool as these missions are for the story, they lack a lot of monumental gameplay, even for the last epic stand. To sum it up, Zeratul has the prophecy that we briefly saw him fighting Kerrigan over. Yes, it's a trope, but he can't decipher it. He goes out to find certain Protoss that can decipher the runes, but finds a Protoss hybrid, something that I'm surprised he doesn't bring up Duran from Brood War, since wasn't this exactly what he was describing to Zeratul in the bonus mission at the end of Brood War? Anyways, Zeratul then goes to the dead Overmind on Aiur, the Protoss homeworld. This was a great mission visually, and I loved the scale of the map. It really gave you a sense of how big the Overmind was, and all these tendrils that still look like they're featuring on the ground was a perfect visual. Zeratul sees the Overmind's memories as fleeting glimpses of emotion, but then we get this, and all original StarCraft homies stood up and started cheering, right?
Greetings, brother. I speak to you from the beyond. Tassadar. But you died, slaying this cursed Overmind.
Boys, where you at? Yeah, we meet the Star Wars Tassadar. Tassadar drops some truth bombs on Zeratul, mostly about how the Overmind was calibrated forcefully to go after the Protoss race, and that the Overmind made Kerrigan to overthrow whoever morphed the Zerg in the first place. Damn, this has wild implications. Our final memory from the Shard is not from Zeratul himself, but from the Overmind, which kind of fell flat on an audio level since it's not the original voice, and I don't like it.
Their final stand. Their heroes will gather. Their forces will be marshaled. Not enough energy. The Hive Cluster is under attack.
However, it does predict some dark shit, like the hybrids enslaving the Zerg and killing off every last Protoss until they have a last stand with all the big names, like a night at the Apollo. This was a cool spectacle, and I love the achievement for killing over, 2,000 enemies or so. We also get this dark voice who is commanding all these units, so we have an unknown enemy that seems to be even worse than Kerrigan.
Prideful children. There was one among you who could have jeopardized my great plan. But in your recklessness, you mistook her for the true threat. You mistook her for the true threat.
Great. As valiant of an effort you can put on, and no matter how many hero units you use, eventually the Dark Force emerges victorious and the Protoss species are wiped out. It was a slow defeat too, which made it feel even more sad. I wonder if that was intentional, that it really waited until every last Protoss was destroyed to give you the end mission stats. Okay, I might be going mad at 7,500 words right now. Anyways, after the vision, we're ready to go back to reality, but with a horrible realization. If Kerrigan dies, we will witness the end of the universe to the Xel'Naga, the progenitor race, or some sort of Protoss hybrid. We don't really know right now.
Hankering for some down-home cooking out there in the space lanes? Come on down to Bubba's Gas and Grub. We got 2 for Tuesdays, featuring barbecue Muta wings. Also, free plasma charge with each fill-up. Bubba's Gas and Grub. your space trucker home away from home.
Wow, I love that ad. What I don't love is the last artifact mission. Even though the spectacle is breathtaking and upgrading battle cruisers to 3-3 is almost as satisfying as leveling my RuneScape character to a 99, this level was difficult to say the least. Luckily, if you take your time with it and build up your resources, repairing your battle cruisers will lead you to certain victory. You can also free Dark Templar from their prisons, which helped a little bit, but I wanted to point it out for the visual alone. After a slow and methodical push into the energy shields, they send in the big guns. Yeah, seeing the mothership teleporting in was pretty badass, but nothing our battle cruisers can't handle. I guess a lot of people are pissed that Raynor is taking orders from the Little Prince, and even worse, that they've been working for him since Artifact 1.
Joined this outfit to fight the Dominion, not work for him.
Tychus and Swan duke it out until Raynor hits the jukebox.
You got 'em all fooled, don't you, Jimmy? But the first sign of trouble, you'll just duck and run. It's what you do, ain't it? Me, them, that pretty little girlfriend of yours.
Damn, Jimmy is a badass, but holy shit, the way he rallies his crew after this almost coup is kind of lackluster, and when I experienced it, was kind of disappointed. Everyone's qualms about just going to work for the Dominion get washed away because, oh, we can save 1 billion lives. Bro, let me tell you, the Zerg are not going to stop whether Carrion is alive or dead. Plus, don't you know that there's like a progenitor race out there that could literally kill off the universe?
You think he's right? I'm just gonna run out on you?
You got us working for the Dominion now, Commander. Taking us back to Char. It's like you're gone already.
This ain't about the Dominion. Our war's always been about saving lives. If the Zerg wipe everyone out, it's all been for nothing. So I'm going back to Char. If you're with me, it's your choice. Just like it's always been.
Now that's the commander I've been waiting on.
Oh well, anyways. And now Char, the primary Zerg hive. This had me again turning my spine into a shiver machine. I even bought out most of the mercenaries I had neglected for the rest of the campaign. Raynor gets to talk to Tychus about why he got so mad back in the bar, but at this point Tychus is talking to himself about old times and something is very amiss. Anyways, we head to Char.
You're in way over your head. What makes you think you have the experience to...
He ain't alone, Arcturus.
Raynor. I don't know what gutter my son fished you out of, but even you've got to realize that treacherous bitch cannot be saved. And neither can you.
We'll see about that. And when this is over, you and me got a score to settle.
Prince Valerian, we have Zerg attack waves incoming.
Already?
Clear the bridge. I got a battle to win.
I'll see you boys on the ground.
Damn, again, this is the scale that I think a lot of people want to see. What a way to start a war on this planet. Things are not going well for the invasion, and battle cruisers are getting blown out of orbit quickly. Without any base of operations and creep everywhere, we're in bad shape.
Looks like the few battle groups that did make it to the surface scattered all over the place.
Do you think death is the worst thing that can happen to you here? Infestation is what's coming for you. Soon all will serve the swarm.
She's trying to get in our heads, man. We gotta keep it together.
Oh yeah, and the way she delivers that line, holy moly, that is haunting. Gathering an army doesn't take too long, and spearheading the Zerg forces felt so satisfying considering the circumstances. This is another underrated cutscene, and I'm going to use it for a little talk about the game so far. Hasn't StarCraft 2 been freaking awesome? Apart from some cheesy lines and maybe some characters that felt over the top or out of place, StarCraft 2 packed so many punches that even Raynor's cute main character alcoholism and obsession with his ex can't keep me away from thinking how much I wish for another StarCraft game. And maybe with a bit more grit.
Heard you boys needed some help. We came as fast as we could.
Ain't no time to be lying down on the job, General.
You magnificent son of a bitch. You're the last man I expected to see.
Boys, I hate to interrupt, but the natives are getting restless.
Thanks for the rescue, but I hope it ain't just the two of you.
General, you know I've always got a card to play.
We get another absolutely incredible menu, displaying the Viking, which, good Christ, I don't use them regularly in the ground form, but that thing is incredible. Raynor and friends need to destroy either the Nidus network or the air support. I don't know which one was the best choice, but we went with the tunnels. This was a fun APM mission with all the heroes, and it made me feel like I was back in Warcraft 3, or something akin to that. I really enjoyed using everyone's specials, and it felt very tense up until the end.
Us too, if we don't get the hell out of here.
The charges are counting down, hotshot. Damn straight we gotta go. Here.
Oh, hell, the lava's rising.
That was the whole idea, Tychus. Now run for the extraction point, you idiot.
We finally detonate the final charges, taking out the Nidus network, and get another cutscene. Honestly, I was a little interested about the pacing here, since it felt a bit dragged out, even if I enjoyed what I was seeing and hearing.
Good to see you on your feet, General.
Well, we'll see how long that lasts.
Also, don't forget, Jimmy and Kerrigan only went on 4 missions together. Raynor and company finally have the artifact up and running, which has the great effect of turning any Zerg within the vicinity into ash. For the final stand in StarCraft 2, this is one of the better ones. Even though it was kind of funny to have done the similar last stand just a couple of missions ago, but with the Protoss. Anyways, this mission has one of the most horrifying and badass lines.
Warning. Class 10 Zerg flyer detected.
Holy sh... Sir, scanners show the largest Zerg biosignature I've ever seen. And it's headed your way.
Yeah, seeing that Zerg coming at the base made me realize that this universe could really add anything they want to it, and I'd be happy with it. I mean, all in relativity, right? Seeing what the Zerg can produce on their homeworld was stunning, and taking down this gargantuan was a feat in itself. Damn, this game is gory. We hit Kerrigan with the fully charged artifact, and blam, final cutscene.
Sarah.
You reading all this?
You have your orders, Mr. Findlay. Carry them out.
Oh shit, I know that voice anywhere. Tychus, why does it have to end like this?
Tychus, what have you done?
I made a deal with the devil, Jimmy. She dies, I go free.
We all got our choices to make.
Damn shame.
Wow, what a spectacle! So that's StarCraft 2. What do you think? I would love to read your comments down below and your thoughts on the game as a standalone, lore-wise, in terms of the universe of StarCraft. You name it, I want to talk about it. And here are my final thoughts, and I do want to say before, thank you so much for taking the time with this video. It means a lot to me to be able to talk about topics and themes from games that mean a lot to both of us. I assume that because you're still here. And then an even bigger thank you to the people that watched the original StarCraft Retrospectives. I hope that I referenced a bit from my own videos, and it felt like a good progression. So, final thoughts. This is off the cuff. This is not scripted, and it took about 3 days after finishing the campaign to really wrap my head around this game. But as a sequel to StarCraft, I think it does so many good things, but I think the tonage, or the tone, and the atmosphere changed a bit to try to sell the game to a broader audience. I think if they had gone the darker route like 40K has gone back then, it might not have, I mean, this is all conjecture. I think that the feeling was it might not have done as well. So even though this game does have some really amazing gory effects, like I don't know if you saw during the video itself, but I tried to show off some of the amazing death animations, or just seriously, just animations that all ran in 120 FPS perfectly. There's so much in this game, there's so much meat to this game, with the characters, with the story, how the story is going to continue. I mean, that's a cliffhanger that we just left on. Is Kerrigan cured? We don't know. Is Arcturus, I mean, Arcturus is still leader of the Dominion, even with getting canceled, and his son is leading a pseudo-rebellion reputation march. There's a lot of different pieces going around, which I absolutely love, and I'm so excited to start playing Heart of the Swarm, because I have no recollection of either Heart of the Swarm or the Protoss for the final StarCraft 2 game. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But I mean, to wrap up this video, I truly think people should replay the game and experience it for themselves if they think the story is not as good as StarCraft 1. I know comparing nostalgia is very hard, and I might get flamed for it in the comments, but I think StarCraft 2 does a better job at showing the story and the narrative, visually speaking, gameplay-wise, and just like what is actually happening. I think StarCraft 1's atmosphere and ambiance do a much better job, and I wish they combined the two, like the visuals of StarCraft 1 into StarCraft 2. That would have been really cool, but with all the added additions of 2010 gameplay. Now, I know someone mentioned in the retrospective of, I think, Brood War, that someone or a team had modded StarCraft 1 into StarCraft 2. So I really, at this point, I really do need to try that out. And that's it for me. I'm going to drink some Gatorade and have a lozenge, because I've been sitting at my computer for 3.5 hours recording this. Just thank you so much. If you're still here, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It is amazing, the community that we are creating together. I always respect and want to hear your opinions and thoughts on the games I cover, or thoughts and opinions on other gaming topics. I hope that you are well this holiday season, or wherever this video finds you. And if you really enjoyed the video, check out my channel. There's something there for everyone. I make sure of it. And as always, see you next time.
It's okay. I got you.
It's just a baby.
Howdy folks, and welcome. I hope this finds you well. Today I'll be discussing the main story of StarCraft 2, Heart of the Swarm. As we go through this mess of a story, with the irony being it lacks heart, I'll be pointing out certain areas within the gameplay mechanics, visuals, audio, and more to fully understand the game as a complete work, because Heart of the Swarm is not all bad. It just left me with a bitter taste. So, let's get started. If you haven't watched the Wings of Liberty retrospective, I would highly recommend doing so, since Heart of the Swarm is the sequel. If you're interested in the StarCraft universe, check out the links down below. Wings of Liberty ends on a cliffhanger. Raynor has saved quote-unquote Kerrigan, Tychus is dead by Jimmy's hand, Char apparently is captured by the Dominion, and I was excited to see how Valerian, Jimmy, Sarah, and the crew would devise a plot to destroy Mengsk without Kerrigan's powers, or maybe new ones. Especially with this amazing opening cinematic, I was hyped. Like, give me a frickin' break of the StarCraft bar. This is insane on all fronts. The music, the visuals, the pure carnage of what a Zerg invasion looks like. One thing Heart of the Swarm does so well is the cinematics, or short movies. This one sets it up perfectly. What a beautiful, chaotic way to start a game. And then this. We get a prologue blurb telling us the rundown of the last couple months the player has been MIA. Kerrigan is in some sort of secret facility, and Jimmy is playing the concerned father role, which is weird considering he also wants to date Kerrigan.
Open the door, son.
Valerian's orders, sir. No visit.
Open the door.
I don't know, man. The game changes a lot of the dynamics between Jimmy and Sarah, almost to the point of it happening in between missions. As I said before, the cinematics in this game are beautiful, and I would love to know where Blizzard's department is or what they're working on now. Anyways, this might get confusing, so let's make this straightforward as possible. Before we even play the game, Raynor is anti-revenge, pro-living on the farm with Kerrigan by themselves. Kerrigan is under the impression that if Mengsk lives, that he'll hunt them down for their whole lives, which does seem to be fair. Now, whoever wrote Jimmy, a space rebel that has killed thousands of humans himself, commandeered his own ship against the will of his crew to fly to Char and work for Mengsk's son, I have no idea why he thought he could just fly away. And again, whoever wrote the overarching narrative, folks, you can't control your significant others, or make other people do what you want without any dialogue. Raynor's pissed that he quote-unquote saved Kerrigan, stating he moved heaven and earth to get her back. So, she doesn't owe you anything. Honestly, I understand why Kerrigan wants Mengsk dead, since he was the one that left her on that damn planet. Also, we'll get to that, since I have some questions. If you remember from Wings of Liberty, I praised the pacing of the game and how they introduced Jimmy and his small crew, then showed their rise to power. This time around, they're playing the player like I was 7, starting this franchise for the first time. It was an odd choice to have the AI literally telling us what the hatchery does, what drones do.
A drone? Are you really asking me to take control of a Zerg mind?
Do you know what could happen?
All the test subjects are in a secure environment.
A hatchery is the central structure of the Zerg base. It spreads creep so that other structures can be built.
I guess you could argue this is for Kerrigan since she doesn't remember certain things during her time as Queen of Blades, but I didn't resonate with how they started the level. I did, however, like how they continued it.
The spawning pool allows the hatchery to turn lava into Zerglings.
You know this is going to end badly, right?
Kerrigan creates a spawning pool and then has this quip, which is odd since Kerrigan, you control them. It's not like they're feral brutes right now. We break out of confinement and try to release more of the poor Zerglings that have been experimented on. Blizzard did learn from what worked in Wings of Liberty, expanding levels, multiple objectives, multiple enemy types, and of course, the spectacle. I really enjoyed the prison break, and another interesting thing is that Kerrigan doesn't kill anyone. Valerian was pretty smart to set up all these autonomous robots and gas protection. We wreak havoc on the sublevel and get these lines.
The Zerg have overrun the sublevel. You're lucky no one was killed, Kerrigan.
Luck had nothing to do with it. And maybe now, you understand how dangerous the Zerg are. I'll send them back to their pens.
I appreciate that. I'm opening your cell right now, if you'd like to join me. And perhaps next time you can make your point without destroying half the facility.
Wait, so do you have control and didn't kill everyone, or are you saying it's luck of the draw? Kerrigan goes back and forth with this. Anyways, Valerian makes the good point of, you can talk about your feelings and not destroy half the lab, which makes sense, and I wish he listened to later on. Plus, I'm sure Daddy's money has dried up now, since he's with bad boy James Raynor. Anyways, it's kind of sad that I'm only 20 minutes into the game, legitimately one mission, and I can already feel the lack of heart. All my education and writing tells me not to do this so quickly into the video, but I can't help myself from starting the slow death chant of, this game's story is flawed. One of the main reasons why I absolutely adored Wings of Liberty is that it kept referencing how the world felt lived in, the characters progressing naturally albeit some odd deviations, not the last time I'll be saying that, and a ton of other interpersonal moments that elevated Wings of Liberty from a great gameplay RTS to an actual great sequel for the story as well. I admired that Kerrigan even asked about Tychus because, wow, we spent the whole last game with that guy. And if you think about it, Tychus knew his fate from the beginning and still tried to help Jimmy in some capacity. That's pretty freaking deep, and it's important to look at introspectively, or how it should affect Jimmy. Oh wait, it doesn't. Yeah, this is the start of Heart of the Swarm missing the mark on what made Wings of Liberty so good. Raynor not even having the slightest tinge of any emotion about shooting Tychus point blank in the head to save a genocidal alien hybrid lunatic on the off chance she would revert back to an already psychologically messed up super assassin is brazen writing to say the least. Or lack of it. I understand it's the start of a game, but this is not a unique release. It's the next expansion, and at least in my mind, an expansion is supposed to expand on things, like the characters and the universe we spent 30 hours in previously. It's also why I don't feel bad about bringing this up now, since I'm pretty sure you know the gist of the story if you're watching the second part to this retrospective series. That's the thesis here. Heart of the Swarm not only does away with the interpersonal connections and character building that worked so beautifully in Wings of Liberty, but it also doubles down on it since it's the people that surround Kerrigan later in the campaign that aren't even human, or even have the capacity to have emotion. We will also talk more about the posse she builds around herself, but good god, I never knew I didn't care about genetic crackhead alien feelings on assimilating DNA strands. It's the only thing they frickin' talk about. It's interesting for the first couple of missions, but I digress. Also, there's a second thesis halfway through about the wowification of StarCraft, and you'll see more what I mean when we get there. But for now, Heart of the Swarm is not all bad, and one of the things that really blew me away was, again, the cinematics.
Warning. Dominion forces in sectors 3, 4, and 6. All Personnel must evacuate.
This is Nova. Begin your sweep. Find Kerrigan.
Bravo team, acknowledge.
I know the cinematics department in Blizzard is like Pixar, but whoever directs these things needs to be acknowledged. Like, not seeing the battle cruisers until the sky is illuminated with the drop pods is a beautiful spectacle. This is a great scene bringing Nova back, showing off the interiors of these labs, and of course how badass Kerrigan is. With this frontal assault on the facility, Kerrigan really realizes that Mengsk wants both of them dead no matter what. And Jimmy literally has not learned a thing about relationships. I get they try to make a rapport between Kerrigan and Jimmy, even if they were only like on 4 missions, and I know. Thank you to the person that kindly said there are books on their relationship, so I guess you can check those out. But I will say not showing any of that in the main story of your game of a major franchise is kind of disheartening.
Get it together, darling.
Bravo team, come in. Are you there, Bravo? All units to Sector 6. Go, go, go!
We gotta go.
Been a long time.
Like riding a bike.
Yep. Like riding a bike.
Now, if you haven't noticed, this is basically a tutorial mission for Kerrigan, which isn't bad. I enjoyed learning her spells and it gave me Warcraft 3 vibes. My only question is that this is the second iteration of the game, again. To have a tutorial in what's kind of a DLC or an expansion, I know some younger viewers might not know what an expansion really means, is ludicrous to me. What makes up for it is the visuals that Blizzard pulls off, especially the moving train. I really enjoyed this gameplay having to defend the engines, especially while showing the scale of the lab that they're in. It even reminded me of a certain boss fight. Speaking of boss fight, we get one with the Archangel, and oh boy, of course they get separated.
Jim, the Archangel is between us and your shuttle. Jim!
Damn it! Sarah, I'll find another way to you.
Well, you better hurry, or I'll kill this thing without you.
I would be hypocritical if I didn't mention that I wanted more from the basic grab resources and build up armies scenario of the originals, and Wings of Liberty did that okay, without feeling repetitive, so I can't fault them for trying out this boss mechanic. It's not like we fight a lot of them anyways.
Hurry up, Jim. I think another wave is incoming.
Sarah, I'm cut off. I can't get to your location. Take my ship and go.
We just found each other again. I am not leaving you behind.
Raynor, Kerrigan, I'm on the Hyperion. We're setting course for the rendezvous. What is your status?
Kerrigan is taking my dropship. I need extraction.
I understand, and I'm sending a team for you.
Do not screw this up, Valerian.
Kerrigan, I'll see you at the rendezvous. And I'm sorry I didn't listen to you sooner.
It's too late for apologies, Valerian. Jim, I'll take your ship. But if you get yourself killed, you're in huge trouble.
So, the lovers get separated and Jimmy meets another one of his ghost friends. I guess we helped Tosh canonically. I just dislike the fact that no one recorded that for Kerrigan, since she thinks that they just left Raynor down there. And then her response. It's like a teenage Darth Vader. Like, you left him there too, and you were the closest to him. And yes, Kerrigan, I understand that people that were there were experimenting on you and kind of jailed you, but that was with Jim. Going all solo to find Jimmy doesn't make sense unless the context is her hero's journey, which we get spoon-fed to us. I guess it just felt a bit rushed to get Kerrigan here, almost as if the ending of Wings of Liberty was not really intended.
Where's Jim?
We couldn't get him out.
Valerian. You left him behind!
Stand down! Let him go, Kerrigan. Valerian is helping us.
There is no us.
IFF negative. Multiple hostiles inside the perimeter.
Scramble attack response squads 3 through 9. Hull breach. Frame 7, deck 3. Defensive maneuver Delta 4. Prep all stations for jump.
No one is going anywhere until I see Jim.
Shields at 30. Failure imminent. Dominion fleet. This is Hyperion. Cease fire. Crown Prince Valerian is aboard.
My father will sacrifice any piece on the chessboard to take the queen.
We have to jump now. We'll lead them away and circle back for Jim. Sarah, we need to work together.
Do what you want. I'm going to find Jim.
Kerrigan enlists Noctool, a brood mother on the planet, and goes back to controlling Zerg within the first 10 minutes of the game. Maybe we should have gotten a ghost game. This is just the basics of the Zerg, teaching you to build a couple of hatcheries, always have something for Terran attacks, yada yada. One thing I don't know how to feel about, or I guess I don't have strong feelings on, is that when Kerrigan dies, she respawns in like 60 seconds. Not to be back in my day we had to reload, but it was kind of like, if she dies, I'll get her back, no problem sort of mentality. It was very satisfying to destroy Terran bases with Zerglings and creep spread. Oh my god. This is either so rushed for Kerrigan to have a change of heart about whether or not she likes the Zerg, or they knew they messed up with her healing the Zergness in the last game and had to find a way around it. Regardless, it creates a bad taste in my mouth since I absolutely adored Wings of Liberty and what the ending meant. It would have been great to see how Jimmy, Kerrigan, and the ragtag team could have gone after Mengsk. What we have in this game is like a side plot made by the AI version of Blizzard's writing team. And again, it's also Blizzard's cinematic team that keeps me in this game. What a poignant shot.
Jim, are you on this frequency? Jim, are you out there? I'm at the rendezvous. It's all clear here. I've been thinking about what you said. There's something dark in me, Jim. I need you. I need you to hear me right now.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming to bring you this news. Notorious rebel Jim Raynor was captured in a daring raid yesterday. He was briefly interrogated and summarily executed. Emperor Mengsk had this to say.
Proud Dominion citizens, at long last our nightmare is over. The lawless terrorist, James Raynor, is dead.
With his death comes a new era of peace. The Protoss have retreated from our dominion, and the Zerg threat has been removed.
Their swarm is shattered and leaderless. Soon, we will eradicate every last Zerg on Char. In short, we have won. Our peace and security is assured. Good night, my faithful subjects.
Mengsk.
Navigation online. Destination Zerg space. Confirm.
Confirmed.
Kerrigan is probably reconsidering her doing this solo, and the look in her eyes. And then we get this poor baby Zergling hurt its horn. Okay, so Kerrigan, you've worked for Mengsk. Any chance they could be, lying to you? Well, she doesn't think that, and now is determined to go back to her roots. Even after all the dialogue about changing, about her committing genocide, but that's okay since that wasn't really you. Well, we'll see how many people she kills to get to Mengsk. Spoiler, it's a lot, and not just humans. Kerrigan travels to Zerg space, which is on the nose. Kerrigan thinks she can just move the swarm willy-nilly, but after she went missing in action, another brood mother has taken up the quest of recreating it. I think that's a great detail, and I love how even without an Overmind or Kerrigan, the Zerg always find a way. So the gameplay loop of Heart of the Swarm is pretty similar to Wings of Liberty. You'll have different planets to explore, which will be upgraded within the Leviathan. We also meet Isha, who is like the Matt Horner to Kerrigan, but without a bad marriage. And then it dawned on me, the ship, the advisors, all are the same, just with a Zerg overlay, which I found kind of disappointing. And going back to the point, not having humans or at least more human-like characters makes me not care like I did with Jimmy, Tychus, Horner, you name it. What are your thoughts on that? It's not like I have it for other games. Maybe it's just so similar to Wings of Liberty I get this way. But like, Abathar's lines are only about DNA from local fauna or extracting from an ancient alien. I mean, that's it. No nuance of DNA strands or the Zerg overexpanding or shrinking DNA pool or something else than we have to assimilate. Anyways, we can make cracklings right off the bat, which I loved, and the 3 mutations between every unit was such a great gameplay change that we have to give them credit where credit is due. The next level is on this ice planet, which has a fun little mechanic of having your units freeze during winter storms. The Protoss are also on this world, and notice that Kerrigan is not as strong as she once was, like when she was murdering millions of Protoss. Anyways, the Protoss want to send off a warning signal, and we have to destroy some 5G towers. Unfortunately, for some reason, my footage got corrupted, so we're going to skip to the next mission. This corruption happened 3 times during my filming of the campaign, and I will let you know what happens during those corrupted times. Just know the Protoss were not able to send a signal. Our next mission, Shoot the Messenger, is all about not letting this goddamn Protoss send a message, physically. Just like the Great Train Robbery, I knew they would add some additional routes. If the other missions didn't have you moving creep around like it's a minigame in RuneScape, this mission will definitely make you. Creep for the Zerg is all around the best thing, and honestly, fighting off creep doesn't make sense, unless you're really rushing. Not only do your Hydralisks get speed bonuses from being on creep, I also believe they shoot faster, which against Void Rays and other Protoss ships is very useful. Plus, you get to paint the map purple, which is always satisfying. And props again to Blizzard for making these Protoss shuttles. I'm pretty sure they are a new asset, and I love to see that. Also, I noticed the maps in Heart of the Swarm felt bigger. If someone can confirm or deny this, I'd love to hear it, since I truly felt like the maps had more to do in them. Plus, the expansion of the maps seemed like they had found something within the game engine to maximize this. Anyways, we fight through the Protoss with a huge mass of Hydralisks, which just brings me back to the good old days. We finished the last conduit, and Kerrigan has completely turned into supervillain number 1 again, which, Christ almighty, I understand you love James, but dude, you're responsible now. All I'm saying.
Nothing is done until they are all dead.
This line Kerrigan delivers next, though, hit hard, even if Blizzard play up the Zerg don't understand feeling shtick.
But there is something underneath it. I do not understand.
It's pain, Isha. Sometimes even my hatred can't shield me from memories.
Of an enemy who damaged you?
No. Memories of better times. Of a friend now lost.
Wait, friend? Damn, Jimmy, that was a friend kiss. So this is one of the better parts of the game. Kerrigan's abilities, and holy buckaroo bonsai, they get wild. For now, Kerrigan interrogates a Protoss hostage, and Isha explains that the Protoss mothership is on the other side of the planet. We also have evolution missions, which I thought were pretty good, for the fact that they added something tangible to the player's options, and some interesting Abathar dialogue, which ideologically goes against what Kerrigan was just talking about. So for the Zerg DNA guru, pain is irrelevant, since they die and I guess come back to live in the hive mind style. Anyways, that's not what happens to Kerrigan. Well, it is since you respawn after 60 seconds, but I'm assuming if she dies, she doesn't get put back into the biomass of the swarm. It's a beautiful thing about humans. Our memories, actions, voice are all unique to us. That finality of life, it's what makes life so special. We only get one chance at it. For the Zerg, I get it. You can't cry over some broken Zergling egg. It will be interesting to see where Kerrigan goes with this, since she does have a choice. Be responsible for what she has done and remember the pain, or does she want to again inject Queen of Blades into her system and scoff it all off?
What is that sound?
Failed experiments. Reverting to biomass. Slow process.
At least put them out of their misery first.
Wasted effort. Creatures will die soon. Pain irrelevant.
Time will tell. Our next mission is Enemy Within, and it's honestly pretty awesome. I'm sure that that's against the Geneva Convention, though.
I'm sorry.
For what? Slaughtering my people?
For what I must do to you. Your friends on that ship can sense you. They know they left one behind.
No.
But they can't warp you to their ship, because I'm blocking them.
No! No!
But if I drop the veil...
Do not warp me in, Templar! Do not!
You let the other Protoss take her?
She will be their death.
And goddamn, that's badass. So Kerrigan infects the Protoss with some sort of parasite, and we go Ridley Scott's Aliens on the ship. What I enjoyed about this mission, other than it growing a parasitic Zerg organism to full mass, was how we got a look inside the Protoss ship. Blizzard did a very good job within the interior designs of all three games, which elevates the missions tenfold. I also was questioning how good the Protoss are if they're just harvesting biomass from different planets. Like, what makes that any different from the consumption of the Terran Zerg? Anyways, we kill every Protoss on the ship, but somehow get disconnected from our comms. This leads to the biggest Chekhov's flying Protoss ship with Zerg infestation I've ever seen. And a directive to kill the Protoss? Where have I seen this before?
My queen, can you hear me? We are alone. The Queen of Blades has given us one purpose: to destroy the Protoss. We will be prepared. We will serve again.
We get a roach evolution that makes tiny roaches, or what seem to be the critters from the air unit that I'm blanking on the name of, and refuse to look it up because I am stubborn. I enjoy that the Zergling that calmed Kerrigan down after Jimmy died is still with her. Damn, even an anime would be sick in this universe. Like, holy shit, that's awesome.
What do you want?
Believe. Kerrigan, I have been to the beginning. Behold, Xeras, birthplace of the Zerg.
So, Zeratul has discovered the birthplace of the Zerg, and also mentions a dark god with nefarious doing. I guess he is insinuating that Kerrigan needs to evolve herself for some reason, since Zeratul not in the loop about Kerrigan's mental health spiraling, and her quest to kill off all the Protoss and Menks. I don't know, man, but that prophecy is really hitting him hard. To the point where he says Kerrigan's want for revenge is actually a good catalyst, which is wild. Kerrigan literally says, "I'm not going to be a pawn for your plans," and then in front of our eyes 3 seconds later goes, "Okay, I guess I'll evolve if it's for revenge."
My need to see Mengsk dead called me here. These Zerg will help me destroy Core Hall.
You must let Zerus remake you, Kerrigan. The final war nears, and there is little time.
I don't have to do a damn thing. I will not be a pawn in your prophecies.
But you will do anything to have your revenge.
Anything.
Then that is enough.
Revenge, prophecy, love, whatever you're calling it, you're still making the same action, lady. Regardless, Kerrigan senses some ancient creature, and Zeratul comes in with a history lesson about how she'll need to awaken and gain its power. Unfortunately, the primal Zerg are disturbed by our presence, and Zeratul pieces out into the void. And I know I'm slapping this game's story around a lot, but how did it get greenlit that the story deals Jimmy away in the first mission, and we see Zeratul once? Like, these are your main characters alongside Kerrigan. Why in God's name would you exchange those characters or the other minor ones with these Zerg advisors that have an emotional capacity of a barnyard post?
They're in a state of constant evolution. They don't die.
Until they are killed by another primal.
So this mission is gaining biomass. Yeah, get used to it. We have to feed this ancient fuck so it will wake up. It was sort of like the Thorazine mission in Wings of Liberty where you had to collect the gas. I applaud Blizzard for adding the Primal Zerg, which are a cool enemy, and most importantly for playing through all these games close together, a new enemy. With the last piece of biomass being fed to the Ancient One, he has reawakened.
Ancient One, I am here for the power of Zerus. I will sacrifice anything to achieve my goal. You will help me.
I only could think of the Majestic from American Dad, and it's one of my favorite songs. I don't know why.
Fallen Zarnaga, who came to Zerus long ago. He forged the Zerg into a weapon and took them away. Yet, some of us were hidden, overlooked. We multiplied. We remain pure.
Well, race purity was not on my bingo card for Heart of the Swarm. So this ancient being remembers when Amon or the Dark One first came to Zerus and genetically altered everyone, but the Primal Zerg, or I guess he left them. Whatever. I also like the dialogue you can get by talking to Isha after the mission, since she's kind of confused about why Kerrigan wanted to wake up the being that's more powerful than her.
It's called a gamble. It's something Terrans do when their instincts tell them the time is right.
I see. Just as when the Terran James Raynor came to Char to return you to your original form.
Yes, just like that. The thing about gambles, Isha, is that sometimes you lose.
Kerrigan's response is great, and I wish they played more into the dichotomy of human ingenuity, or as I like to put it, gusto. And the Zerg Swarm hive mind mentality of calculating risk, or that's how I view it. You can also ask the Ancient One about why the Swarm are corrupted or how it was done, which again, great backstory and much needed since I don't even think Amon's name is spoken in Wings of Liberty, but I'm sure someone will say I'm wrong on that. I honestly think it was just the Dark One from the Protoss mission. Anyways, the Ancient One tells us Amon can steal essence, which I assume is like DNA mixology that Abathur does. He also drops this little fact that the Overmind was the corruption and that any Zerg following the Swarm is a slave, which, damn, there's some deep-seated race-based bias going on here. And then, just like that, Kerrigan chooses to go into a primordial slime pit to change herself back.
You have come to this place, seeking power.
Power to kill Mengsk. Tell me what I must do.
The power is more ancient even than I. It comes at great cost. What will you sacrifice to have your revenge?
Everything.
You must feel the power. It calls to you. Go to it.
Wow. Kind of bullshit if you ask me. Why do I say bullshit? Because any major change for a character in a book, TV show, movie, game is a big deal, right? And then for it to be reversed and Kerrigan not even trying to control the swarm with what she has, since she does control a lot of Zerg already, is kind of wild. I understand the swarm is broken without the Overmind, and to a further extent the Queen of Blades, but this would have been in my mind the perfect way to show the struggle of wanting revenge, but also realizing that she can't go back to that form. Well, we'll see later on, but the writers chose the two worst outcomes. She transforms back and then there's no repercussions. It would be like Odysseus trying to get back to his home and then deciding, no wait, I want to fight another war and be gone for 6 more years. We get it, my anger is going to protect me like some World of Warcraft in-game cutscene, and we're supposed to support this? We also get to the thesis of the whole video 4,000 words into it, but it gets worse from here. World of Warcraft has its own style, and it has to pander to a wider audience. I would argue that StarCraft, Brood War, and even Wings of Liberty catered to a more niche crowd that enjoyed the nittier and grittier aspects of the Koprulu sector because of the small details and interesting character dynamics within the universe itself. What this game is turning into is a power struggle of quote-unquote good and quote-unquote evil, even if Kerrigan isn't black and white. This gets to the point where, I kid you not, we have a Harry Potter wand battle that made me want to gag, but I'm jumping the gun. All I want to point out is that the third transformation is too much for someone that's played each game. It's a cop-out and not interesting from a character development standpoint. I also want to hear what you think of this and the thought of the WoWification of StarCraft. Unfortunately, this is the second clip that got corrupted, and of course it has Kerrigan coming out of that genetic goop. But we do have Abathar gleaming from viscous opening to slimy underbelly because the DNA sequencing apparently is top-notch for Kerrigan.
Genetic strands different. Restructured from base level up. Stronger than Queen of Blades. Sequences complex but clean. Completely different at core.
Yes, I am different. I am my own master. When the Zelnaga artifact made me human again, it cleansed me of Amon's influence. And that allowed me to become something greater.
Must take sample. Study new sequences.
Don't even try, Abathar. What I am now is beyond your comprehension.
Now I get it, she's rid of Amon's influence and is more of a pure Zerg. Doesn't change my thoughts on the multiple transformations. But I do want to say that without the directive within her, she might have more sway on her own actions. But with that comes responsibility, which, well, we'll get there. In all the hubbub, I forgot that we're at war with the Primal Zerg tribes. This was pretty awesome, and I enjoyed seeing the Primal Zerg bosses. This is one of the ways that they've added on to the mystique, and I guess you can call it that, not just with the mission, but with the map design. Making transitions between the mission area and the boss arenas was really cool. And honestly, playing Kerrigan with spells and an upgrade system made me feel like I was in Warcraft 3, and I promise that will be soon. I just don't know if I should play the remastered or not. Any thoughts?
Each has sent most of its pack against your swarm, leaving themselves vulnerable.
Isha, defend the Leviathan. I will deal with the pack leaders myself.
Regardless, we killed the last Primal Zerg, and lo and behold, it's a double cross.
Your essence overflows with power. I thirst. You will feed my evolution, the first in millennia.
I wondered when you would make your move.
No allegiance but to self. Kill or be killed. You know this.
Of course.
One will be consumed and become something greater than either. This is the heritage of the Zerg.
Now, tell me this doesn't look like the boss fight in Act 2 of Diablo 3. I could not believe it, but what the fuck, right? Even though I did enjoy the RTS aspect of microing my troops. And again, we have to give Blizzard props where it's due. Hearing that a full new column of abilities and powers have been unlocked after turning Primal Zerg was awesome.
The full essence of the Primal Pack Leaders has awakened a new column and many abilities. As new tiers of abilities continue to awaken, you will gain abilities in this third column as well.
You have the visual, the auditory, and then you see what the hell you actually got, and oh man, you can spawn a freaking Leviathan? Sorry, I'm cursing a lot, it's just so sick. So Kerrigan wants to turn the page on her version of the Zerg, not to be controlled by anyone, yada yada. Okay, well, what was your justification for transforming? Your revenge? Let's be real here, you're being controlled by your emotions. So, as a main character that we're playing, let's be real with the player. And I can already foresee some smooth brain going, it's because she's a woman. Screw that. Kerrigan's a fictional character written by a team of people, and they failed the biggest thing for a character-driven journey, which I would argue Heart of the Swarm is. Kerrigan's motivation. This is the problem with not having any other humans to interact with. We can't hear what Kerrigan is thinking, and therefore we don't hear any pushback for her actions, or any insight into what she's thinking. It's all, Abathar, don't you dare, Isha, you don't understand pain. It's surface level. Where is the back and forth within Kerrigan about if she's choosing the right path? What about being introspective for the player to at least get some semblance of a conflict within the character herself? I'm sorry I'm going into this so much, but after Wings of Liberty, which was so focused on the progression of Jimmy, albeit odd progression of the character, that I'm stunned we got this. Like, the answers Kerrigan gets are just black and white. Did you know the Ancient One was going to attack me? Of course I did. He's Zerg. End of conversation. I mean, Christ, Abathar's dialogue is only about genetics. Not like with Swan having to defend Jimmy to the rest of the crew when they start working for Valerian. Okay, we're done with the character insight. Next mission is on Char.
The Dominion sure made themselves at home while I was gone. Once I've reclaimed my forces, General Warfield is getting evicted.
And I love this. Going back to the most consequential planet in the universe, or one of them at least. Again, the visuals are pretty awesome from the Leviathan ship. To see this Dominion setup on Char goes to show how much of an impact Jimmy and friends had. And Terrans aren't the only thing still living on Char. Turns out another broodmother has survived and is doing her own sort of evolution dance. Our next mission involves collecting eggs, and as my focus shifted to the WoWification of this franchise, seeing collected 0 out of 100 of anything sends me back to my questing days. I did enjoy the concept of Zagara, the broodmother, and Kerrigan running around collecting eggs, plus having the infested Terran as part of Zagara's brood was a neat detail and just goes to show how deadly fighting the Zerg can be. I mean, Christ, they're still kind of sentient. Poor people. With Cracklings and our newfound Banelings, this was a quick level, and starts another WoW narrative. The Subservient Servant.
Do you know why I beat you in battle?
You were stronger than I.
No.
Faster then.
No.
Do not toy with me, my queen. Tell me your secret.
Talk to Abathar in the evolution pit.
He will tell me?
He will change you. Go.
I get why Kerrigan spares her life, but how many times does Zagara need to say she's envious of Kerrigan? Especially right after the Ancient One tries to kill her, I just don't get it. Like, Kerrigan, you just had a conversation with Dahaka about Zerg on Zerg violence being the norm. Later on, she does have a line about wanting Zagara to succeed her in case anything happens, but like, I don't really buy that. So again, we get the same 3 lines. Zerg strong, strong by force, strongest Zerg equals leader. Terran have essence? No, they stupid. Go evolve. At a certain point, it just gets so reused and stale that this is the moment I had a hard time not just eviscerating every last detail of this game. But it does get slightly better. The next mission is Fire in the Sky, and the phrase Bone Trench is iconic. I enjoyed this level for 2 reasons. Any slow-moving frontal assault with pushing creep, especially after choosing Kerrigan's passive before the mission, and the fact that we get to take down Gorgon battlecruisers was such a joy.
Awaken. Annihilate that Gorgon. This is the beginning of the end, Warfield.
It made me forget whatever sitcom flashback missions we just had on Xeris. We get past the Terran nuclear devices and get this cutscene. Damn, Warfield, I don't think you deserve to go down like this.
Lieutenant, get the wounded to those shuttles.
We're almost there. Should I send a team to get you?
I'm fine, Lieutenant. Just see to those wounded. I'll get out another way.
General, there's too many Zerg. We're not gonna make it.
Kerrigan, you listen to me. I have 3 shuttles packed with men too injured to ever be a threat to you. Husbands, fathers, you let those shuttles go. You hear me?
General, we're surrounded. There's no way out.
You bitch. You're not even human anymore. You betrayed us all. For what? Petty revenge? How many innocents have you killed? How many more have to die? What if Raina could see you right now?
We're surrounded. We're not gonna make it. My position. General, the Zerg pulled back. It's a miracle. We're going to make it. General. General.
Oh my Christ, nuance? Character building? Warfield is right though, all of this, everything for revenge. Manx needs to die, but good God, at what cost? To save those fathers, sons, just then, think about what invading Core Hall will do. Kerrigan? Kerrigan? And unfortunately, a portion of the 20-minute video was corrupted. This is the last time for the retrospective, and I'll be looking into the issue after completing the video. My sincerest apologies. What we miss is an old friend coming back from the dead, Stukov, which I was not expecting such a deep cut, and Manx informing Kerrigan that he's a dirty little liar.
Now, you'll do exactly as I tell you if you care at all about Jim Raynor. Yes, he's alive. So you'll keep your swarm away from Core Hall and away from me, or he dies. That man sacrificed everything to give you back your humanity, and you threw it away. How he must be disgusted by you. Why, he'd be first in line to kill you.
Also, in the thought of re-recording, which for only 15 minutes of footage I declined to do, I discovered that the story was not as linear as I thought, or a small detail of Kerrigan's transformation on Xeris, which doesn't have to happen before Char. It's interesting to see how Warfield reacts to Kerrigan without her Queen of Blades version 2 online. Anyways, let's get back to where we were. So, Manx tells Kerrigan Jimmy is alive just for the fact that she won't attack Core Hall and jeopardize his life, which I think was kind of a smart move since he is playing to her more human side, even with him calling her a monster like 18 times. Stukov, if you remember, was betrayed by Duran, one of Amon's followers in Brood War, and is now an infested Terran, but with a mind sort of intact. He explains that it's not just because he wants to kill off the hybrid movement, but that he was kept as an experiment by the Dominion, which also seems to check out. This was a great sequence of level design. The fact that we were assaulting a huge medical facility from the top down had a great visual aesthetic, and the gameplay matched exactly how I would think a Zerg invasion would be. No hatcheries, no buildings, just straight infestation. And then we get exactly a hatchery and everything like usual, which, okay, they could have just gone deep into the infestation sprawl, but whatever. The Dominion can release this gas to kill off the infested, even though we're literally outside, but again, small. I will say watching the map with all the infested Terran marching onto the entrance was a sweet visual.
Mineral field depleted.
My queen, the swarm is ready to enter the laboratory at your command.
Good. It's time we found out what's waiting inside.
I have been contacted by another brood mother. Ryloth has been keeping her large brood out of the conflict. She is impressed with you and wishes to bring her brood back into the swarm.
Broodmother Ryloth, hear me. Take your brood to Jontor 2. This is where the Dominion manufactures their newest ships. Destroy that world for the swarm.
It shall be done, my queen.
After our successful push through, we're met with two interesting dialogues. One about another brood mother wanting to come into the fray, and instead Kerrigan sends her to a specific Dominion world, one that produces all their new ships. I truly enjoyed this detail since I wouldn't think all the production would be on Core Hull. It just shows how good of a tactician Kerrigan is, that she plays both the numbers game and the analytical one too. We also get a dialogue from Stukov about Dr. Narud, that German scientist guy from the first game. What did I say? Never trust a German scientist that works for a shady biomedical firm?
Skyger Station, the Dominion's secret weapons lab. This is the heart of Mengsk's hybrid breeding program.
Tell me about the hybrid.
Zerg and Protoss DNA combined. Something that should not be possible.
And these creatures will follow Mengsk's orders?
He believes they will. I am not so sure.
Stukov informs us that Dr. Narud isn't human at all, but an ancient shapeshifter that had worked for Amon, or still does, and that he will be the most powerful enemy Kerrigan has ever faced. Which is wild to say. The next mission has us infiltrating the facility and seeing the hybrids awakening, which is not a good thing since they have some life-drained function against our girl. You can hear it in her voice. She's worried.
Hybrid are waking up.
What's happening to you?
It's attacking me psionically, draining me.
Stay strong. You must kill the hybrid or we are all doomed.
Again, we have to applaud the details in these levels. I love that there are shadows since we're within the facility, but we also destroyed a lot of the ceiling in the initial assault, plus all the medical projections of the hybrid bodies, and you realize they've been doing this for some time. Plus, these hybrids do not mess around, and will storm your whole army into oblivion. With due diligence, we eliminate the hybrids and go even deeper into the lab. We get a quick dialogue between Stukov and Kerrigan, again talking about Narud and his plan of bringing back Amon from death, since they use the word resurrect. And this is when I felt the paradigm shift change, and we go full World of StarCraft, which I kind of would play, but not this.
Narud is an ancient creature of vast power. He waits for you in the bowels of this place. One of you will die. Make sure it's that son of a bitch.
Why would Narud build this lab on top of a Xel'Naga temple?
You know nothing of the Xel'Naga.
Narud is driving a null zone towards you. It will kill you on contact.
Narud as a character is less set up than Duran was in Brood War. Yes, he was in Wings of Liberty for like a smidgen of time, but when you see what he becomes in the next level, you'll understand my questioning. Our next mission starts with us finding that the Tal'Darim are in the facility, the Protoss that went with Amon during the whole Civil War strife thing thousands and thousands of years ago. Just think of them as actual zealots to Amon's cause. All good, you say, and then this. I mean, didn't they do this in World of Warcraft? This is some Harry Potter shit right here, and honestly, I have no idea where this came from. Like, Kerrigan being able to channel lightning energy for 20 minutes, it seems so out of the blue that it took me out of the mission. Plus, the bar on the top of the screen makes it like we're playing Street Fighter. We destroy the final temple and get this cutscene.
Face me, Narud. It's over.
It is only beginning. Amon whispered of this from the stars.
No.
Sarah.
No. You're not him. You are not Jim! You are nothing! I'm everything you lost. I am everything you never had. You've already lost.
Amon lives. You will see him soon.
Like, what are we even doing here? Even though that was certified badass. So, Amon lives, Kerrigan still has a soft spot for Jimmy, and somehow a Nidus worm can be called in like Dune. I don't know, man, that cutscene could have easily been in Warcraft 4, the search for more money. Kerrigan wakes up in the spawning pool trying to recover from the side blade to the stomach, and I guess she's rubbed off on her broodmother friend. It's just weird at this point, like I don't really care about Zagara and her will to be better or her thinking of the bigger picture. The Overmind knew one thing, those Cerebrits did not talk that much.
Enough. She is healing, but she must rest now.
Anyways, with the information that Jimmy is still alive somewhere, but without any technology on board a ship that's a living organism, we have to call in some help. So another callback to Wings of Liberty. For a one mission side character and Horner's ex-wife, interesting. To find out where Jimmy is, we need to get the guy who hacked into the old Confederate AI, but he's still being held by Mira Han, who isn't the best communicator.
Mira Han, this is Prince Valerian. Do you read me?
Of course I do, Princess. I know you're working with Matthew. Put him on, please.
You forget yourself, mercenary. Hello, Mira.
Matthew, you never write, you never call. It's almost like you don't care.
I'm here to ask for your help. You've got Colonel Orlin and we need him.
I kind of like this 180, not only playing as Terran again, but having this sort of old school level with the Hyperion. Something about spaceships in space works. Who knew? We also encountered the Kelmorian mining company, which if you know anything about the lore of StarCraft, was a great little add-on. And then we get this quick scene where Kerrigan literally sends out the remaining broodmothers on a quest to murder whole entire worlds. I'm sorry, what?
Broodmother Noctul has contacted us. She speaks for the remaining broodmothers, not under your control. They feel your power, and they wish to return to the swarm.
Broodmothers, hear me. I am sending you the location of our enemies across the sector. Destroy them. Burn their strongholds in my name. Then, You shall be one with the swarm.
We shall do this, my queen.
I get you're against the Dominion, but she literally goes carte blanche on humans again, while not being under the influence of the Overmind. And she knows Raynor is alive, so how do you think he's going to react when he finds out what you've done, especially going back to the Queen of Blades? And you're genocidal. Alright, also a neat detail of the Hyperion coming into the Leviathan's orbit. Holy moly, how big is this thing? And Kerrigan has the audacity to say, don't hurt Terrans. Like, girl, you initiated back into the Brood. You ordered your queens to destroy planets. What are you talking about? Now, you know you've messed up as a writer when a character that's only had 10 minutes of screen time between Wings of Liberty and this game has more depth and character arc than your main character. The way Valerian calmly stands his ground to Kerrigan is fantastic. It's a great juxtaposition from his father and how he deals with her.
Kerrigan.
You're already in over your head. Don't make it worse.
If the Dominion sense our intrusion, they'll move Jim or kill him. I am not going to risk failure because you are impatient. So save your threats.
You've done some growing up since your moja.
Zerg are not the only ones who adapt.
Very well. I will wait for your expert to do his work.
We wait patiently and get rewarded by the information that Jimmy is in fact alive, but in a special space jail that teleports every 5 minutes or something, making it horribly hard to find. But this space station or jail needs to resupply at some point, and with our luck, they have to do that tomorrow for 32 minutes.
For 32 minutes tomorrow.
Atlas will send a tanker out to the Moros, but when the fueling's done, it's gone. Our associate Tosh volunteered to infiltrate.
No, you've done your part. I'll handle this myself.
Be careful, Kerrigan. This place makes New Folsom look like a nursery.
I'm in.
Our sensors are tracking you. I'll relay any tactical information I can. Be careful, Kerrigan. My father will have made every precaution to ensure no one reaches Commander Raynor.
What an entrance. This mission reminded me a lot of the original StarCraft with the level design. Something about labs and jails in a universe just gets me. Anyways, we lay waste to the facility. No one is stopping this reunion.
Sarah? No.
I had to get you out.
What have you done?
What I had to.
Tell that to Phoenix. Tell it to the millions you butchered.
You swore you'd kill the Queen of Blades. You were the only one who ever believed in me. Do you still believe in me? I love you, Jim. Never forget it.
We're done.
Yeah, bud, not only did you lose your best friend trying to save Kerrigan just a month ago, but she changed back into the literal thing that killed your other friends too. But now she has a head on her shoulders. Okay, freeze frame, folks. Kerrigan, unironically, after calling for Terran worlds to be obliterated so the Dominion can stop making ships and whatever the hell was happening on other planets, goes, I always loved you, Jim. Give me a break. First of all, if you actually loved the person, you would have mourned their loss like a human you were turned into, and taken the pain and maybe, just maybe, done something good with it. Instead, you murder so many organic things after what, a day of Kerrigan thinking he's dead? What kind of legacy for Raynor would that have been if he actually had died? Secondly, folks, love bombing after the other person sacrifices so much for you and technically speaking, she throws it in Raynor's face in so many ways is kind of gaslighting and pretty messed up. Sorry we're getting to dating 101, but goodness me, who wrote this? And remember, Raynor says, we're done. Let's see how long that lasts.
I'm going to Core Hall. It's time.
Why are you telling us this, Kerrigan?
There will be ruin, destruction. Millions can die amid the chaos. Valerian, your people will need a leader.
You're right, Kerrigan. They will. If I'm to be that leader, I'll ask only one thing of you. Bring your swarm down outside the city. That will give us time to evacuate.
Core Hall is going to be the most difficult battle of my life, and you're asking me to make it harder.
I am.
I was wrong about you, Valerian. You're not like your father. I'll give you your chance. Make the most of it.
Kerrigan and Valerian have some words about what a new world order would look like under him and if he's okay with Daddy getting offed, which I would guess so since Manx has also tried to kill his own son. And again, Valerian shines. Not only does he understand that his father is an authoritarian ruler, but that he will need to pick up the Empire from the ashes of this assault. With good thinking and again, a diplomatic tongue gets Kerrigan to agree to start the assault outside the city, giving everyone more time to evacuate. See, that's good writing. That the son of the evil Emperor has a heart, knows that he won't save everyone, but will damn sure try. I hope he doesn't change that much in the next game, because I have no recollection. And now, something that I've wanted since Kerrigan was left on Tarsonis. The final assault on Core Hall.
My queen, your Leviathans are in position.
Unleash the swarm.
We will lose countless drop pods in the opening moments.
We're sending millions. Even if only a fraction gets through, it'll still be more than enough to take out these orbital defenses from the ground.
So, of course, Arcturus isn't going down easily, and he unveils the Side Destroyer, pretty much an upgraded version of the one from the original StarCraft. This is Dahaka's time to shine, since, being a primal Zerg, he has no psi energy, or at least that's what I think is going on.
The swarm is going to be torn apart. We have to shut down this field now. Dahaka, this is the central hub of the Side Destroyer. We're going to bring it offline permanently. We've done it. The Side Destroyer is finished. Zagara, report.
We are pushing the Dominion into the Imperial sector now.
Was that your last card, Manx? It wasn't good enough.
With the Side Destroyer terminated, Kerrigan wants to continue the assault, but unfortunately the evacuations have been slower than anticipated. Plus, Kerrigan rightfully elaborates that Arcturus will see the pattern of not killing civilian areas and use it to his advantage, which I would have loved to see that reaction since he thinks of her as a monster. Regardless, look who shows up, and Kerrigan pulls a 180. Like, have some conviction, Kerrigan. Either you want to spare life or you don't. Don't let your ex, who also has killed a fair bit of people, influence you. Anyways, we start our final assault on the palace, which, great touch for bringing down a fascist fuck. They always live in palaces.
I sense. No, it can't be.
My queen, a Terran battlecruiser is inbound on your location.
There's something familiar about Jim?
Let's finish the job.
I didn't think you would come back.
We're both tied up in whatever happens here today. We do it together.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? What part of I'm done and shooting a wall like yesterday has changed you into what's the job? Let's finish the job. Come on, if you really wanted them to get back together for the final fight, have some goddamn dialogue about the horribly complicated last month or so, and have Raynor say, I don't agree with what you did, but let's finish Mengsk off. This 11th hour heroism puke doesn't play well, and for two characters that have gone through legitimate hell, it feels like nothing actually affects them. Wings of Liberty, Raynor is affected by the events around him, but now we're here. It felt not only forced, but not set up in any way that made me feel good about what was going on. Like, what are they going to do? Kiss over Mengsk's dead body? No, guys, right? Right? Well, for a final level, I did enjoy spreading creep around the capital city and seeing other broods coming in from the wings. It just shows the scale of the invasion so well.
Stukov, your path is clear.
Understood. Let's finish this.
The swarm conquers all.
The dominion of man is stronger than you. We will see your ashes spread to the wind. Men, stop the Queen of Blades for humanity.
And finally, we get our confrontation almost 15 years in the making at the time. What an amazing visual, and again, StarCraft cinematic team are #1 in my eyes.
Hello, Kerrigan. I've been waiting for you.
Okay, that's certified badass.
You haven't tried to escape.
Escape? My dear, I'm afraid you've got it all wrong. Clearly, you are my greatest failure. Now, at long last, you will die.
Change of plans.
Okay, girl, even more badass.
Never suffer enough for all the lives you've ruined, Arcturus.
I made you into a monster, Kerrigan.
You made us all into monsters.
Kerrigan, you're calling the kettle black. And wow, that was immensely satisfying.
Thank you, Jim. For everything.
My pleasure, darling.
I'm sorry, what? What is going on? Is this Mary Poppins? Are you kidding me? What do you mean it was always a pleasure? Am I taking crazy pills? Also, Manx, your mortal enemy for all this time, and you don't even have a beer or something to celebrate, you just leave? And all the, I love you. For what? Manipulation, it seems. Holy shit, I even posted on my community page about how batshit insane this ending was. And you know I'm riled up since I'm writing curse words and keeping them in through multiple edits. This was the stupidest visual ending I've ever seen. Oh, how are we going to end it? I guess she could just fly up now to the Leviathan. Not even a Lord of the Rings rip that she goes, I love you, Jim, and then jumps out of the window for a Mutalisk to catch her or something like that. For Christ's sake, she rode a Nidus worm against the shapeshifter. And what, she just learned to fly? Psionic powers? Then why not fly to the Manx's room and just kill him? We do get this final bit about her true enemy, and I'll just play it out to catch my breath. So, with those last lines about having to lose everything, Kerrigan, that was your choice. If Amon truly wants to kill off all life, then why take on the burden of stopping him when you have the love of your life right there? She is choosing this path, and even funnier is she was all, no prophecy for me, when Zeratul was talking to her. Kerrigan does so many 180s and conflicting choices that her character felt off to say the least, and I don't understand her reasoning for any of this. I know I've said it a bunch, but not having a quote-unquote human characters with actual emotions and interactions created a main story that had no cohesion, no intimacy, if you could call it that. I'm so disappointed in that Mary Poppins ending and Kerrigan's search for Amon, plus it's like she's a drug addict or something saying, I'll get off the swarm, I swear, and then literally goes back to it the next day. I know it's hard to hold a series or franchise so well for so many years, but come on! This felt like they didn't know where to go with the game's story, and I hope to Christ it comes back tighter for the third installment. Anyways, wow, this is probably going to be a very long retrospective, and I dislike it probably because I felt like I criticized the game more than others, but I always am honest. I also know how much work and dedication it takes for games like these, and I thank the people who took their time and energy to produce this, even with its various ailments. Anyways, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the game, what you enjoyed, and what you feel didn't hit the mark. I look forward to talking about Legacy of the Void soon, and I truly appreciate you. As always, see you next time. Howdy folks and welcome. I hope this finds you well. Today, we'll be talking about Legacy of the Void, StarCraft 2's final expansion, and sadly, probably the last true iteration of the franchise, at least for now. Despite what the title says, I enjoyed Legacy of the Void the most out of the trilogy. Wings of Liberty closely behind it, and if you have watched my Heart of the Swarm video, well, you know that's dead last. Legacy of the Void does so many things right in its main campaign. There were so many great characters with interesting dialogue, fantastic visuals that immersed you quickly into the game, and musical callbacks that fans from 25 years ago would instantly pick up. However, there is something rotten in the Koprulu sector, and it really has to do with the ending of the game, and in retrospect, this franchise. And I do hope I'm wrong. I've advocated that most StarCraft fans would play anything within the universe. Give us a 2D adventure click game, give us a first-person shooter, hell, give us Protoss SimCity for goodness sake. Alas, knowing the stupidity of now parent company Microsoft when it comes to their IPs they spend billions on, I'm not going to keep so much hope alive. Yet, I'm jumping the gun here even if the ending brought a sour taste, because what's at the core of this game is absolutely fantastic, and let's see why.
As it was foretold, Amon, the Dark God, lives again. If any hope remains for our galaxy, it lies in the hands of the Xel'Naga. Only one piece of the prophecy remains unfulfilled. That on the world where Amon was reborn, the last light will be revealed.
So we get a little recap on what has happened. Zeratul is still on his prophecy quest around the stars, trying to figure out how to defeat Amon. We get a mention of Duran from Brood War, also known as Nerud from Wings of Liberty, Amon's #1 follower, who Zeratul thinks can lead us in the right direction, or I guess Nerud's notes can. Zeratul then receives a distress call about some random Protoss being abducted, and a Mobius facility right by us. Even better is Kerrigan is on her revenge mission too.
Zeratul, I thought I sensed your presence. Let's not mince words. Why are you here?
This place holds information I seek, and my captured brethren. I intend to free them both from the Terran's grip.
This facility is a breeding ground for Amon's hybrid army. My swarm will erase it from existence.
This is a great starting mission, since we get our main character from Heart of the Swarm doing exactly what she was doing when we left her. Plus, I enjoyed the fact that Zeratul and Kerrigan know it's futile to fight each other when both of them have ulterior motives for being in the same place. Kerrigan being there to destroy the hybrids, and Zeratul being there for information on Amon and to help out the abducted Protoss. Legacy of the Void's missions do a decent job at switching up what the player needs to do, and even if they copy most of the mechanics throughout the game, there was always something slightly different which stopped it from getting stale. This level has this doom wave of Zerg attacking into the Mobius facility, which not only is visually striking, but if your units get in their way, they're kaput. I also like the Terran's new voice lines that are controlled by Amon. After so many years playing Wings of Liberty, it was jarring to hear all the new recording.
Slay the Protoss! Their flesh will serve the Master!
It made me feel like Amon had the edge on us for some reason. We bust out the Templar that were imprisoned and avoid Kerrigan's death march towards the facility's reactor.
The Tal'Darim? Those heretics have never ventured so close to our worlds.
This can only be the work of Amon. Templar, where were they holding you?
The Zelnaga Temple, unlike any I have seen. It was called Eris, but its location was kept a secret from us.
So, the Tal'Darim are an elite guard of Amon, Protoss that left with Amon back millennia ago, who fanatically linked with the god. We get information on some Zelnaga temple and head out to that world. Now, it felt a bit jumpy in terms of narrative, but I understand it's a prologue and they had to do something to fill in the gaps for the player.
Within those ancient walls lies our last hope. Tal'Darim, seal the temple. None enter until my work is done.
The Tal'Darim have such a great design throughout the game and will come to know one very well later on. For now, we have to fight through not only the Tal'Darim forces, but the planet breaking apart underneath us. I don't know if the developers intended this, but the beginning of almost every mission was difficult, and not in a bad way. I really enjoyed the composition they gave you, and if you were smart about it, you could use it to your advantage. This level has us foraging for Vespian gas through the fissures in the ground. My usual go-to is just build up a mass army and plow through the level, yet at least in the starting missions, that was kind of impossible with the resources being limited. This is a good thing and made microing units essential. I also felt like most of the levels didn't need you to expand to a second base, but it was so advantageous for resources and played into the flows of the mission that it just felt natural. I think that's an ode to the level designers who really went all out this game. There's nothing like blinking your stalkers on high-end units. Brings me back to my latter days. We get past the Tal'Darim and Zeratul can enter the temple. I like the detail of the Vespian gas still seeping through the temple since this whole planet is on its last legs. Seriously, the amount of details in this map were staggering, and truly added to the beautiful universe this game is set in. We blink and cut our way through hybrids and Tal'Darim alike. God damn, Zeratul's so badass. So obviously the being that talks through some dimensional void to an already fanatical leader is not a good sign.
Truthbringer, the Terrans have failed and led these intruders here. The great work is in jeopardy. Abandon your fear, Malash. Redemption is at hand. Your universe will be freed of its suffering. It will be done.
We fight through more of the temple and destroy the communicator device so that Amon can stop planning his redemption, or whatever stupid evil plan he has in store for us.
The Tal'Darim are severed from Amon's guidance.
Something's happening. I'm detecting a powerful fluctuation of void energies.
Zeratul, the keystone shall usher you unto hope.
Tassadar. Can it be?
I was confused at Zeratul's response to seeing Tassadar saying, "Can it be?" Yeah, dude, you know you saw him literally a game ago when you visited the Overmind, right? Why was this a surprise? That Tassadar came from the Void, question mark? This was the first little instance, and it surely is not the last, that made me feel like the 3 games were written by different people and directed by a different person. I'll highlight more of it when we get there. For now, we have another piece of the prophecy. Another great move from the level designers is reusing the space in a different way. For the mission, getting out with only 4 minutes left was thrilling, and made you think of the battles that you had to take and which ones you could blink away from. Even though that was hard with Zeratul's spin blade move, like, goddamn, give me a Diablo-esque game with StarCraft characters. We get to the cave exit and get the hell out of Dodge, which ends the prologue and sets up the main game. Zeratul needs Artanis and the might of the Protoss, or I guess what's left of it, to defeat Amon. Or I guess commune with the Xel'Naga, I don't really know. Zeratul explains that Tassadar, the voice, told him about the keystone. Yes, that keystone that knocked out Kerrigan twice is going to be used for Amon somehow. We haven't figured that one out yet, but it's our only lead.
I must return to my people. They will not understand my actions, but I will face their judgment. Make them understand. For only Artanis, young hierarch of the Protoss, can unite our scattered factions as one, before Amon's wrath engulfs the galaxy.
Now, one of my biggest gripes with Heart of the Swarm was how uninteresting the dialogue between the Zerg leaders was, and how there was no nuance in their action or thought process. Thank God that's not the case in Legacy of the Void. On the contrary, we're going to be talking a lot about the themes including self-doubt, leadership, self-determination, ideological allegiances, and a lot more. Yeah, we're going to go all into it. The first scene with Artanis, he is already questioning his leadership, something we'll see throughout the game. Not only does he doubt himself, but the burden of making choices is heavy. Because there is no answer that saves everyone. Artanis will quickly learn that sacrifices have to be made, even if they are hard to take.
Yet, you spoke of a way to stand against him.
This vision was a benevolent one, as if an ancient voice called out from beyond. The keystone shall usher you unto hope.
Keystone?
I saw a burst of light revealing the Xel'Naga artifact on the Terran world of Korhal. It is the keystone of this vision. The prophecies speak of Xel'Naga standing against Amon in the end times. I believe this keystone will guide us to them.
I have always trusted you, Zeratul, but the burdens of leadership demanded much of me. There are times I am uncertain whether I was truly ready for such weight.
Your doubt is unfounded, young Artanis. You must embrace what you have become, if you are to be the leader we now need.
Artanis agrees to mobilize the Templar, and Zeratul is Korhal bound to find the keystone. But we need to find our ship. Oh god damn it, who forgot to put it in the parking garage?
The Void Seeker lies in ruins. What has transpired here?
Zerg, protect the Dark Prelate.
The Zerg in this area should have been eradicated. Stalkers, hurry to the Nexus point nearby and warn our brethren.
We get an abandoned Nexus, and Selendis exclaims to us that she can't feel Artanis' light, or Kala, or whatever the connection between the Protoss is, and we're tasked on finding out what happened, since we just spoke to the guy like, wasn't that a minute ago? We meet our first new character, Karax, a phase smith who, if you don't know the lore of the Protoss, check out my history of each race video. Phase smiths are absolute badass technician scientists that have developed a lot of things for the Protoss, some more ethical than others. Now, I have to thank the many people from my Heart of the Swarm video that told me that the tutorial, no matter how on the nose it seemed for me, was in fact super helpful to them, since they had never played Zerg before, or the game. I truly appreciate you voicing your opinions, and I would love to know what you felt about Legacy of the Void start, and what worked or didn't work for you. This time around, the tutorial felt a bit better, or at least not so in your face. We advance on both Zerg and Protoss positions, engaging with your typical swarmies, but also the Protoss seem a bit off. Zeratul believes them corrupted due to Amon's will, but we don't know the extent of his perversion into the Kala. It is interesting that Zeratul, being a Dark Templar, has no affiliation with the Kala, so he's exempt from this trickery. And now Selendis goes quiet. Uh-oh.
Zeratul, I can sense your presence. The Kala is filled with rage. My mind is being consumed.
Artanis, you must hold on. We are coming for you. Your lives are meaningless, purposeless. I grant you salvation.
See what I mean about the map extending? This was something I noticed a lot more in Heart of the Swarm as opposed to Wings of Liberty. I enjoyed this so much since you don't really know when the mission is finished. It keeps you on your toes.
Fury and rage.
Artanis doesn't sound too good, and we quickly rush over to his position.
I can hear his whispers.
Fight, Artanis. Do not let Amon consume you.
Unending hatred.
He has corrupted the Kala. Your nerve cords chain you to his will. They must be removed.
Certified badass. This fight between Zeratul and Artanis is exquisite, not only showing off how good Blizzard's cinematic teams can be visually, but the direction is striking. Oh my god, no, Zeratul, please don't tell me. Oh wow. Okay, at first I was shouting at my computer screen, how could you kill off one of your main characters and who wrote this? But after knowing the fate of other characters, this might be a better ending. Let that sit with you. So Amon is controlling the Protoss or the Kala linked ones through a psionic connection. With cutting their nerve cores, they can take that ability away, but it's not such a light action. Get it? Light action? Think about these Protoss always adhering to the Kala and the light. It's not just like a religion or a form of government, it's a psionic bond that has been ingrained in their psyche and society for thousands of years. Even worse is that beforehand, during the Aeons of Strife, the bloodiest time in Protoss history, so far, the Kala and its connective light was the catalyst for peace. It's really an interesting theme that will be filled out as we continue, but try to put yourself in those shoes. Your culture, way of life, everything you've known to be cut off, and there's no going back? It just makes you think. Anyways, we find Karax and everyone agrees that we have to leave Aiur quickly, since we've apparently saved everyone we can, and all the rest are under Amon's control. It's not looking good for Team Artanis. But we don't have a ride, so Karax and Artanis plan to unlock the old Spear of Adun, the flagship from the olden days. Amon has taken over Selendis, which, yeah, that sucks, and of course this old ship has no charge, so that's what we're tasked with. We also get access to the support systems of the ship, which I'll get into a bit later once we've unlocked some, but I want you to know that those abilities were critical to me enjoying the gameplay even more than Wings of Liberty or Heart of the Swarm. Even the first spell, Warping in the Pylon Anywhere, was so useful tactically, plus its upgrade, that I was astonished how many times I could use it. Anyways, we destroy the creep blocking the charging crystals, but before we depart, Amon's whole "life is broken" flawed shtick, I get it, but it's the only thing he says throughout the game. I am your salvation, yada yada, like dude, we get it, you're cosmic horror. I just wasn't impressed with him for now.
Power transfer completed. The Spear of Adun is ready to depart.
Want all Firstborn freed from Amon aboard, Facesmith. We must flee this world if we are to survive.
This is where I went, these are some fantastic visuals. The production value for this game seems so much higher than Heart of the Swarm, and as I said before, I love the small details that the maps are what we'll see on board of the Spear show. See, that's freaking so cool to see, not only witnessing how zealots are put in stasis in the process of becoming a Dragoon or a Stalker being made, is just, it's amazing. It makes you feel like you're on the Spear of Adun, which I felt like on the Hyperion, but not the Leviathan. I also enjoyed that even though Karax is a very capable smith, he still does not know everything about the ship, and we'll be discovering stuff together, which is always great gameplay and narrative integration. So let's not forget our mission. We have to retrieve the keystone from Core Hall, which I assume is still in Menx's office. Let's note the details that we get in this screen. Not only is this visually striking, but knowing that 6 billion people live on Core Hall alone just goes to show how massive the Dominion is. Oh, did we come at a bad time?
Evasive warp!
Protoss vessel, this is Commander James Raynor. Artanis? Man, ain't you a sight for sore eyes?
So we see a familiar face, James Raynor, who is currently battling the Mobius people who work for Nerud and with extension Amon. He tells Artanis that Core Hall is not the only planet being attacked, and that each invasion has been led by hybrids, which means Amon can pretty much start knocking planets off one by one. For now, we have to help the Terrans defend their planetary shield battery, or else it's literally going to fall out of the sky and blow up an entire city. Yeah, those are pretty cool stakes to start off. But before our first real mission, I wanted to point out the background wall on the Spear of Adun. No matter where we are in game or what is happening, there was always something to interact with, someone to talk with, or something to see. I really give the team who worked on this so much gratitude because I truly felt immersed through talking with every person on the ship that I could. And then you get these backdrops that could be art pieces. Like, are you serious? Look at those battle cruisers. Now, I don't know how the story would resonate for someone who didn't take the time to talk to the auxiliary characters. Even our first dialogue with Raynor after the cutscene is filled with information, and this interaction is exactly why I disliked Heart of the Swarm, because it lacked any of this. Artanis for now is a typical Protoss. Love of history, no emotion, yada yada, which Raynor calls him out for in a way, saying that regardless of what Artanis' ideology on luck is, the results will be the same. It's the first crack at Artanis' intellectual discourse, and him growing as a character. Sadly, this is what I meant about death being a more fitting ending to a character than what they do to poor Jimmy. We don't see Raynor, I would argue the second main character of this universe after the mission, for a long time. It pains me because I would have loved to seen both Artanis and Raynor, both with history together, combat the forces at large. Well, together, but I digress. Artanis tells James that we need the Keystone, but of course it's not going to be a walk in the Core Hall Academy. He also informs Jimmy that Zeratul has been killed, and I guess I wanted more from Jimmy than, I knew he would end that way with this damn prophecy mumbo jumbo. He teleported on your ship and made you save Kerrigan, plus all the stuff in the originals, I don't know, it just seemed a bit cold. Yet after what Raynor has witnessed in the last 10 years, Christ, I don't know how he's still sane. We also talked to Karax about not being connected with the Kala, and again, this is so much freaking better than the interpersonal relationships in Heart of the Swarm, and that's even a stretch to call it that.
I cannot call upon the surety of other phase-smiths. I am alone. I feel the isolation as well, as though thrashing within the vacuum of space. But you are not alone, brother. To think, the Dark Templar have endured this existence all this time. The days ahead will not be easy. We may not have the Kala to rely on, Karax, but we still stand as one. We will endure. There is no other option.
Not only is there this huge schism now that they've detached themselves from the Kala, both physically and mentally, but Karax is talking about truly feeling isolated, and Artanis has a great line in response. Now, some might find a lot of the overall ideology of Artanis throughout the game to be wanton or foolish, in the sense that it's just kumbaya, we're all together, unity, you name it. But I truly find his character's progression and how he views unity and leadership to be powerful, and we'll get to those specifics a little bit later. We also meet Rohana, our War Council advisor, who has yet to sever her connection with the Kala. She assures us that she can control Amon's corruption, which I called BS on.
I feel darkness lingering at the edges of my every thought, but I am not corrupted.
I do like that she is also a preserver, one that holds memories and personalities of the Protoss before us. I wonder if the probes that are designed for recording history just feed into her. Anyways, Rohana also holds onto some themes and elements that I found interesting, especially with her connection with history and culture. We'll soon come to learn that Rohana is bound more by the Protoss history than their future, which is an interesting duality since the phrase, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it, but an oversaturation of the past and tenets of said past can lead to stagnation or even demise. We do gain access to another fantastic gameplay mechanic they implemented, that being the assembly panel. Not only is it lore building showing off the different tech each subrace of Protoss use, that being Dark Templar tech or some more that we come into later, the biggest thing for me personally was being able to choose the Dragoon. Whoever at Blizzard said, you know, we should really bring back some of the most iconic units in their originals, should have gotten their bonus. Now, it might pain some people, but knowing I had Dragoons back at my disposal, you might see many missions where I just mass Dragoon. I tried not to, but nostalgia is a domineering mistress, and thoughts of fastest 3v3s pumping Dragoons out so fast my 9-year-old brain remembers the 1 through 9 keybinds and rally placements, I couldn't help myself. It also helps that the Dragoons plus sentries, which we'll get to later on, are very powerful. Last bit before we go into the level and see there's so much here we can discuss. Rohana is the last of the Preservers since the others were killed off in the original Zerg invasion. This plays greatly into her reluctance to sever her cords, since it wouldn't only destroy her connection to the Khala, but it would be the end of the Preservers, meaning all the history she has been tasked with keeping would be forgotten. A truly harrowing scenario.
A terrible burden has been laid upon you, Rohana.
Yet it is my fate to bear it. A fate foreseen by the same minds that constructed this vessel. I trust in their wisdom, Hierarch. I will serve my purpose, much as you must serve yours.
Alright, so we're on the Sky Shield platform, and oh, this was such a great visual. I love the thought of our forces on this gigantic platform slowly descending onto a capital city. The stakes are high, and these little details of the sides coming off, chef's kiss. We also get access to our next ability, Orbital Strikes. And oh boy, let me tell you, the amount of fun I had using these cannot be measured. Do not screw with the Spear of Adun. Now, I've been talking this game up since the start. One of the things I dislike at first and then absolutely thought was a farce is how Karax always mentions how you can grab Solarite, the energy system for the Spear of Adun. Now, granted, it's very important to collect the Solarite since some of the late game abilities are fantastic. One reminder, maybe 2 a level would be fine, but I kid you not, Karax wants Solarite more than I want Mama 2's pizza on a cold day. We take out Mobius forces and secure the Sky Shield, and get another nice playoff between Artanis not understanding nuance and Jimmy throwing out idioms left and right, which makes me think of the Archer gag.
While we were fighting to get planetside, the Imperial Palace was raided. Security data indicates the Keystone was taken. My mama used to have a saying, when it rains, it floods.
I am uncertain as to how this saying is helpful, friend Raynor.
Me either.
We also get access to the creme de la creme of the Spear of Adun, its solar matrix core. I also love these cutscenes that aren't fully cinematics, but are just so beautifully done. Hear that music too, that's an ode to the original soundtrack.
This chamber provides power to the Spear of Adun and all its systems. Its radiance even contributes nourishment for our warriors.
How long until you can bring its tactical systems online?
System analysis has begun, but the star has lain dormant for an eon. It will take time, and a powerful ignition catalyst like Solarite to restore it to full capacity.
With the solar core, we get to choose the abilities we deploy on the battlefield. You can also add supply or decrease warp times, which I didn't notice until halfway through my playthrough, but they were great additions and truly made me feel like I was progressing. We can talk with Rohana again, but this time on Daiul.
There is a direct threat to the Empire. Your choice to aid these Terrans is perplexing.
Why do you assume that they are lesser beings, Rohana?
I do not make an assumption. Gaze upon them. Unsophisticated, primitive. They communicate through orifices, mouths.
Again, Rohana is coming from aeons of superiority. I wouldn't even call it discrimination just yet, because that's more of a human term. The Protoss zeitgeist on this is more about not wanting to overextend their influence on other species like what the Xel'Naga did to them. I also like how they explain Amon's control of the Terrans, since it's not just Mobius troops being in the facility, but the usage of the psionic link, since the prisoners that first colonized the Koprulu sector all had psionic traits. Example, why Terrans can produce ghosts. But why does it not have an effect on the people of Korhal, or why can't Amon just take over every Terran? If you have that answer, please let me know.
Last transmissions were chaotic, crazed. Next thing we know, the attack started.
The Naemon has turned them into his slaves, an army. They are dangerous, but they are only the start of the war to come.
You always were the optimistic sort.
Anyways, Amon now has Zerg, not part of the Swarm. He has Protoss through the corruption of the Khala, and he has Terrans through mind control. God damn, things are looking bleak. For this mission, we'll need to defend the Terrans when they're being psionically skull-screwed and advance on the Keystone's position. Again, the visual storytelling is striking. We're in the capital, the one that just got assaulted by Kerrigan like a week ago. You can see the landing zones from the Zerg's aerial bombardment, plus there are still Ultralisk bodies strewn around. It just goes to show that even though it seemed peachy clean at the end of Heart of the Swarm, many suffered, and the city is still in ruin. Another good gameplay mechanic that shows up in a bunch of levels is the forward advancement of your AI allies. It might not seem much, but having them take forward positions really help the feeling of progression within the level and establishing the foothold in the city. We also help out Valerian by saving their scientists in 3 locations. He says he won't forget our good deeds, but I don't think we ever see him again. Okay, small tangent, but again, Legacy of the Void does not create a legacy for many of these characters that they put in and then drop. It makes me sad since I thought Valerian was a great counter to Kerrigan's Bloodlust and Heart of the Swarm, and was turning into a very dynamic character. He won't be the only one that gets snubbed. With the orbital strikes and a ton of Dragoons, props to the Terran building Diamondbacks as well, we finally make it to the Keystone.
Damn. Look at this place. Even the Zerg didn't tear into the city like this.
Wow, that was a pretty powerful comparison, Jimmy. An apt one, too.
Did you know this warrior?
No. But I know his story. I know all their stories. None of them ever think it'll end like this. Reports been coming in from all over. Dominion worlds overrun. Outposts destroyed. A lot more dead boys out there. Warriors.
Death is the fate of all warriors. A fate we too may soon embrace.
I also love the look on Jimmy's face noticing Artanis is wielding Zeratul Dark Templar Psyblade. He knows the fight isn't over. I was getting so hyped for Jimmy and Artanis to team up and bye. Yeah, all that James Raynor, gone. Gone until the goddamn epilogue, and don't even get me started on that. And this is where I truly don't understand what had gone on internally at Blizzard. For those people that commented that Legacy of the Void should have been the second game, you're so right. Kerrigan being saved should not have happened in Wings of Liberty. All 3 should have fought against Amon, and then Kerrigan should have been the main villain at the end. What we get is a franchise that literally was 20 years in the making, kill off one of their main characters, cast aside the other, and then bring the last one randomly back in the 3rd act. This does not take away from Artanis and the story of the Protoss, which I argue is the meat of this game and the reason why I enjoyed it. However, what they have done to the characters that literally built the franchise is abysmal and an actual affront to the original universe. The back and forth between Raynor and Artanis here is poignant, since both know the cost of war, but also know the cost of surrendering to the forces of evil. There is no winning, but there is a right way of going about that. Both can't just stick their heads in the sand and pretend like everything's fine, which begs the question, why the hell would they not have Raynor at least accompany Artanis? Am I the only one who was flabbergasted by these choices? Okay, I have to pace myself because it's not the last time I'm going to talk about this. We get back to the ship to discover something weird going on with Rohana.
I see your doubt, your fear. You were so alone, mewling in the darkness. Let me release you, all of you, from the suffering of this life. The infinite cycle of strife and anguish is at an end. Your words are little more than poison, Amon. Your actions bring nothing but death.
They bring purpose, an end to a cycle none within had chosen.
So, Rohana still doesn't want to cut off from the Kala even if she got mind controlled. Artanis can't kill off a literal preserver of history, so he has to put her in some sort of stasis module. I know what you're thinking, why does she get the free pass, but I do understand Artanis being stuck between a rock and a hard place on this one. Karax also gives us a lot of information on the Keystone, believing it could lead us to the Xel'Naga. We briefly talked to Swan, and then that's it for the Terran. Such a shame because I would have loved to see the Hyperion crew with the Spear of Adun crew. Alas. Our next stop is Shakuras, a planet any fan of the original remembers, the Dark Templar homeworld. Turns out the matriarch from Brood War, the one Kerrigan literally infested and mind-controlled, had a daughter who was taken up the reins as leader of the Dark Templar.
Shakuras is overrun. Loss of life is extensive. Hold. We are receiving a transmission.
Praise the gods. Artanis, you live.
Matriarch Vorazun, what has happened here?
Shakuras has fallen. The warp gate linking this world to Ire has been reopened. Countless hybrid and Zerg pour from the other side. They've obliterated our cities, decimated our Shadow Guard. We are trying to evacuate the remaining population, but I am uncertain whether we can hold long enough to get them safely away.
Unfortunately, the warp gate between Shakuras and Ire has been reopened, and countless Zerg plus hybrids are descending on the planet. Before we touch down, we can talk with the matriarch again, which gives us a bit more emotional insight into Artanis. The fact that he blames himself for killing Zeratul interests me. As someone so factual, I can't think any other way of saying it. I'm surprised that he doesn't think of the fact he was literally controlled. Yes, you might owe Zeratul to continue the prophecy, but his blood is not on your hands. It brings this weight to Artanis, or at least he perceives it as that, where his choices are the catalyst for change or destruction, when in reality he is moving with the stream. He is not the stream itself. We make it to the surface and find out that Shakuras is pretty foobarred, and we have to help the Dark Templar evacuate. Unfortunately, the damn creep always plays a role in stopping us, so we'll need to send in some DTs for some fun slicing and dicing. Wait, a what?
Artanis, I'm detecting a rift opening near your position. Avoid Thrasher. By the gods, it's sieging the warp conduit.
Okay, I think I've become numb to the overexpansion of enemies in StarCraft. I called it the wowification in Heart of the Swarm, and honestly most of the stuff in Legacy wasn't too bad, but there are some egregious moments. And if you know, you know. So we release the launch bays or destroy the creeps surrounding them and successfully save the Dark Templars. Awesome.
The Templar have fallen.
Then the threat is greater than I realized.
We cannot let the same fate befall Shakuras.
It is too late for that. Amon Zerg poured through the warp gate as a tide of flesh and blade.
Oh, that's a great line.
This world is lost. With such an infestation, Shakuras must be destroyed.
Destroy Shakuras? I will not permit this.
Permit? Shakuras was my people's home long before we offered yours sanctuary upon it. I will not let this world be a den for Amon's forces. Worlds may fall to ash. What matters is that we endure.
So, Shakuras is destined to die, with good cause, and I think it's the start of Artanis' thought process being that of not giving a shit. I kid, but it seems that the fall of Ire 2.0, now going ahead to take out Shakuras, really makes you think about what's important and what can be replaced. The whole thing is infested, or at least about to be, and its history is meaningless, right? We can hold on to the notions of the past, but when they interfere with the future, well, you'll succumb to that history if you choose not to move forward. But if you move forward without the tenets that brought you to this point in the first place, what's your identity? Purpose? See, this is the storytelling I live for, right there. It doesn't take mountains of dialogue, cinematics. It takes a simple cutscene and some build-up. It's like the writers knew what the arc would be before they put it on screen. What a concept. We continue this narrative by talking to the matriarch. It's an interesting debate since Artanis is trying to convince her of unity through them being Protoss, when the matriarch says that they were judged not based off of their shared race but their culture, which is the only thing that made them unique. Whatever new world Artanis and company are planning, it won't be easy to fit all the pieces together. And if you talk to Rohana right after this, she brings in a much harsher view, calling Shakuras a wretched little world. Yeah, the High Council hated Dark Templars a lot, and with her preserved history, she is the bias they had. Another great question about history and how to remember it, especially when it comes to bias. She does have somewhat of a point in that she references the Aeons of Strife and how the Kala was the only thing stopping the Protoss from killing each other in droves. But Artanis retorts with this excellent line.
They denied their own race. How can you fight for them?
For one so sworn to preserve our history, Rohana, how can you be so blind to its turn?
We can also talk to Karax again about the Keystone, and he has this great simile comparing him trying to decipher the Keystone and the Terran scientist trying to reverse engineer Protoss tech. It's just out of his world, and I'm glad they gave Karax this mystery to solve. Not only does it give a bit more mystique to the Keystone, which we've been tied to since Wings of Liberty, but we're starting to understand why it's so goddamn important.
I have been thinking about this choice.
Are you reconsidering?
No. My time here has reminded me of the courage of your people. That we must fight. If we are to suffer, then so too will Amon. We will lure as many of Amon's hybrid and Zerg through the gateway as we can. Only once enough are through to wound him will we overload the temple and flee.
You mean to bleed him? Bold. But we can't risk the forces it would require to do such a thing.
Leave that to me, Matriarch. I have learned much from the Dark Templar.
Ah, there we go, Artanis, starting to fill those shoes. Boots. Protoss walkers? So the plan is to lure the Zerg through the warp gate from Aiur and overload this old Xel'Naga temple to kill off 1 billion Zerg. Yeah, billions. It's a great use of literally a number steadily rising, and I think you would be lying if you said seeing 120 million Zerg and counting wouldn't make your legs start to shake. Now, one thing I did notice watching the footage throughout the game is that there are a lot of final stand missions, or at least this layout is exactly like another defend mission later on in the game. As much fun as it is to show these tower defense sections, which they kind of are, I'm not going to show the 30-some minutes of building up defenses 5 or 6 times. Just know that I always upgrade. With 1.5 billion Zerg on the planet, I think it's time to flip the switch.
Templar, initiate dimensional recall. Get to safety, now!
Nidus worms. The Zerg are poised to breach the temple.
Have faith, Matriarch. Your fallen people cry out for vengeance, and they shall have it.
Again, these cinematics are out of this world visually, and all the sound design is fantastic too. That's also a great shot.
Alone. It is said that those of our kind suffer, separated from the glory of the Kala.
Literally seeing the 2 different color side blades makes me want to commission this as an art piece.
But none of us are ever truly alone.
Certified Badass Part 2.
For our warrior hearts are bound by honor, tradition. Battle is waged in the name of the many. The brave, whose generation after generation choose the mantle of Dark Templar.
Yeah, seeing a planet that we've been to in every game being blown up was such a satisfying and iconic moment for me. It won't be the last. And isn't this game starting off so strong? The matriarch has a good thought process in dealing with the death of her home planet. She's right that even though the physical world is gone, what made it special was the practices and cultures that were created through the Dark Templar's freedom and strife, which she will carry on. It's an interesting way of viewing history, what truly stays against the test of time and what gets lost like teardrops in the rain. Wait, hold up, we're not getting that into the sci-fi, are we? Ooh, maybe we will. We can talk to Rohana, and she's perplexed about why the Dark Templar help us, regardless of being exiled so long ago. Artanis makes a great point that their homeworld has always been Ire, and honestly, it's a great contrast for Rohana to hold her beliefs, yet see for herself things that challenge those beliefs. You can't just convince a Protoss of something by saying it, since they're so rooted in their own beliefs. There needs to be experience, just as their thoughts changed on the Terrans throughout the games due to working together. Yet Rohana drops some old quote about a Dune purging the heretics or whatever, and honestly, Artanis is right. It would have been a grave misjustice for them to murder all of them who didn't want Kala's light. But the most interesting thing out of this conversation was how Rohana explains how she sees or views history. There is no retrospective, cough cough. She tells Artanis that she views history like she was in the moment, which is a wild concept. It would be a weird feeling to feel what Joan of Arc felt like taking France, or Genghis Khan leading a charge through the steppes, but you couldn't step back and view it from the broader lens. In my eyes, that's a fallacy of the Preserver. It's not history, it's a moment. Anyways, we head to our next destination, Glacius, which Artanis believes to house a specialized warrior produced by the Protoss long ago, set dormant on an icy planet. Awesome premise. What are they called? Purifiers? Wait, where have I seen this before?
Glacius facility. Within lies the greatest weaponry the Empire ever developed.
It is the site of the Purifier Revival Program.
Purifiers? The forbidden weapon? They were sealed away by the Conclave, never to be restored.
The ancient Purifiers are not kept here, Preserver. They are still locked away. Here, on Glacius, our researchers have been developing prototype weaponry inspired by that ancient technology.
You speak above your caste, Kalai. This is unimaginable heresy.
We are outmatched by Amon's forces and facing annihilation. If this technology may help us, we will use it.
Oh, right, and the Protoss caste system. Jesus, Rohana, you're worse than my uncle from Marasara. Good on you, Artanis, another point in leadership building for you. We get some backstory on the Tal'Darim, pretty much the OG Protoss going with Amon all the way before the Kala was even created, meaning they never took part in the Aeon strife. And like any decent leader, Artanis, even though he doesn't agree with Rohana's take on leaving the Purifiers, does ask why she is afraid of them.
The Purifier weaponry that has been researched here could prove to be a valuable addition to our arsenal.
That is what I am hoping. Is there any merit to Rohana's fears?
The Kalai on Glacius have prototyped the technology with successful results. It is said that these experimentations are no different than the Templar they are replications of, a byproduct of quantum predictive analytics.
They were and are still only machines. Do not give them such credence, Karax.
We too are machines of a biological nature. I often marvel at the architecture, the design, the careful construction of our form, our machinery. The Xel'Naga forged us as we forged the original Purifiers.
That's a great take from Karax. What makes the Protoss any different to the Purifiers other than being organic and one inorganic? Both have been made, per se, and we'll see what Karax meant by replicated instead of created. Unironically, we might be getting some Blade Runner Ghost in the Shell stuff. So, the Tal'Darim obviously want to destroy this planet, or at least stop us from getting this technology. So much so that they're literally laser beaming the whole thing from the atmosphere. We also meet a new character, Alarak, the first Descendant.
I am First Descendant Alarak, and I've been charged with destroying this facility. You seek the technology vault, but you are too late. It will be annihilated along with the rest of this pathetic world.
Who I kind of vibed with. I believe this is the first and the only Tal'Darim that we really talk with throughout the games, opposed to Balash, their leader, but we'll get to that. I enjoyed this mission. Watching the death ray slowly move around was a great visual, and I liked avoiding it with my troops. We get access to sentries as well, which were unbelievably helpful throughout this game. Getting upgraded shields and having the sentry's protection aura on top of that with the Dragoons seemed almost unfair. But we had a war to win. We get Karax to the technology vault just in the nick of time.
Focus the disruptor on their location. Let them burn.
I have its coordinates. Warping aboard the container now.
You are not as weak as you appear, Artanis. We shall meet again.
You wish to see me, Phase Smith?
Artanis, it is good to see you, young Executor.
No fucking way. Phoenix?
How can this be?
Guys, I lost my shit in a good way during this reveal. Honestly, I still remember his sacrifice. But is it really him?
Given your friendship with the Source personality, I thought, well, he believes he was brought from stasis and made a Dragoon.
Already happened.
Why are you here, Phoenix?
I was given a directive by Aldaris himself to come to Glacius and serve the Templar.
It is the last recollection from his memory web. The Great Templar were still encoded by order of the Conclave.
Do you know about the experimentation done on Glacius?
Oh my god, it's his mind replicated. But the real Phoenix is dead. Christ, that's kind of wild. Damn, this is the only time that Artanis really delays his response to something.
Enough! I have fought far too long for the will of the Conclave to be examined like some specimen. I am Templar, and I am reunited with the dearest of friends. Is this not a glorious day?
You are right, of course.
I think he's trying to figure out if he made the right choice, bringing a copy of a Protoss mind back online. That is the analytical representation of the Protoss once called Phoenix. It hurts even more since losing a true friend doesn't get any easier, it just becomes normal. I'm sure Artanis internally is rehashing Phoenix's death number 1 and 2. Bro, are they trying to make me cry? What is this? Artanis also must tread carefully since purifiers, i.e. Phoenix, are an unknown factor, and he is unsure whether to let copied Phoenix in on the secret. And that's the crux of it. Even with 99% of the person Phoenix was, even if 1% is different, that's not Phoenix. Artanis is right to be wary of his new consciousness, but not fear it. We'll soon come to learn that it will be a powerful strategy with others we meet along the way.
The greatest Templar minds replicated. Dangerous machines that had to be shut down.
They were shut down, but we have never ceased the research, and still have tried to find ways to replicate our greatest Templar, to use that ancient technology.
Why do you tell me this?
We are facing a war like none we have seen before. We will need you in the days ahead. Maybe even the Purifiers.
Then my blades are yours, old friend.
Wow, that is such good writing. I really want to know where they were during Heart of the Swarm. Karax makes a discovery through the Keystone and informs us of Ulnar, a place of legend and the homeworld to the Xel'Naga, which happens to be in the Rift. Okay, I wasn't going to touch it in the last 2 games, since there's no true evidence of StarCraft stealing from Warhammer. Of course there are similarities, but the original StarCraft very much had its own flair and rhyme to it. The Void stuff is one thing, but now they're just calling in rifts that destroy normal materials, need specialized guidance systems to navigate, and bring through it gigantic cosmic horrors. I like the visuals, and I would question what they could do differently, but I was a little flummoxed by this whole Void Rift shtick brewing. We do get some great dialogue about the Xel'Naga, how they were only theories of what had happened to them after leaving the Protoss, the most important theory being they're all dormant and waiting for the Protoss to awaken them. We all kill Amon, everyone lives happily ever after. Not quite. Before we try to awaken these creators, I enjoyed this bit between Karax and Artanis talking about knowledge. In this day and age of technological advancements, I enjoyed that the Protoss can't even comprehend some things, and it just goes to show stagnation is the death of innovation. Oh boy, Phoenix 3.0 is starting to question some things.
Phoenix, you appear distressed.
Apologies, Hierarch. I have been pondering the events that brought me here. I've discovered there are holes in my memory. Battles recorded here in the ship's archives that I should be able to recall, but cannot.
What is it you have found?
Records of my defeat at Antioch, and being revived as a Dragoon. But this body, it is clear to me that I am no Dragoon.
And here we get another theme of legacy, the freedom of choice. I think after dealing with the Twilight Council and Judicators for most of his life, Artanis is fed up with telling people what they can and can't do. To deny Phoenix the truth of his situation willingly would be a disservice, maybe even torture to the copied mind. Even though the replicated mind has the analytical essence of Phoenix, now he charts a path of his own, and that choice is the beauty of freedom, even if the outcome is undesirable like Artanis says. Who are we to deny others' choice? So, of course, entering the Xel'Naga temple isn't as straightforward as walking in the front door. The Tal'Darim have locked it using these celestial locks that are all over the map. There was nothing too special specifically about this mission, even though I did have fun piloting the Phoenixes for a moment. I have a soft spot for them for some reason. What's your favorite Protoss unit in StarCraft 2? With the locks unlocked, we gain access and then go back to the ship. This is probably the second time jumping back to the ship narrative-wise didn't make the most sense. We do get a dialogue from Karax about the Keystone having another function other than locating the Xel'Naga home. Something about siphoning void energy. I'm sure it will come back. Artanis explains that he must go alone to the temple and that he trusts Zeratul words, which the matriarch retorts back that Zeratul's a traitor for killing her mother, which I get. But, Protoss folks, do we not know the story of what happened beforehand? A little bit of Kerrigan mind control, please? Regardless, we enter the temple and find even more prophecies.
Zeratul. Shakuras. Queen of Blades. Kerrigan.
Artanis, wait. I am not your enemy. I have come seeking the Xel'Naga.
She's seen that blade before. Okay, Certified Badass Part 3.
It seems fate has drawn us together. We should not attempt it further.
So like, Kerrigan popping out of nowhere without any talk about the Leviathan ship is pretty baffling to me. I know they had to bring her in somehow, but her line about fighting these hybrid for days just kind of doesn't hit for me. I don't know, this is when I started to really question the order of the games. Like, why did Wings of Liberty turn her? Why wasn't it Raynor versus Mengsk, whole political revolt, succession through Valerian, and leave the Queen of Blades out until the very end? Start hyping up the Xel'Naga through the Mobius group and Nerud, and have the ending of the first game being deposing Nerud somehow killing off Mengsk, but being left with a question on how to stop the Swarm and the oncoming Amon threat. You go into Legacy as the second game, grabbing the Keystone, fearing Kerrigan and the Swarm, but also Amon is a bigger problem. We fight alongside Kerrigan, and together, the three main goddamn characters of this fucking franchise, Raynor, Kerrigan, and Zeratul, confront the ultimate evil. But get this, Sarah could absorb the energy if they do defeat Amon to regenerate herself like what happened at the end of Wings of Liberty. But guess what? She instead uses it to become the ultimate evil and continue the Swarm. Hence, the third game you play as the Swarm laying siege to everything you built up in the last two games, and then decide how it ends. Sorry for saying my fanfiction out loud, but at least that would give her credence to her annihilating whole planets, and then not having this wishy-washy, I want to save humans, oh Abathur, why do you hurt the Zerglings? I wish there was a better way to melt them. Oh, I care about humans, and I had a friend that I lost, so I have pain, but also that planet that produces battle cruisers? Yeah, burn that down. Okay, I'm done until the epilogue. Anyways, we get the most unlikely couple from 1998 together and stomp our way through the temple to receive a history lesson.
I see now. The Xel'Naga were the first, born within the void. Their sacred purpose was to cultivate life and perpetuate the infinite cycle. At a new universe's creation, they take a physical form. If destroyed, they are thrust back into the void. All of this time, they have waited for us to assemble the Keystone and find our way here.
Yeah, you know history is written by the victors. So Artanis figures out that Amon doesn't have a physical form at the moment, and if we cut the connection with the Kala, his energy force would be thrust back into the void. We also get the story that the Xel'Naga have created life in many universes and galaxies, but never interfering. They're trying to get two of these forms of life to meet haphazardly and to bond and usher in a new age of life. Or I guess create the Xel'Naga again. Why do I feel like Amon has a point here? Who are the Xel'Naga to artificially produce life? It goes back to what Kerox was talking about. The Protoss were formed just like robots, so is it natural or is it designed?
No. They're dead, Artanis.
Amon.
Oh wow, that's pretty awesome.
My host body is forged.
not so easily broken, Amon. The Firstborn shall fear you no longer!
Matriarch, there is a massive output of void energy spiking from the temple below.
Target the epicenter of
I do not come as your enemy, Dark Templar. You must listen to me, Matriarch. Amon's trap is sprung. Your leader is in grave danger.
You think us fools?
Yes, but that is irrelevant. What is relevant is that Amon has opened the gateway to the void.
See, that's why I enjoyed Alarak as a character. He knows he's powerful, but he also knows he needs Artanis' help.
I can guide you to Artanis before this fate befalls him. If we are bold, we can stop the Dark God's assault.
Am I to believe that the moment you're released, your blade will not be in my back?
You waste time. Lower your blades. I am Alarak, first descendant of the Tal'Darim. Amon has betrayed my people. Retribution will be claimed for this, and if your hierarch survives, he will aid in it. Make your decision.
Karax informs the Matriarch that the Keystone is absorbing void energy, and I know it's basic continuity, but I do like how everyone is putting the Matriarch as leader number 2, and the cutscenes have that in mind. Rohana has another corruption change, but we can't really stop trying to save Artanis. Somehow we have High Templar that aren't connected to the Khala. I guess I missed how that happened. And never give High Templar the chance to storm Zerg.
Templar, join us, quickly!
To me, my swarm!
They always will. I enjoyed this level not so much for destroying crystals, but the fact that the void energy was blowing up all the Zerg in its path. Nothing against Kerrigan and the Swarm, it just was some visceral footage. And then, I kid you not, we get this.
Join us. Together, we can defeat Amon and send him back into the void.
My swarm was broken here, Artanis. I'll need time to rebuild my forces.
There is no time. My people are being consumed. Their very flesh turned into Amon's own. I cannot wait.
Then you must do as I have. Gather allies, subjugate enemies, do whatever you can to ensure victory. Survival is never pretty.
Artanis is like, we can do this together, and Kerrigan somehow doesn't have enough Zerg for teaming up. Lady, you are a superhero at this point, and not only that, did you know you were part of the main character trio of James Raynor and Zeratul? So, Kerrigan tells Artanis to be ruthless and diplomatic, which I guess isn't all bad, until we have to deal with Alarak.
Arrogance! Watch your words, or my blade will watch them for you. Oh, that's hardly a way to speak of one who saved your master's life.
You care little for my survival, Alarak. What is the true reason you've come to me?
Our god broke his ancient covenant and cast us low. These are lies, Artanis. I am the liar? Are you not but a lie incarnate, machine, Protoss?
So obviously we don't trust Alarak, but in a way I do. I do, since he doesn't hide behind morality, he just wants to take over the Tal'Darim by force. After all the people in these games that fake the power that they want, looking at you, Mengsk, it's honestly a breath of fresh air that this character knowingly puts out for Artanis and friends to see how determined he is to become High Lord. Alarak is the extreme. While I think Artanis is in the middle when it comes to the deliberation and effectiveness, we'll see how similar the two are and how different they can be as well. Artanis also questions Rohana again, since she's come under Amon's influence multiple times now, and the guys on floor 5 are pretty angry they cut their cords, but she hasn't. Jokes aside, it is getting a little iffy on Artanis holding out hope that she can repel Amon. We also get more info on the Keystone and how Kerrigan's fall on Char with the Keystone reverting her back to almost human was the power needed to bring Amon out of the void. Karox theorizes that we can reverse engineer the Keystone and extract Amon from the Kala, saving most of the Protoss that aren't being used to create Amon's physical form. I'm sure it takes a lot for Artanis not to lose hope after finding out the Xel'Naga are dead, and Amon literally is back. Cooler heads prevail or something. Now, I don't know if this was the right path to take, but I chose to go to Endion first. We're going after the Purifiers since what else do we have, and Phoenix poses that he can convince them to join our cause, even if the Protoss created semi-sentient beings, then lock them away for millennia. Eek, this might be awkward. But what's not awkward is Phoenix 3.0 doing some very interesting philosophizing.
Since awakening, I have been confused, directionless, uncertain of what I am, how I came to be. Now, things are clear once more. Fate has laid out a purpose only I can accomplish. It is exhilarating.
We gain access to the Colossus, which is one of the cooler looking inventions of the Protoss. It also helps that they shoot gigantic laser beams.
The Zerg are coming from that cave. If we fire on the rock formation, it will seal the opening.
This is one of the bad missions, which is saying something because it did have an interesting flow to it other than this goddamn gigantic megalith that takes forever to get anywhere and charge the stasis locks. Yeah, we need to unlock locks again, which now I'm starting to get tired of watching the footage. We have to unlock these locks in order to unlock the lock of the Purifiers, see what I mean? Alarak and Artanis have a great debate over freedom of choice. The only caveat to Alarak's thoughts on the Purifiers is that they're sentient. No matter if their minds are replicants, they can think for themselves, just as we've seen Phoenix starting to do. It would be a horrible misjustice for Artanis breaking free of the Kala to instill the same sort of bondage towards the Purifiers, no matter their original design. It's like art before the artist reveals it to the public. No matter what the artist wishes for the piece to be, once it's on its own, or has its own moment, it is up to it and others to be defined.
They will not be free. They will serve me. Freedom is a delusion, granted to the weak by the strong.
You speak as Amon does. For the sake of your life, that will change.
Control is a big theme, and I love how Legacy of the Void doesn't sugarcoat that Artanis does use control and power to fulfill what he deems as necessary. He just does it through what I think is good leadership and hard choices. What Alarak is talking about, and I disagree with him, is the fear and control have to be used in every situation. The line about how freedom is an illusion given by the strong to the weak might ring true at first, but is completely negated by how Artanis goes about it. If Phoenix were to deny his position and wanted to leave, I fully believe Artanis would have to live with that choice, rather than Alarak, who would probably force Phoenix into the role. It is a great philosophical debate, and another one I was just not expecting in this game. Even Artanis recognizing that Purifiers have every right to distrust or even attack the Protoss makes him a realist. What he would do if that happened would be a different story. Let's find out. So, of course, the Purifiers' power banks or whatever are filled with creep from Amon's swarm, and we're tasked with cleaning them up to power on the replicants. Once online, we have our moment of truth.
That's it! Seals are fully unlocked. Cybros is awakening. Hierarch, Cybros has reached full power, and the Purifiers are cleansing the station of the Zerg.
Fight on, brothers. Slaughter them to the last.
Wait, I've been disconnected from Cybros' systems. The core is activating. It's going to fire.
Lorian, what are you... Commencing purification.
Zerg biosigns disappearing. The surface of Endion has been cleansed of life.
It is over.
Folks, what was that? I know the Protoss literally have no qualms about destroying planets infested with Zerg. Hell, the first intro to the original was exactly that. But Artanis, that wasn't all Zerg life down there, was it? If it was, still a little bit sketchy, but I would be a hypocrite if I didn't say something after Kerrigan going all destructoid on planets caused me a conniption. Okay, there are more pressing things at hand. Artanis makes his case with the Purifiers about joining the cause, and that's a great shot.
Executor Clolarian, you have awoken during the Firstborn's darkest hour. You have shown us that the Purifiers are a mighty force that could turn the tide of this war. I ask you now to honor your sacred charge as Templar and fight beside your brethren as you did before.
You are no different than the Conclave. Once again, you try to control us.
No. I wish to make amends for our past failures. I have fought battles alongside one of you. Phoenix, the one you are linked with. The Conclave feared your kind, but they are no more. I know you are true Templar. I have seen it. I ask that we stand as one, or none of us shall stand at all.
I will counsel with the others.
They are deliberating.
If we are to follow, we would ask the entity Phoenix to speak for us. There is much about this time we do not yet understand. But as long as you hold to your word, Hierarch, the Purifiers shall join the Firstborn.
So it all wasn't for nothing.
He believes all suffering, all conflict, results from the Xel'Naga's infinite cycle. That it must end.
Yes, he has made this clear.
But you see only the surface. Underneath, a silent hatred roils within him. A prideful resentment that would see all worlds burn. The hybrid are the true face of Amon. He wishes not only for the Xel'Naga's creations to be set aside, but for them to suffer.
She's been playing the double agent, or single agent, since she didn't double cross us. She's been tapping into Amon when Amon's been tapping into her. So, he's not all about suffering, but he really is? Is Amon a high school bully? Another great existential dialogue where Karax tells Artanis that the Purifiers even have a copy connection like the Kala's Light, but it holds no emotional bearing, so they can't be corrupted, but they were seen as less than because of that? God damn, Protoss are judgy. Also, this is a great moment where Phoenix starts to reconsider the given name. He's right. If he has started to think therefore he is, then it's fitting to have a new name, since his mind is not of that of Phoenix's. See, whatever happened, you have the agency over yourself, the freedom of choice, no matter what your background was or the fact that you might be a replicant. Our next stop is another Mobius core facility, which, holy god, this company really did go all out. Who was doing the accounting for these guys? I'm sure the margins weren't great, but by Jove, they really expanded their administration.
We will set a course at once. Amon has taken away my armies. So shall I take away his. Ready our ships for assault.
Hierarch, Mobius Core's vessels are not moving into attack position.
Something isn't right.
Our shielding has been punctured. I'm detecting Terran cloak signatures on the lower decks, heading toward the bridge.
Templar, to me! We will not let the Spear of Adun fall!
Oh, and their military coordinator. He might get a bonus too.
Mobius Corps will not expect a counterattack. Though you are not a warrior, you know their defenses better than any other. I entrust this task to you, Facesmith. Lead our carriers against the facility, while my warriors hold here.
As you command, Hierarch.
You mentioned the word carrier, and Karax and I got this, 100%. So Artanis and gang are fighting on the Spear of Adun, so Karax is tasked with counterattack. I love the changing of the platform mechanic. Not only did it bring something new to the franchise, but the scarcity of resources was a serious hardship. We also got to play with the Corsairs, a Brood War unit, and again, whoever got this past the higher ups to actually play to the fanfare and history of the games, thank you. Anyways, we platform our way to an excellent counterattack, and oh boy do I love carriers and not having to pay for those goddamn attack ships. Seriously, there were some great changes to the gameplay that was one of the small things that helped the flow. Nice, Karax. So Karax taking on the counterattack was no small matter. It actually sounded like Artanis is addressing him that he even thought the caste system to be important.
In the midst of darkness, I have seen a light. I have seen defiant hope. Karax of the Kalai, you were born a craftsman from a caste of engineers. But now, you stand as a warrior. Today, it is clear that the age of castes has come to its end. Today, we must all become Templar.
Yet here we are. Karax, a Facesmith, also can double as a commander. Amazing! Putting Protoss into small boxes so you can check them off does not help your cause. We also get a huge lore drop that Amon was a cheeky genetic freak who defied the Xel'Naga wives' tale about not disturbing the life forces they created. This backfired because the Protoss got too smart for Amon's liking, causing him to start again, this time on Xeris. We've been there before. We'll get more later. I absolutely love this dialogue between Phoenix and Artanis about why they are followed as leaders. And Artanis brings up how he never felt he understood why he was chosen to lead until he stopped thinking and started doing. This only works if you take responsibility for your actions, Protoss kids, so really do think before you act. We get to Slain where the Tal'Darim are gathered and Alarak wants to induce the ancient ritual of Rak'Shir.
Rak'Shir. Usurpation by ritual combat cannot be rushed. Its rites demand careful preparations if they are to be accepted.
We are in orbit above a hostile world with an imposing fleet, and you speak of preparation?
I intend to depose Malash, the ruler of an entire people, and bring them under my thrall. You will aid me, and in return, I will remove the Tal'Darim from this conflict. That was our bargain. To do this, the ritual must be carried out as tradition demands.
Yeah, I love the name. It's pretty cool if you ask me. I don't know, man. Something about Alarak just hits in the villain department. But we can't do the ritual at first, according to Alarak. We need to prepare, which means doing his dirty work for him. We also get the answer to why Amon would deceive the Tal'Darim after all they've done for him, and Rohana literally boils it down to, there's not enough room in the limo for you. Yeah, they're ending suffering in style.
I have felt his grand ambitions, Artanis. The dark truth is, Amon wishes no allies, aside from his hybrid.
We get our old drug back, Terrazine, which, damn, it's what Tosh wanted back in Wings of Liberty. Interesting it's used both on Protoss and humans. But that's not why we're here, Druggy. We're here to kill off Malash's guardians. 4 Tal'Darim that just like to chill on these mounds. I don't know, I guess it would have been a lot to ask for an insight into the Tal'Darim's governmental system, but like, what do these guys do?
You go to your death, Alarak. The Dark God will destroy you. I have heard enough of his lies.
Oh, that's satisfying.
Your ritual is complete. What now?
Well, they were not part of the ritual, but these traitors would have aided Malash in it, and I wish to see them die.
I really like that Artanis puts his foot down on being used by Alarak to dispose of the Guardians, but Alarak has a point. It's just less of a hassle if they were opposed to him taking over after winning Rakshir, even though I very much think that he got more pleasure out of killing those guys than he wants to admit. Another great detail and why I wanted to know more about the Tal'Darim or how they functioned is Alarak explaining to Artanis that Malash has done Rakshir countless times, killing a ton of usurpers. It's just a great detail to build up the Tal'Darim. And again, Alarak makes this point about comfort being a myth given to younglings. Oh, not those younglings. I will get to those games at some point, I promise. But comfort is an illusion until they experience pain, which is true existence. Christ, someone should send this guy Thus Spoke Zarathustra. There is some truth in the fact that no one can live a life without some sort of pain. And existence, at least in my lived experience, is worth it because of the comfort you can make for yourself and acknowledge the pain that it took to get there. An old human adage of nothing worth it is easy. Something Jimmy might have said to Artanis if he was in this fucking game. God, you'll understand in like 20 minutes. For now, we have Rakshir to attend.
The rite of Rakshir has begun. From this moment, only Alarak and Malash are allowed to engage each other in combat directly. One must overpower the other and reach the pit of sacrifice. There, the victor will stand as the new leader of the Tal'Darim, and the loser's life will be forfeit.
Grab your popcorn. So, Rakshir isn't a 1v1. Apparently both sides can bring troops, which was an awesome idea, and something I would never agree to do. Not only was this a visually striking fight, but sending units to advance Malash into the pit of sacrifice will stay with me for a while. Yet for the life of me, I cannot explain why there is a poop joke about 9 minutes into the mission. Who let the writers of Heart of the Swarm in here? Get them out. It's been so good.
Now I have all of them. My preliminary scans indicate that the Solarite deposits are a byproduct of the beast's unusual digestive system.
Are you saying that they're... Wait. Never mind. I do not wish to know.
Tal'Darim, by the right of Rakshir, I am your High Lord. Listen and obey. Malash promised you lies. There is no ascension. The Tal'Darim will never be uplifted and become hybrid. Amon betrayed us, and for this, he must die.
Like, how can you not find this epic?
But you will not stop me.
Amon, I have destroyed your Terran army, eradicated your hybrid facility, and turned your servants to my side. All that is left is your destruction.
Impudence, that you are insignificant in the face of the salvation I bring. You will come to Ire and die.
He is gone. He is so arrogant. Just as he could look into me, so I have looked into him. His form is almost complete, and now he waits for us to return. He plans to bring the Great Fleet down upon us. There is a way around this. We have to eliminate the sacred psi matrix that powers Ire, or we are all doomed.
Ah, there she is. Good stuff, Rohana. See, she knows that we have to destroy the psi matrix, and with that, she needs to sever her connection with the past and venture forth into the future.
This connection of yours has proved worthwhile. But it is time to free yourself from Amon. Sever yourself from the Kala.
I would relinquish all that I know.
It is the only way. Unshackle yourself from the past, Rohana, and step into this new age.
For the day long.
Artanis, you aren't going to help her up? Jesus, that was cold.
It is time for retribution. We will set a course for Ire.
So, Amon's body is on Ire, and we're going back to our homeworld number 1, baby. We have a bit more dialogue about integration of Protoss after this whole debacle ends, but it's really just conjecture. No one will know until Amon is defeated how things will work out. Now, that's an excellent detail showing that Ire's population is 5 billion, but in parentheses having it be Zerg. Another chilling moment, especially as a lifelong fan. Also, isn't the Overmind's carcass still there? Alarak and Artanis have another debate, this time about whether or not they should just destroy the planet, which would kill off Amon's body but also murder the entire Protoss race on the planet. It goes back to how do you want to go about getting to the solution, and what the legacy of that solution might be. Alright, Karax tells us that the Keystone is acting strangely, perhaps to Nerud's interference or tampering. We're going to try to use the Keystone to imprison Amon, even for 5 minutes to cut the cord, which I don't know how willing all these Protoss will be doing that, but let's see how it plays out. We get our final Blade Runner moment with Phoenix, who still hasn't picked out a new name yet, and descend to Ire for the final confrontation. Or so I thought. So the Psi Matrix or whatever is an interesting moment, since again it goes back to the question of are you truly free if you're connected not by your own choice? I like the metaphor how you have to sever the connective bond to form a stronger one. We also get to see Alarak in action, and guys, I know I'm fawning over this Bane-like space High Lord, but I would totally take a game with him, even if he was a bit full of himself. We're trying to destroy the crystals linking the Psi field, and getting to play almost all our advisors was a neat touch.
The final power structure. When it falls, the Psi Matrix will be no more.
Yes, Artanis, let's frickin' go.
Now that the Psi Matrix has fallen, Amon cannot warp the Golden Armada back to Ire to defend himself. We must destroy his host body before it fully awakens. For the sake of our people, we cannot falter.
Your actions have not eluded my gaze, Artanis. Your plans are not hidden from me. And you are too late. Behold, the form of your god. The culmination of a cycle set into motion when the stars were born. As I was your beginning, so shall I be your end. Know the truth, Artanis. Your people, your beliefs, your color, everything. A lie. There is nothing left of you.
You are wrong. We are finally free to become something more, and you will not stop us! Brace yourself for the full might of the Firstborn!
Oh, that's wild. Growing off the carcass of the Overmind plus the Protoss flesh is just a real horrifying visual that I clapped when seeing. Good on Blizzard for going a bit more visceral than usual. I would love to see a StarCraft game be set as an M rating, at least some iteration. Cough cough, StarCraft Ghost could be sick. So we have to destroy these void shards, which I swear we've done like every third level. Maybe there's just too many crystals, like cogs in Gears of War. This was a hard level, like very hard to micro my troops while they're taking damage from the void and also stopping counter attacks on my nexus points. Even more challenging, as each shard you destroy, the more effective the other ones get at killing your troops. I don't know how you could do this mission without rank 3 everything, plus sentry shields and time stops, but persistence is king, and we finally get the last one.
No, Amon's form has awakened.
All vessels, ready your weapons, now! Templar, unleash your fury!
Void energy levels dropping. Amon's host has been destroyed.
Ready the keystone, Carax. Our final stand approaches.
Finally, Phoenix chooses another name. Talendar. Like Tassadar. Okay, I'm okay with it. I like this moment.
I have been blessed to truly get to know you, Artanis. To call you friend, not just because of memory, but through experience.
We get our grandiose speech from Artanis.
Our race, our civilization, are those that stand beside you now, and those corrupted on the surface below. Our kind once stood as stewards of a galaxy full of promise. In our pride and division, we failed that sacred charge and failed to ruin. The Kala, designed to bring unity, ultimately only aided those divisions. Its hope was a lie. Today, that lie must come to its end. And with it, our prejudice and arrogance must become a thing of the past. For we now fight in the belief that our kind has not seen its end. That we Protoss can stand bound by a belief in unity, and that we Protoss will forge a great and mighty new civilization. Trust each other in the fight ahead. Strike as one will. Let our last stand burn a memory so bright that we will be known throughout eternity.
Hey, I clapped. So, is this the same map as the Zenith Stones? Right? Like, I'm not crazy? Anyways, we have to defend the keystone until it's charged. Wait, god damn it, we've done this before. We've done this multiple times. But who am I to deny a final stand in a StarCraft game? It's like Doctor Who using a magic screwdriver. Iconic and used a lot. So we have this epic last stand using everything at our disposal, plus the detail of the Spear of Adun getting absolutely decimated up top so we start losing our abilities was a great choice. However, I noticed partway through that Alarak had gone missing. Now, I don't know if this was intentional, if he had died, but I wanted to point it out. He is not there. He is not here after all the setup. After all of that, remember that. With the keystone charged, we let it rip.
Warriors, pull back to the keystone. Let them come to us. Selendis, hear me! Selendis, Templar, rid yourselves of Amon. Sever your nerve cords!
No. We are one in the Kala.
Without the Kala, what will we become?
Free. Believe.
What a great ending, am I right, guys? We've defeated Amon, the Protoss can address their societal differences and build Ire anew. Wait, what about Jimmy? Hold up, what about Kerrigan and the Swarm? Is Narud actually dead? What about the Tal'Darim? And then I saw this dreaded button that I curse with all my strength. The button is called the Epilogue. Alright, let's pause for a second here. Up until this point, I would rank Legacy of the Void as my favorite out of the 3 iterations of StarCraft 2 because of its storytelling, world building, gameplay mechanics, visual narratives, and so much more. It felt like they had a great ending and that everything could be shored up in a final game. The one to tie it in a beautiful bow and serve it up to the millions of fans that have adored the franchise since 1998. What this epilogue is not only throws dirt in the face of fans, but is such a disgusting add-on to the story that I'm still questioning what was going through Blizzard's minds. Because obviously it wasn't about a legacy. How ironic. I also, quickly, this is off script, I give props to Valve now. I've waited for Half-Life 3 for 20 years, but if I got some epilogue or like they wanted to finish it haphazardly, I would be mad too. Now, I know that Blizzard saw sales of StarCraft lowering. I get they want to make more money off of a WoW mount than the sales of a game. I will argue that they didn't need to make money off of this. Shocker, I know, a corpo not getting money for a product on their end is a failure. I see not finishing out a story respectfully when it partially made your studio a failure. I don't care if it cost Activision Blizzard $30 million. They would get the revenue back in a quarter or two with their other products. The fact that this epilogue was not a fully fleshed out DLC or something other than what we're about to experience, and that is a stretch to call it an experience, is mind-numbing and hurtful. I would love to get your take on this, but I cannot foresee anyone defending these next few missions and what they do to the story, the characters, the ambiance, the whole 9 goddamn yards. We get a freaking blurb about Kerrigan getting a psionic transmission. Then for some reason, after being gone for this whole entire game, Raynor decides to show up. For what reason? You've said goodbye to Kerrigan 3 times. And what about shooting a wall saying, "We're done, do you not understand?"
You, Jim. Never forget it. Sometimes even my hatred can't shield me from memories.
Of an enemy who damaged you?
No. Memories of better times. Of a friend now lost.
We're done. She ain't gonna stand us up, Celendis. If she says it's important, you better believe it is.
Oh, but it gets so much worse. We're back at Ulnar in the Rift, waiting for Kerrigan, and excuse me, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Jimmy? If she says it's important, then believe her? Guys, am I taking XL crazy pills? If Jimmy thought Kerrigan was so righteous or that Zeratul had the right prophecy, where were you? Also, hasn't Kerrigan lied to you literally every step of the way? Overmind or not? Free choice or not? We were fighting Mobius without you, and if you said Core Hall needed him, we find out later that no, it didn't. They already established their leaders, and it sure as hell wasn't Jimmy. And if someone says it's in a goddamn book or a graphic novel, I'm going to throw those at the wall, because that's not in this narrative. The actual game a book would be based on. Okay, so Amon's still alive, but so what? I'm sorry, he won't return during our lives, but he will return? Okay, how about who cares?
And what is it you suggest we do, Kerrigan?
There is a gateway to the void, within Ulnar. I intend to go through it and destroy the Fallen One once and for all. I need your help.
Sarah's right. We can't kick this can down the road. This burden is ours, like it or not.
How would she know she could kill him in the void? And Kerrigan, actually everyone there, you've all been tricked by Amon's telepathy before. Why believe this random voice? I do not agree about kicking the can down the road phrase from Raynor. You absolutely can do that and be more powerful and united than you are now. You're just going into the void with no knowledge of it because Kerrigan hears a voice and everyone goes, well, actually, instead of building Ire again or Core Hall, you know, the cities that you cared about in every other game, we'll just head into the void. Entering the void was cool. I won't lie, I do like the concept. But why was this an epilogue? This isn't even rushed, it's just unfinished malarkey.
Shadows are tearing apart our ships. We're not gonna last long out here.
The voice is coming from up ahead. We have to reach it.
My forces will investigate.
I called to you in dire need. Now you have come to this realm.
Oh my god, it's Tassadar's voice? No, I don't believe that, but we have to press on and destroy this corruption in the void. The pure corruption. Isn't that what the void is? I'm so lost. And what? They ran out of villains, so they had to bring back Nerud because he's also some sort of Xel'Naga? But he isn't a Xel'Naga, just a follower? So what is he specifically? And if he was that powerful, why did he have a goddamn Harry Potter wand duel with Kerrigan? The only saving grace of this whole epilogue, and it's a slim one, is Stukov gets his revenge. And oh boy, I really can't lie. I cheered this so heavily I woke up my wife.
Hello, Duran. Do you remember what you did to me?
Stukov, you have come to gloat, haven't you?
No. I've come to say good night, you son of a bitch.
Artanis, you must come to me.
Sorry, Rachel. And I was cheering since maybe that was the ending of the epilogue, and it would be a cliffhanger for the next game, which in the back of my mind I knew never came out. Then this.
What can this be? Honored one, to see you bring such joy to my...
Tassadar, a form I chose to inspire action in the one called Zeratul. In you. The prophecies Zeratul followed, the result of my psionic extension into the minds of primitive beings.
You are Xel'Naga, the one who called to me. Who are you?
Oros, last shepherd of the cycle, enemy of Amon.
What? Oh my god, it's all been a lie. Why must it continue? Not like we should destroy everything, but why would we want the Xel'Naga to come back after all of this?
Why have you summoned us here?
The cycle must not be broken. The merging of purity of essence and purity of form must continue. You, the one called Kerrigan, can merge with my essence. Now, fulfill your destiny. Ascend as Xel'Naga. Continue the infinite cycle.
And what does he mean, merge with essence? Isn't the split purities about the Zerg and the Protoss meeting or two races that have been made by the Xel'Naga? Why would it work if Kerrigan is human without Xel'Naga influence and Zerg, which even she is free of Amon's corrupted Zerg strain? Those aren't two forms, right? Again, someone smarter than me can explain this, but did the Xel'Naga need to just merge with one life form that ascended, or is it that Kerrigan being of two fits the bill? And Oros is saying that she'll become a Xel'Naga and become a god? What?
Worlds destroyed? There's blood on my hands. I need to cleanse it. This is my destiny.
That's the worst justification I've heard this whole series from Kerrigan. Never taking responsibility, even post-second transformation, and goes, oh, all that bloodshed, it's on me, but I'll never be held to justice. I'm going to become a god. It's my destiny. When just seconds ago, Oros admits to making up the prophecy for small-minded animals. Like, what's going on? Yeah, Jim, I look the same way, but then it's not over. I thought it was going to be over, but it's not. It's not. So Oros is giving his essence to Kerrigan, and her power level scaling has gone way above 9,000. Like, we're not even in the same universe anymore. I hate this so much.
The power. It's so much.
You must channel it. Use it against these dark servants.
We defend Kerrigan's transformation again. She's on pace with Doctor Who.
That's it. I have nearly all of the Xel'Naga's essence.
I have been honored to serve you, my queen.
The swarm is yours, Zagara. Remember our lessons.
Okay, that's a good callback to Zagara and Kerrigan's odd conversations about learning, but then we get this.
With the last of our essence, a new eternity dawns. The infinite cycles have come to their end.
Someone mentioned what I thought about the Ball of Light, and I'll tell you what I think, but let me throw up first.
She is Xel'Naga.
No, just no. Please fly away in this end. Please end my suffering. Oh my god, Amon was right. What is this Jean Grey wackadoo writing I'm watching here?
They will always be with me.
Darling.
We have to go now, Jim.
End this thing. Once and for all.
That's Kerrigan. Oh my god, she's an avatar? That's not like any Xel'Naga we've witnessed. And you've got to be kidding me, sorry, but you called him a friend when he died. A friend. And if you're not professing your love after thinking Jimmy died, then what in the cosmic manipulation is going on here? And yes, I thought she goes to Amon and blows him up. The end. But no, one more goddamn mission? This was a slog. It was not needed. What was needed is another game to flesh out the characters we met throughout this franchise, or give them a proper ending. Even worse is that they make you play Terran and then Zerg, and you haven't played those races all throughout this game, so I was so rusty, and to switch playstyles, it just was confusing. Seeing Kerrigan in avatar form reminded me of a mod for Age of Mythology. I could hardly believe what I was witnessing. And to be honest, at this point, I was rooting for Amon just to destroy everything. If the character arcs don't mean anything to the ending, just burn it to the ground. Even worse, all the characters like Rohana, Karax, Phoenix, Alarak, the ones that I spent hours talking to, listening to their questions, their insights, do not get a single fucking line except at the ending of this game. And some of them actually don't. Where it's like a Fallout ending where they tell you what has happened, but they give you 1 or 2 sentences. This would have been fine if it was right after we see Artanis and Protoss reconstructing Aiur with this really cool shot. But no, after killing off Void Crystals for the 10th time, we finally get to shoot Amon.
Manipulated for the entirety of your existence.
You know nothing about me. I care little for the Xel'Naga's infinite cycle.
or your twisted lies. No. I choose something different. I choose freedom. For all of us.
What am I watching? What is this?
Jim.
Today marks the third anniversary of the fall of the Arcturus Menx regime. To memorialize this milestone, Emperor Valerian Menx held a monumental celebration in the capital wing of Augustgrad, heralding in a new age of peace and prosperity within the Terran Dominion. On the Senate steps, Admiral Matthew Horner reaffirmed the military support of the new Dominion government and expressed his optimism for the latest...
Wow, all of this would have resonated so much more, like so much more, if they gave this more time. Like knowing a more fleshed out ending to Valerian, Horner. I did enjoy the callback to Tychus walking in and wondered who it would be this time.
Jimmy, you will hold her life in your hands.
You about ready to get out of here, cowboy?
Hell.
No. 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 What? So that's Kerrigan, but it's an astral projection of her? And excuse me, James Raynor was never seen again? So Kerrigan, after 2 years having the power to show up and whoosh Jimmy away into the cosmic void land, but waited for some reason? Just so they could get off the Horner and Valerian thing? And why say goodbye in the first place? You thought you were a god, but then left the person you quote-unquote cared for to drink more for 2 years? And Raynor just to go with it? Saying I'm coming is egregious at the smallest and biggest of levels. This is the guy who has fought years against tyranny, oppression, dabbled in it himself, shot a wall saying never again, didn't show up throughout the game, and now just goes quietly into the light void? I'm sorry, throwing my vegetables on stage right now like they did in Shakespeare's time. This is like finding out there's a Henry IV Part 3 and instead of anything built up in the first 2 parts, Henry and Falstaff get teleported into the MGM casino and have to pull off a fucking heist. It just doesn't work. I do not understand how there was not a full timeline for what they wanted to do for StarCraft 2. I don't know why they decided to fit this epilogue in when the ending of Legacy of the Void was kind of perfect and had a great cliffhanger, being did we really kill off Amon, and what will the 3 factions do with a tentative peace? But no, it spat in our face for caring about this universe. Yeah, the 2 major side characters in Wings of Liberty, 1 sentence. The Swarm, the thing we've been afraid of and fighting for all this time, 1 sentence. Alarak, one of the coolest characters in StarCraft 2 as a whole, and someone that had a great story arc even in his short time, gets the treatment of, yeah, he peaced out. No resolution, no fight with Artanis, nothing. Just a 2-sentence blurb that reflects that he learned something from his time with the Firstborn. And then we get Sarah and Jimmy seeding worlds even though he isn't Xel'Naga, as an organic human probably would die being so close to Kerrigan's avatar body. Or in a god's presence. Holy shit, I can't take this anymore. Well, after some time to cool off, I want to say thank you so much to those of you who have stayed past the rant-fueled nightmare that the last however many minutes was. This has been an eye-opening experience, analytically talking about StarCraft's story, starting with the original and ending here. No matter how bungled this ending is, the original 2 games will always hold a place in my heart, alongside Wings of Liberty, and Legacy of the Void's main campaign was my favorite out of the 3, but the epilogue ruins any semblance of pleasure I would have from, a non-rushed ending. This universe deserves so much more. Like, so much more love from Microsoft, Blizzard, whoever has their finger on this IP and chooses to do nothing with it is disgraceful. I don't think I've ever cared about continuation, even though I would like to know what happens to the Tal'Darim and Ayar's rebuilding, but for heaven's sake, give us a first-person horror shooter from the perspective of a Marine during the Siege of Korhal. Give me alien isolation on a Mobius facility that has had an outbreak. Hell, give me Stukov and Horner doing a buddy cop politician hijinks movie. The list can go on and on. There are so many talented writers out there that could work with anything, and this is what we got? Ending on a whimper and not a bang? Who wants to play fastest 3v3? Howdy folks and welcome. I hope this finds you well. Today, I'll be going over the story of Nova Covert Ops, a DLC for StarCraft 2 made in 2016. A whole year later after the tumultuous ending that the epilogue of Legacy of the Void gave us. Legacy's ending was almost so bad that it was hard for me to pay for this DLC. That should say something since I've dedicated thousands of hours into this franchise. Yet I truly appreciate and thank the people who commented on the Legacy of the Void retrospective asking me to cover Covert Ops. I'm thanking them because Nova Covert Ops brings to the forefront why I believe in this franchise still, how the universe can be expanded on an artistic scale and narrowed down on a narrative one, both still working wonders. I also enjoyed the gameplay so much that I can't believe I'm saying this, but Covert Ops has some of the best StarCraft missions I've ever played. From the visuals to the audio, gameplay, and an interesting story that actually works, Covert Ops far exceeded my expectations, and then some. Is this game perfect? Absolutely not. But for $9, I had a blast. Let's see why. Okay, starting out with a wall of text was triggering me from Legacy's pitiful attempt to pull a Fallout-style ending. It does set up the timetable of being a few years after the events of Legacy, that being Raynor is in Light Void Land leaving all his friends to figure out state building. I kid, but I was flabbergasted there wasn't any callback to, damn, I miss Jimmy, I wonder what happened to his body. Regardless, Valerian is trying to hold the Dominion together, but with a lot of trouble. For one, we're told that a splinter faction, the Defenders of Man, have started some sort of rebellion, and that the Dominion have lost contact with their Alpha Ghost team, which includes Nova, our main protagonist for this game. This first scene is so strong, and I instantly thought, well, StarCraft Ghost could absolutely still happen.
Stand and lower your visor for software calibration. Is there a problem with your visor, Agent?
Not only is the technology for Terran amazingly detailed and gives me a strong Ghost in the Shell vibe, there's just so much you could do with it, not just visually but story-wise as well. Already we have intrigue seeing Nova's headset display, "You're in danger," which as a fan of the series you're probably thinking, what the hell could put this badass Ghost in danger? You know she's resourceful.
Cloaking functionality verified. You may decloak. Decloak, Agent. Code 54.
Rogue Agent, send reinforcements immediately.
Where am I?
I won't tell you anything.
1,000 times, yes. You can tell there's a narrative shift. It isn't wildly devoid of the sort of fantasy aspect of the trilogy, but we're going to get a lot more visceral. Stone, another one of the ghosts that were mentioned in the beginning, tells us that our memories have been wiped and that we're in some special facility. Now, I did not know what to expect when playing this game. I knew that we had a main character, Nova, but I didn't think it would play like Commandos, a game I truly loved from back in the day. I'm glad they chose this route. Before even getting a gun, we can tell Nova is more than capable of killing every last person in this facility. If you don't think killing other ghosts with your bare hands, trying to escape a brainwashing facility, doesn't warrant a certified badass, I don't know what will. Maybe a laser sword, but I'm jumping the gun. Speaking of guns, getting our sniper was so satisfying, and again, a ghost game like Splinter Cell with all your cool gadgets and different ways of addressing a level's challenges would sell like hotcakes. Microsoft is sleeping on this. Anyways, we sneak our way through the base and sniping and sneaking our way past guard patrols, turrets, you name it. Not only did I have a nostalgic overload from remembering playing the original game's single levels, what I mean by that is that you're in a facility and it's only like Raynor and his Marines. Those were great levels since it relied on the player's micro to survive. Covert Ops was the next step in that design, plus the unique visuals around the lab and then this death race to bring our ghost friends to safety. We get so much in our first foray into the universe again. Nova and Pierce have a little dialogue about why they're in this predicament, and both figure out that their last mission went foobar. I'm guessing they're right. I also want to point out the animations that we'll be seeing throughout the game. I mean, folks, this is some top level stuff here, and it released almost 9 years ago. Some of the gore and dismemberment blew my mind, and wait until we get to the frickin' power sword. Okay, I might be hyping it up too much. No, that's not fair. The laser sword is badass. The fact remains, the development team put a lot of hard work into this iteration, and it pays dividends. It grabs the player's attention, makes Nova even more badass, and makes me want to fiddle around with all her gadgets. I mean, if Kerrigan's chain lightning literally burnt people in place or exploded them, which to a lesser extent it does, I would have been more behind her and the others' power level spikes, since it might have felt more grounded, I guess. Obviously, Avatar Kerrigan is not grounded in this universe, but Nova 1000% is, plus all the objects around her. For example, finding vultures to escape is the perfect vehicle tie-in. Not only do we get to see the vultures truly as a transportation method, which are highly likely to blow up radioactively, cough cough, but that's just the normal thing for them to commandeer. It just adds to the world building tenfold. Even more world building is that the ghosts recognize the city they're in, which is held by the Dominion. Well, sign me up for intrigue and deceit, spies and operations, the whole 9 yards. We get to our escape sequence, and even though it wasn't extraordinary, I truly enjoyed the dev team trying something new. You'll be avoiding the Defender of Man's vultures attacking you with this great backdrop of the Terran city. In a way, it reminded me a little bit of Akira and the motorcycle chase scene. You're witnessing through gameplay the sheer scope of the city, and I like the progression we've had already of starting out in a room, escaping through the facility, and now tearing through 6 p.m. traffic. Plus the little detail of some cars holding Vespian gas, delivering it to the starport is a neat touch. We fight a Warhawk, which I think is a unique battleship, or at least I don't remember if we faced it before. Again, it's nothing revolutionary for a boss fight, but it fits well into the narrative, gameplay, and visuals, so I'm into it. For some reason, Stone doesn't have the 1 minute to tell Nova what has happened, and even worse, doesn't come on the free ship, but I guess we wouldn't have a Memento-type story without this.
We made it. You go on ahead, Nova. I'll catch the next one.
Not until you give me some answers.
Do you want to know what happened or get out of here in one piece? Just go.
Fine.
Come in. Any Dominion vessels in range. This is Agent X41822N, requesting emergency retrieval. Please respond.
Request acknowledged. Do not exit your ship until an escort arrives. Surrender your weapons and await further instructions.
Oh wow. Battle cruisers warping in makes my spine shiver. They really put the time into these, what I believe to be in-game cinematics. Someone tell me if I'm wrong, but they don't look exactly like the CGI intros. Regardless, they are awesome, and I hope we get some answers. Yes to Horner. I was livid at Legacy of the Void for putting Horner and Valerian's story arcs into a minute-long news piece and a picture blurb. To know Horner for these last years has been acting Admiral is great and brought me more into the story.
What's the last thing you remember?
I escaped from a base I didn't recognize. Not Dominion. What was that place? Why was I there?
Nova, you've been MIA. You and several other ghosts haven't reported in for months.
So I wasn't on a mission. And this isn't a debriefing.
No, it's not. We have evidence that links you to a terrorist group known as the Defenders of Man. You're wanted for treason against the Terran Dominion.
Treason? I've always been loyal to the Dominion. You know that.
It's not my call. Valerian will have a lot of questions for you when he arrives.
Admiral Horner, Zerg forces are heading for our location. All hands to battle stations.
We rudely get interrupted by Zerg forces, which I was interested about since I know Zagara, Kerrigan's second in command and now Queen of the Swarm, or the Reformed Swarm, had taken back Char, but for her to attack Dominion positions must have taken some catalyst. Another point for hijinks and intrigue. Another props to the visuals in the game, even though I was kind of sad we didn't get the 2D adventure click games menu of the trilogy. Having Agent X41 appear with that logo before each mission, then having this, what I would call a Command and Conquer mission brief, was exceptional and laid out the levels so well. We also get this feeling that each mission will be unique. Yes, there are missions where you need to build your base, but usually they aren't the main focus, and I would love to hear what other people thought about the unit choices for each mission, since not having medics for ground troops or not having Vikings for air superiority threw me off, at least for the beginning. It made me play this game differently than the original trilogy, and we'll get to the upgrade system in a little bit, which greatly improved the diversity within the units and your choices for said units. I mean, I don't think I ever used Raven's healer robot until this run through. But, oh man, did it come in handy. Bio and mech heals? Sign me up. The first mission has you defending different lanes from oncoming Zerg forces trying to destroy Horner's base. Immediately having Reapers with spider mines got me giddy. I loved that the Terran ingenuity was starting to show itself. I also loved how Nova was equipped with the Reaper jetpack. Again, we'll get into her equipment later once we've unlocked a bunch of stuff, but I do want to say, if you're listening, Bill Gates from Microsoft, this is a winning formula. Player choice, fun gameplay, progression systems, do with that what you will. I noticed in every mission during my time playing Covert Ops that there was no easy way to mass units and defend. It really tested your APM skills since some of the Zerg units can just AoE above them, killing off all your Reapers, and oh boy, that does not bode well for your resources that you have at your disposal. Even with Nova being powerful, you will always need to be careful. Quickly about upgrading Nova, it's also a great addition to make her pick up the equipment in-game rather than doing the whole Solarite shtick from Legacy. It made the action feel more tangible and obviously made me explore levels a lot more. I also enjoyed the new Zerg units, or at least, again, I don't think I've ever seen Ravagers, but I think it plays into the Zerg always evolving theme, so I won't question it. We repel the Zerg forces in anticipation of Dominion fleet support, but unfortunately, it doesn't play out like that.
Base is under attack. Base
Admiral Horner, Terran battlecruisers are warping in above the Zerg's position, but they aren't the Emperor's.
What? I don't like the look of this.
They're sending out a broadcast, patching it through.
The Zerg have always been a threat, and today, the Emperor's forces have proved that they are too weak to protect the people of Moria. But the Defenders of Man are here for you. We will do all we can to safeguard your future.
Admiral, they're contacting us directly.
Let's hear it.
This world is under our protection. Surrender the Ghost and evacuate, or face the consequences.
Like hell we will. Nova, get your forces back here. They can't stop us from leaving while they're still fighting the Zerg. We'll have to meet the Emperor elsewhere.
I really enjoyed how they set up the political debacle Valerian and team find themselves in. It's a couple of years into his tenure, he doesn't want to be his father killing off droves of innocent civilians for control, yet when you rule a whole system, there will always be fringe groups wrestling for control. I mean, we get to see the Sons of Korhal literally overthrow the Confederacy, for them to be overthrown by Raynor to them trying to be overthrown by the Defenders of Man. It seems convoluted, but this is why I respect Valerian's character trying to stop the vendetta of vengeance and usurpation. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I am not the man my father was. I wish to serve a greater good. I think we have that much in common. This ship is at your disposal, along with my Covert Ops crew. You will lead them. All I ask in return is your loyalty.
You have it.
I did scoff at the fact that Valerian is way too trusting of Nova at first, but we only have 9 missions and she honestly is the top Dominion ghost, so without her, he's kind of foobarred. Also, she probably would have just killed him outright if she wanted to. We get introduced to Rigel.
This device sends an electric pulse through your neural inhibitor. The process is unpleasant, but it can restore recent memories.
I'll be fine.
One of the better characters in the universe in terms of his demeanor and cybernetics. I mean, he gives the adjunct a run for his AI money.
It's not working. I just keep seeing the city where I grew up. But it's destroyed. Covered in creep. I shouldn't remember it that way. I never went back after the Zerg attacked.
Or perhaps you did.
Why would the Defenders of Man operate out of Tarsonis?
A good question. Go there and find out.
Okay, another win for world building in this universe. Tarsonis from our previous reports was glassed over by nukes during the original games, and hearing that it was Nova's home planet kind of makes me sad for her, even if she probably was taken at a young age for the Ghost program. Anyways, going back to these infamous places with a new lens was quite striking, and made me a little teary-eyed knowing that this was the last foray into these amazing worlds, at least for now. Tarsonis is a great world for this mission. Not only do we have these feral Zerg forces inhabiting the city, but the Defenders of Man have secretly constructed a base within the derelict buildings, which I cannot stress enough is probably the best place they could have found for a secret base. Ain't no sane person going back to Tarsonis City. But before we get into the level, we get our equipment screen. This was pretty awesome, being able to customize Nova to the character you wanted to play. Even better is that each mission has the gameplay choices for almost every available choice the player can make with the equipment. You want a jetpacks and close range shotgun? Awesome, we'll open routes for you to find and flank the enemy. Want to play stealth commandos with the laser sword? Go for it. These weren't choices that got flung at you. They were made by you. It was up to the player to utilize the skills at their disposal, something I wish more games did. We also get the unit upgrade system, which you outfit different Terran units with what I call special abilities, even though some aren't actions, just passives like the increased range. It really made me think what an MMO could be in the StarCraft universe, or at least an RPG. So the first part of the level is setting up defenses so that Nova will have enough time to infiltrate the Defender of Man's base. I love the visuals of clashing with the feral Zerg around the city. It felt like we were absolutely outnumbered, but had the advantage on the Zerg not having seen humans since the fall of the city itself. Plus, we had a nuke or two in our hands, which is always fun to deploy. I mentioned earlier that I enjoyed Rigel as a character, yet it is hard to show off that without just playing the game. There was something calming about his voice actor, yet determined to do weird science. It just worked for me. We'll finally set up our defensive positions, and I mean finally because that took 17 minutes and a lot of dead Marines.
What the hell are they up to here? Wait, I recognize that.
Again, the visuals are just amazing. Not only do we have Nova one-shotting these 3 defenders, but the way she drops into the room and then uses the power sword, holy god.
Execute.
My scans indicate that there's a communications hub ahead.
I'll check it out. Acknowledged.
Run! I'll fight the intruder!
And this is what I meant by a bit more visceral. Not only are the regular Marines' bodies getting absolutely eviscerated, but do you see that Marauder? That guy's body gets chucked up into 5 different pieces, and I would be lying to you if I didn't say I was enamored by it so much. I literally took the time to find all Marauders on the map with the power sword and chop them up. I also love this little detail if you kill the scientist watching the overlords just chilling from this window. Nova has this line about it being a dangerous habit. So the Defenders of Man seem to be a lot more organized than what we got to see with the Sons of Korhal. And after overhearing the communique, they're starting to evacuate, which is never a good sign for us.
We have a security breach. All personnel should evacuate immediately so we can scrub the facility. I think this might be an extreme measure. No, I understand. This is bigger than we are. I will finalize the preparations.
En route.
The emitter's activated. Go, go, go!
A psi emitter? How did they get a hold of one of those?
You don't have long to find out. It's drawing Zerg into the facility.
En route.
Hold that sector until they're done. I'll give the order when it's time.
Acknowledged.
Oh hell, that's a great visual of the building falling, but also such a good gameplay bit since they don't tell you, use the Zerg to fight the humans, but you can, and that's frickin' awesome. We catch up to the weird scientist and...
The plan hasn't changed. All teams ready for deployment. Stand by.
Operation Live.
Some will die so others can live.
No!
Target world identified. Calculating anticipated casualties.
Rigel, I've got intel.
Yes.
The Defenders of Man are staging a Zerg attack on a civilian world.
But why?
They're trying to discredit Emperor Valerian. Enough Zerg attacks, and he'll look weak. Thousands will die, Rigel.
Nova, that's not just thousands. That's hundreds of thousands, but whatever. So she's not good at math. The Defenders of Man are literally pulling a page from Mengsk's notebook, sending Zerg on human cities using the psi emitter. I wonder where they learned that from. Anyways, we get another brief about the missions we just played, and I'm assuming this happens because the missions were split on release. Anyways, that's not a great thing that a fringe terrorist group has psi emitters at their disposal. Whatever infrastructure that was needed to make that possible as well, they could do. Eek.
Operation Live.
Come on. Almost there.
I kind of love this cutscene. Just seeing this lonely pilot having to deploy the psi emitters onto the unsuspecting world was really moving for me for some reason. Maybe it's the fact that all these choices need individuals to agree with them. Not only is this pilot shitting her flight suit since there are, 3 Leviathans behind her? Also, she has to get out of the system since, Zerg don't stop at one planet, right?
What's the situation out there, Rigel?
Reports are coming in from major population centers. They detail extensive damage and high casualties. It seems all evacuation efforts were unsuccessful.
How many Zerg are there?
Enough to vastly outnumber our forces, including all of the Dominion personnel on the world below. We are too late, Nova.
Damn it!
However, the Defenders of Man fleet is inbound. They have announced their intention to protect civilians.
So they want to look like heroes to these people. They're not. But we are.
Okay there, Nova. I know you got the pardon from the big man and got a sweet stealth ship, but I don't think you're anywhere close to being a hero. Like, you were murdering people left and right as a Dominion super assassin. Then you infiltrate Valerian's scientific facility, killing even more scientists just to arrest Jimmy. Let's be real here, girl. I'm on your side, but don't let this get to your head. So even though we were told we can't do anything about the situation, Nova still wants to go, and Rigel has some new units for our usage, the Goliath and Banshee. We also get my favorite gadget, the Stim Infusion, which makes sword-wielding Nova literally my favorite playable hero in the game, apart from Alarak. Another check plus for the world building, showing us random worlds that absolutely have a ton of life on them. This is a resort world, and it made me go, huh, That's kind of cool that those exist. And it made a great backdrop for a Zerg invasion. Porhall, Torsonus, hell, even Marasara all had the same sort of vibe. I guess Marasara being more of a farming frontier world than a built-up city like on other planets, but this was the first time I really felt like we were on a different Terran world. Granted, Trikuris, Char, Endion all felt like their own alien worlds, but this was the first time I really felt like the Terrans had something different to show off. Anyways, after my rant about resorts and sci-fi games, we only have 3 minutes to clear out what we can of the Zerg hatcheries. Now, I played these missions on normal, which gave me the right balance of difficult micro and not pulling my hair out. I also didn't meta the equipment for each mission for Nova, since stim-infused Blade Reaper was too much fun to throw away. By the hair on our chinny chin chin, we get all the hatcheries, which I assume helps in the next part. But wait, that's intro music, but not for the Zerg.
There's some unusual activity with the warp signatures. Nova, it isn't the Zerg.
What's happening?
The Tal'Darim Death Fleet is invading this world.
I am Janara, first ascendant of the Tal'Darim. Our High Lord has charged me with the eradication of the Defenders of Man. Do not interfere.
Oh, hell yes, I was not expecting to see the Tal'Darim in this. Not only do I love this showcase of the Tal'Darim Armada, but this music is pretty awesome too. Also, this map had me feeling nostalgic once again, not where we were, but how it was designed. It made me feel like it was an old Age of Empires map or Command and Conquer. StarCraft has always had great visuals within the level designs, but this was really the first time I thought, wow, there's an actual population across the lake that needs defending. I guess for this example, you look at Final Hour from the original StarCraft, you understand it's a mission to stop the Zerg until everyone can be evacuated, but you don't see the population, probably because the game was made in 1998. But even in this trilogy, there were times where maps just didn't feel lived in. I liked that they partitioned a portion of the map for the visual and nothing else. It might have been different, I guess, if the Zerg were still around for this level. I assume they attack civilians, but I really like this larger map with more than just attack locations, if you get my drift. We blast through Tal'Darim shield projectors, causing Alarak's second in command some anger. Yeah, you're nothing like Alarak, my OG High Lord. Anyways, the Tal'Darim send in their mothership after the Protectors fall, and I love that they add not only carrier ships to it, but warp and lasers as well. It's a great nod to the motherships being underpowered, and now they can do those things, which makes them cool. Going back to the whole handling an empire is a hard ordeal, Rigel tells us that the Defenders of Man will take credit for saving the resort's population and facing against the Tal'Darim, which, come on, we don't have our own publicist, let's be real here. We have to combat the news by sharing the news, don't we? I bet Nova's visor is better than a GoPro, but I digress.
Tensions run high in the wake of the battle. It is unclear whether the Protoss meant to eliminate the Zerg, or us as well. We've reached out to General Davis of the Dominion's Armed Forces for comment. General?
This is a terrible tragedy, Kate. My heart goes out to all its victims.
Does General Davis give anyone the vibe of a human priest from WoW, but like 60 years older? Is that just me?
Nova, we have a guest. May I introduce Alarak, High Lord of the Tal'Darim.
Oh, hello. That's a great shot of both of them having to look up at Alarak, showcasing how freaking tall he is.
What do you want?
The same as you. To annihilate the Defenders of Man. They destroyed a remote Tal'Darim outpost and then scurried away before the Death Fleet could retaliate. Such brazen disrespect demands retribution.
Alarak hasn't changed in these last couple of years. I love that line as he is scratching up their screens.
If I knew where they were hiding, I'd already be there. But I can't remember anything.
So you were once one of them. Well, you may be more useful than I anticipated. I suppose you've already attempted to restore your memories. Terran minds are so malleable. What you require is Terrazine.
Terrazine? I don't even have access to it.
I was interested in Nova's reaction to Alarak saying she needs Terrazine. It wasn't like, oh shit, that makes you fucking crazy. Look at Tasha's ghost. But she says she doesn't have access to it. My friends, you're literally in an Emperor covert stealth ship. I'm sure the Dominion has Terrazine in some odd facility somewhere along the way. I also love that for how power domineering Alarak has been, he always has this propensity to strike deals or bargains. I don't know if it's more the story narrative, which I'm assuming it is, since how else would you get them to work together, but anyways. Our next mission brings us to this forgotten Umojan Protectorate research facility, which I absolutely love getting these guys in the game. There is a lot of lore from the original StarCraft and Brood War that many fans don't know about, and seriously, it's worth the time to learn it. For now, we're tasked with grabbing the Terrazine, not without some competition.
It appears that his forces have already established a position nearby. Their movements indicate that they'll be competing with you for control of the Terrazine on this world.
Why would they do that?
Perhaps Alarak intends for you to cull his weakest warriors. The Tal'Darim prize strength above all else.
I actually like that Alarak's replacement is bad, and goes to show how cool Alarak is. Okay, I do have to say, I was paid by the Tal'Darim Death Fleet for that line. Please don't annihilate my world. We also get the Terrazine from these space animals that had me thinking we were in No Man's Sky. Rigel has a cool line about how the Umojans were using them as biomechanical extractors, meaning that these poor animals were consuming the Terrazine faster than what Terrans could do, and then we were probably whaling them right after their capacity stopped. This is the type of stuff that literally you can make a full game in. Are you a reporter on this world that knows shady practices are happening? Go investigate. Wow, there happens to be a Zerg invasion at the same time. Thus starts an investigation survival horror game with implications for the industries within the universe. Set it in third person and give us some dank forgotten facilities teeming with ex-scientists and creepy Zerglings. Microsoft! These missions is almost a carbon copy of the one from Wings of Liberty, which I don't know if they intentionally did, both having to do with Terrazine, so I have no idea. We're racing against the Tal'Darim in order to see who can extract the most Terrazine, and if I have to say the word Terrazine more than 5 more times, I might have a conniption. This was a difficult level for me, not only having to deal with the Tal'Darim attacking our base and positions on the map, but the Zerg forces were insane. As I said in the beginning, I love that these missions made you play with new units, or at least play a different style than what I was used to in the trilogy. I mean, Ravens are so good in this mission and beyond, they might be my favorite flyer unit because of their utilities. And this mission had something that felt really unique to StarCraft, and it was entering a sub-area from the main mission. It's at the end that Rigel informs us of some equipment piece that's in this cave. We can actually go into the cave and a science facility to have 2 boss fights, which on the surface might seem normal, but for myself I was really enamored by that change of pace. It felt rewarding to go out of my way for a neat little bonus that up until this game didn't evoke that feeling for me. Yes, upgrades were awesome, but finding Defiler corpses scattered around the map or hearing Karax talk about Solarite weren't the best catalysts for exploration. Well, that's not foreboding.
Nova, it appears that despite my doubts, you have emerged the victor. The Terrazine you have gathered will lead you to the defenders of man, provided it does not destroy your primitive consciousness.
That's reassuring. How should I contact you once I know where they are?
When the time comes, I will know.
But I can't take action against the defenders of man until we know who is leading them.
I agree. And that's why I have this.
Terrazine? You've seen what it does to people, the hallucinations, insanity.
And yet, there is nothing more effective for memory restoration.
He's right. It's the only option we have.
Do what you have to do. The protests are intensifying. You need to evacuate immediately. So be it. I will not have violence outside the palace.
Again, this is why I'm a fan of Valerian. He walks the walk while talking the talk. No civilians injured. Good on him. We'll see if he can keep that up. For now, we hit the Terrazine hard and try to regain some of Nova's memories.
No psychotic episodes. You've convinced me. Let's get started.
Try to remember everything you see.
Medical scans complete. Well done, Nova. You're ready for this.
Thanks. The Defenders of Man have already done so much for the Dominion. I'm glad I was sent here to help out.
The Admiral wasn't lying when he said we'd be working with the best soldiers under his command. Your visor should have the latest briefing.
Oh, I've been meaning to tell you. It's been acting up lately.
So the lines from the scientist confuse me. He exclaims to Nova that the Admiral told him that they would be getting their best troops, so does Horner know about the Defenders of Man? Also, Nova willingly worked for them? Why? I guess we'll see. We do get the information that Nova was sent to Antigua Prime, and that's where the next breadcrumb leads. I enjoyed this mission a lot because something I talked about within the main trilogy, how the level designs expanded maps throughout the mission, always kept the player on their toes. At first, this map size is the size of my hand, but as the memories start to resurface thanks to a tangible sensory memory care and a fuck ton of space LSD, the map expands to the city it was designated for. It's a good touch because it blends the visualization with the gameplay, not just giving you a huge map and going, oh, these are the areas of interest, bye. It helps the narrative's pacing as well, which is always needed in RTS games. Our first flashback has us within the city before a Zerg invasion, +5 for the world building. I did zoom in on the statue later, it's not Jimmy, but I like how they have monuments for the common marine, makes sense. I also liked how you could see the shops and the people's lives right before it gets creeped on. The scientist now deemed Wrangler tells us that the city is destined for a Zerg invasion, but we need to discreetly place anti-Zerg equipment to incapacitate them if they do invade. I guess Nova believes she's working for an outfit of the Dominion, but wouldn't you feel a little bit wary after all those missions you've done, having to stealth in your own city? Anyways, she does start to question the validity of their mission on the second flashback, and in the third we learn that we're the baddies.
I'm running out of chances. I need to find that evidence.
If the Defenders are lying to us about working with the Dominion, then they must have someone on the inside.
We can't be sure of anything yet. I'll try to override the equipment security codes after I activate it. I think it's a psi emitter, just like the Confederacy used years ago.
We have to escape, Nova. I didn't clear the operations center. Our mission files are still there. We can use them to show the Dominion the truth.
Damn it. The emitter's activating.
I thought we understood one another, agents. You disappoint me.
So we have our mission intel briefing, or whatever they want us to call it, in the building somewhere in the city. As much as I've experienced the breadcrumb amnesia trope after 30 plus years of gaming and media, I found this one to be a cool twist on it.
I'm going to use the rest of that Terrazine now.
Move!
There's no need for this, Nova. What you did was necessary. All of it.
You bastard.
The General is on her way.
She saw too much. I don't know how we can restore her cooperation. Unless...
I see. Wipe her memories. We'll begin re-education.
Ah, so it was her that made the message from the beginning. Smart writing. What I was confused about was the human priest general being behind all of this. So let me get it straight. Nova was recruited for some secret division within the Dominion military, hence why General Davis was there. Thinking Nova was defending Terran worlds, in reality for some reason unknown to us now, she was actually setting up side devices in an act of terror to destabilize the Dominion? Do Terrans ever learn that mass murder is wrong? Christ guys, something how you treat your neighbor. We get a continuation of Valerian's political demise, the news reporting that he had to flee Korhal, which if you've ever studied a fall of a regime, the president leaving for another planet is never a good sign.
Is leading them.
Davis. She's always been loyal to my family.
Your family, not you. As long as she's out there, more civilians will die. I can't let her live.
No. People are calling for me to step down, and I will not see her become a martyr. I need to handle this the right way.
And if more people die while we wait, that's nothing to you?
Of course not. Despite what you've been through, this isn't your decision, Nova. Much is at stake. I have a plan, and I trust you will follow your part in it.
Another win for Valerian trying to stop the cycle of violence. It's very smart of him to think about the ramifications of Davis's death, especially with him in exile, and without evidence. It wouldn't even be a retribution killing, it would just be him murdering military leaders, which does not help his political cause in the slightest.
General Carolina Davis, this is Valerian Mengsk. I wish to step down as Emperor of the Dominion.
Nova seems increasingly frustrated by the whole collect intel and stealth portion of her job, and it has it in her head that killing Davis will save civilians, whatever that means. I press X to doubt. So if you didn't understand what just transpired, or I did a bad job at explaining it, the game just gives you a very direct blurb about it. Oh, so they were stupping, I guess.
Psi emitters have been augmented by technology recovered from the Mobius Foundation. If discovered, it will trace back to Valerian Mengsk.
That's an interesting line about how the psi emitters can be linked back to Mobius. I wasn't sure if she was angry that now she couldn't use that as another shot in the back to Valerian's government or what, but she seemed pissed.
The Emperor has arrived, General. He wants to make his announcement soon.
Does he? We'll be watching closely. If anything goes wrong, your orders are to kill that boy.
Our mission, if we chose to accept it, is infiltrate the Davis compound, arrest Davis, and bring her to the speech location so that we can show the people her traitorous actions. And at this point, I just feel bad for the Dominion populace. Like, you guys need representational government per planet, and this isn't it. But before we can get even to the compound, we have to go through the sewer system. It's not horrible since we get our plasma rifle that melts the enemy in our psionic control, which put that on a Thor, ugh, you got yourself a human stew. So after exiting the sewers, we get placed in the Davis compound, and oh boy, let me tell you, this would be one cool Splinter Cell Ghost mission, or however you want to call it. It's already an amazing mission on its own, but I'd love to see this in third person too, like a Metal Gear Phantom Pain, but StarCraft. Anyways, this was probably my favorite mission out of the bunch for the sheer amount of paths that you could take, and how they have places scattered around the map for you to resupply, meaning you could change your loadout on a whim, making these situations even more rewarding. You're not locked into it for the full mission, and they did a wonderful job introducing the player to the mechanics throughout the previous levels. This is just a huge win on the gameplay side of things that I was astonished. Kudos dev team. One of my favorite visuals was the ship hangar, since you get to see spaceships that aren't militarized, and they're pretty sweet. Also, you can blow up a battle cruiser, which gave me great satisfaction. The one thing I did think of was these levels of engagement from Davis's forces. Like, you should have only gotten like 4 times to trip the alarm until they added more units or something. Now, I don't know if they do this for the harder difficulties, but it would have been a neat touch, especially after all the talk about going stealthy and she's on the lookout. Like, how does Section 3 with cameras seeing all the blood spattered on the walls and bodies strewn around not hit the mega alert button? Regardless, going through this level felt special, and I had such a fun time interchanging my loadout for what I felt like was a necessary equipment change.
I knew I'd see you again.
Stone, what happened?
You deserted me and sided with the Dominion to murder your former comrades. Guess I'm next.
They've altered your memories. This isn't you.
We are who we choose to be. And you chose this.
Damn it. I'm going to have to get him out of the way.
As much as the stone fight was interesting, I couldn't help but laugh at the full Manx statue in the room. There was definitely something about them. But it ain't cheating, since Menk's wife got assassinated by none other than Kerrigan. Yup, the more lore you know, the better the small details get. I really enjoyed that you could incapacitate Stone rather than killing him. Now, I don't know if that's because I mind controlled him at the end. If someone could answer if you can outright kill him, that would be pretty sweet. Thank you.
He's down. Rigel, you have to send someone to help him.
Of course. For now, you should focus on Davis.
Executing. Davis, the Emperor has requested your presence.
And if I refuse?
You won't.
And I often relied on others to support me. As General Davis did, when the Defenders of Man began spreading disinformation about my response to the Zerg attacks.
I take these allegations seriously.
My administration has completed a thorough investigation of the Defenders of Man. The truth is, they used psi emitters to incite the Pharaoh Zerg to attack.
Damn good on Valerian for just giving out the info to everyone.
As well.
Our evidence is undeniable. The orders we recovered were issued by none other than General Carolina Davis.
She is hereby under arrest and charged with treason against the Terran Dominion.
I look forward to announcing the trial date shortly.
Oh Jesus, Alarak.
Get everyone out.
Oh, the Defenders of Man. So this is your little base of operations. The Tal'Darim will wipe you from the face of this world.
Holy shit, Alarak, bro, what? I was not expecting the Tal'Darim just to light up the crowd. That's wild. So we get our mission briefing to hold out against the Tal'Darim, in which we get this line that some of the Defenders of Man have come back to the Dominion, claiming they thought they were in some sort of secret subdivision that's main goal was to, checks notes, overthrow their own leader. Alright, regardless, we have our marching orders and get a great holdout mission. I was a little deflated by Legacy's holdout missions, especially having to charge the Xel'Naga artifact for a third goddamn time. Luckily, this holdout mission was good, Not just for the setting being in the city, but we actually have to hold strategic roads like it was brothers in arms. Not only that, but we have Gorgon battle cruisers, literal behemoths of engineering that can clear the lanes for us. Everything was coming together. It felt great, both on the gameplay aspect and the story narrative.
There were losses on our side as well. Recall our ships, Horner. We need to get back to Core Hall.
One of the ships isn't responding. The Medusa. They had Davis in custody there.
My scans show the Medusa has already left orbit. Then she escaped. Return to your ship, Nova. We have much to discuss.
I do not take kindly to betrayal, Terran. You've made a powerful enemy today.
So have you.
Have I now? Your hubris is quite entertaining.
Don't come back.
Nova. The Tal'Darim are warping out, but the damage is done. Now it will be even harder to convince the people that aliens are not a threat.
That's why the Defenders of Man attacked the Protoss in the first place. Davis will go to any length to gain public support, no matter how many innocent lives it costs.
Those were my father's tactics. Davis will answer for this, Nova. Track her down and bring her in to stand trial for her crimes.
Bring her in! We've tried that. It didn't work.
This is a great argument because both are right in their own minds. Nova understands that a person like Davis will not stop trying to usurp power and the extent of horror and death that comes along with that. Valerian understands that as well, but also understands that setting the trial and having it public would be the only way of getting past this mutiny, if we can even call it that. It's a light term for Davis's actions, I grant you. But where would Valerian be if he just used the same playbook as his father? Probably with the ashes scattered on the palace exterior like old Pop Pop. We have the beauty of watching this unfold, devoid of the actual ramifications of political demise, so I'm bringing my popcorn. Where did Davis go, you ask? Well, we've gotten a report of hybrid ships blowing up Dominion battlecruisers, so I guess that's our lead. Obviously, there are narrative hiccups, but knowing that this was the last StarCraft media that actually felt good to play and listen to, I was going in with a glass half full mentality. I enjoyed this level, but the one line, "It's the ghost that escaped," pissed me off. Like, give some credence to Nova's name. Hell, she even worked for you guys before seeing that you were evil. This was another tough mission, since you have to advance on enemy positions, but also have enough troops to defend your base and the battlecruisers being created. Something that I felt more and more as we progressed from Wings of Liberty to now is the dev team throwing more at the player. It's a great gameplay mechanic and made me feel like a better commander because I was dealing with a good enemy. Rewarding is one of the ways to put it, but I feel like I've repeated that a lot, so I'll reframe it with a personal progression that I felt accomplished doing something. I think every gamer looks for that accomplishment. Fighting the Xanthos was difficult, and the Liberator or the wannabe Viking didn't really do anything. However, with some major pushes with the huge casualties and my stim-infused Nova Reaper build, we finally made it to the docking station and killed off this beast of Terran engineering.
Status.
It is done. Preliminary scans show some injuries among the crew, but Davis is still alive. However, the communications channels are chaotic. She hasn't spoken since the crash.
Just send me her last known coordinates. I'll find her myself.
Somehow Davis survives the crash, but that won't save her from Nova, which, okay, I don't believe in what Davis has to say, but that doesn't mean Nova should act against her Emperor's orders because she thinks it's the better move.
Same circles back then. The same side.
The past doesn't matter.
I have made mistakes, and I will pay for them. I know why you're coming here. You think you're going to do the right thing. What you don't realize is that if you do this, you are no better than I am. Think on that before you act. I will say no more.
I also tried to mind control her, thinking it could be like the other ghost, but nope. we only have the option to laser blade her, which I have to hand it to this weapon was kind of satisfying.
Acknowledged. Go to hell.
So I guess Nova knows she probably shouldn't have killed General Davis, and we get this scene where Rigel tries talking with her while she's attempting to escape.
I know you're there, Nova. This is the only life I have left. The same as you.
Why are you telling me this?
The crew is loyal to you alone, Nova. We will go wherever you lead.
The Dominion's always going to have problems. They'll need us to solve them. Our own way.
Tensions have subsided in the Dominion after Emperor Valerian regained control of the government and released all of the related evidence in a public report. Our polls show that most people feel the Emperor was justified in using lethal force against General Davis, given the danger she presented.
Damn, that look on Valerian's face, he hates the fact that Nova did that, but also that his populace actually likes him more, thinking that he was the one that executed her. Like, good God, folks, the man is a statesman and all the good and bad that comes with it. Also, this last scene made my head hurt since I knew that I had heard those words before.
Let her go. For now.
And it's literally the ending of Pirates of the Caribbean, where the British Admiral lets Jack Sparrow leave with Keira Knightley, and they're like, "Oh, Gov, what you doing? What do we get in the scallywag?" And the Admiral is like, "We'll give him a 3-day head start." Like, what? I know it sets up Nova Adventures of the Third Kind, which I would love to see, don't get me wrong, but I would be freaking angry if I truly tried to get this General Davis a trial and exhibit evidence of her wrongdoing, then have my top assassin laser blade her because she thought it was the best choice. Well, maybe Valerian wants to end the vendetta of trying to off Dominion ghosts, since that's something his father also tried to do, and it failed incredibly for him. And then we get this. A thank you from the dev team, and I have to say this made me feel better about the series. I'm going to Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind, the epilogue from Legacy though. Good luck and have fun was my personal motto going into this series retrospective. I cannot express how much joy I got out of playing all these games. StarCraft deserves a new chapter, a new entity, a new beginning. It is doable. There's so much that can be tapped for ideas, and Covert Ops shows that. Hell, these were some of the best missions I've ever played in a StarCraft game, and I truly appreciate the people that commented about it, since I was probably not going to pick this one up. Even though this ending doesn't address many of the other questions I had, it does open up the possibility of more to come. Yes, I'm saying that almost 9 years after this was released. But after enjoying Covert Ops so much, I'm going to keep it in my heart of hopes, alongside Half-Life 3, yet that one is withered and almost dead. Thanks for taking the time to watch. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the game, the series itself, and what you'd like to see in the future from this universe. For the people that have been here since the first retrospective, Intaro Dune, Intaro Tassadar, and Intaro till next time.